at New York City's Bellevue Hospital. Dr. Fernandez, good morning to you.
Good morning, Matt.
I know at the hospital you're dealing with medical emergencies, and then you're dealing with a lot of people outside the hospital milling about looking for their loved ones. Tell me about the emotional stress that you find these people under.
Right now, a lot of the people are dazed, for lack of a better word. They are walking around trying to find loved ones and trying, more importantly, to find information about the loved ones. I believe that for many of these people who are still holding out hope, the reality of the events from a couple of days ago haven't yet set in. So part of what we're trying to do is get them to even start thinking about a grieving process and trying to get them to come in and talk to some of our mental hygiene counselors.
Well, Dr. Fernandez, that's an interesting point you make. I mean, how do you go about making that transition with people from the optimism that they're all feeling that perhaps there will be a miracle and their loved one will be saved or spared, and the reality that the chances are not good?
It's a tough transition for them to make, and all we can do is assist them. What we're doing is letting them, encouraging them to be optimistic and to be hopeful, but allowing them also to prepare for worst case scenarios. What we're doing now is people that are coming in through the ER, we're allowing them to talk to our counselors and just to vent. Right now we're gathering information, names, numbers, in the hopes that in the coming weeks we can get these people reunited together in groups and talk about what's going on. Many people who are holding out hope don't want to talk about any kind of bereavement process, because in doing that they're pretty much giving up on their loved ones.
Right.
So we're phasing now from...
I'm sorry,
we're phasing from the one...
I was going to say there are so many people in this category of uncertainty. Mayor Giuliani has recently said that there are some 3,700 people missing, and when you multiply that number by friends and family members, you get an idea of the scope of this problem.
Agreed. It's overwhelming, and I think that the people of New York City are very optimistic right now. We're all hopeful that more people will be brought in, no matter how injured they are. But we're also preparing for the realities that are going to be setting in the next several days. The reality that a lot of people were lost a couple of days ago.
There are also firefighters, I know, and police officers and emergency technicians who have been coming by because they're under enormous stress as well. How are you dealing with them?
We offer them the same counseling that we do other people. We've reached out to the fire services. We've gone to a couple of ladder companies who are particularly hard hit and have lost a lot of their original staff. And we've extended ourselves in our services. What's interesting about a lot of the rescue workers, including the firefighters, is that they come in, they get patched up for whatever physical problems they had, and they want to go back out to the field. We had a young man yesterday who'd been there for almost 24 hours trying to dig out some of the rubble when he found his brother's body. And that was devastating, not only for him, but for many of my team here. Those are the kind of situations that we're seeing with the rescue workers, the firefighters, the police.
Yeah, it's amazing bravery being shown by those people. Can we talk for a second, Doctor, about some of what would be the symptoms of, I guess, what we commonly refer to as post-traumatic stress disorder? And I guess that's not too severe a term to use with this situation, is it?
No, it's not. Technically, post-traumatic stress disorder is something that doesn't set in for a month after the traumatic event. A lot of these people will indeed have post-traumatic stress disorders or symptoms of it. What we see now initially is people who are having flashbacks, reliving those traumatic events over and over and over again. A lot of the imagery that we're seeing on television, for example, is significant, that it will help keep these visions, these images in people's minds for the days to come. That also leads to a lot of the anxiety. The things that we would see initially are people having difficulty concentrating, difficulty sleeping, feeling sadder than usual. Those are the kind of things that we see initially. Most people will get better from that. But we do know from what's happened before in Oklahoma City, in other natural disasters outside and inside of this country, that the sooner people are able to talk about it, and especially the trained mental hygiene workers, the better their prognosis is and the less severe the symptomatology will be.
Is it normal, Doctor, for people to experience some unrealistic fears right now, whether it be about planes or tall buildings or something like that?
Absolutely. It's very easy for the events to kind of mushroom out of proportion. We have people here that came that we were trying to get in an elevator to go upstairs to one of our other counseling centers, and most people refuse to get in an elevator. That's an example of a kind of a cross-pollination, if you will, of all these stressors. Everything is going to become stressful to a lot of people in New York City for the next few days until there's some more stability and a sense that normalcy is returning.
Just in dealing with the people that I've come in contact with, I notice a lot of people whose moods are fluctuating somewhat wildly. I mean, at what point do you look at someone and say, okay, they're just obviously under a lot of stress, and when do you cross the line and say someone may need professional help?
That's an interesting question, because I think right now everyone needs professional help. Everyone that was involved, everyone who's had family involved, everyone who's seen the carnage on TV, people jumping from burning buildings. I think all of those people need to be debriefed, if you will, in some way. Usually those things will get better as we get further away from the traumatic event. The people that will need intense treatment are the people that don't get better after several weeks, after several months. And there will be a small percentage of people that will have symptoms that increase. With the last World Trade Center bombing back in the mid-90s, we had people complaining of symptoms related to the event a year after the event was over. So we would expect to see that here by tenfold.
Yeah, and what your point is a very important one. Even people who are acting normally now and who say they're okay doesn't mean that 3 to 4 weeks from now they couldn't exhibit some signs of this problem. Dr. Albert Fernandez, doctor,
Absolutely.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Matt.
And if you'd like some information on help for post-traumatic stress disorder, you can visit our website at today.msnbc.com. Katie?
Matt, thank you. Air travel remains at a virtual standstill this morning. Federal officials want to make sure their security procedures are fully in place before planes fill the skies again. NBC's Robert Hager is at Washington's Ronald Reagan National Airport this morning with the latest. Bob, good morning.
Good morning, Katie. Well, as you can see, the planes are still lined up out there, idle. They were supposed to get back in the air yesterday noon, then that was changed until this morning, and now it may be later today or even tomorrow. Not because the airlines and the airports aren't ready, but because the FBI and CIA aren't ready.
The law enforcement and intelligence agencies putting a hold on full-scale operations until it's absolutely clear any threat has completely passed. Only a very few flights have been allowed in the meantime to get passengers to their original destinations. But thousands of other flyers will remain stranded for a third day in a row.
Does anybody want to be part of a carpool going to San Francisco?
They're going to try to stay here and get a flight tomorrow, maybe take Greyhound. I'm not sure what my plans are right now.
A peek at new security measures coming. After passenger screening, more use of a second backup test to sense for explosives. An absolute ban on knives in carry-on luggage, which, believe it or not, weren't banned before. A security search of every aircraft before passenger boarding. Tighter restrictions on access to runway ramps. A temporary ban on passenger planes carrying mail or cargo. And additional numbers of sky marshals, armed guards disguised as passengers, seen here drilling. There are a few sky marshals used already for international flights. The government now says it will deploy more to guard domestic airports and planes. Meantime, more details on the last hijack. The one that left Newark was hijacked over the Midwest and turned back toward Washington. Turns out a passenger named Jeremy Glick told his brother-in-law from a cell phone that he and some other passengers had come up with a plan to resist the terrorists, stop them from doing whatever they'd planned, even if it meant losing their own lives. Investigators still don't know why that flight was the only one that crashed short of its intended target. May never know. But it could have been what Glick threatened in that last phone call, a struggle for control of the plane.
By the way, that account of a passenger hoping to take on the hijackers on that plane jives with the story the mother of another passenger on that plane told us here on Today yesterday. She too had talked to her son on that flight by cell phone. Well, again, the airports may open at about 11 o'clock Eastern time today. But one other point, the FBI and CIA request that had kept them closed may also have had more to do with keeping accomplices in the hijacking from leaving this country than concerns about getting the airports ready. Katie?
So all the security precautions, Bob, at airports across the country are in place?
They are, yes. I think they would not get the airports back in order unless they were ready, and so I believe they'll be set.
And how is the search for the cockpit voice recorder and the black boxes going? I know that you said yesterday the hope of retrieving that was, I guess, best at the site of the Pittsburgh crash.
It is, and at this point we don't know that it's been found, and I'm not sure that we'd hear when it had been found. because it's a criminal case now. Normally when the NTSB is in charge of the case, they tell us right away that the cockpit voice recorder has been found. But when it's the FBI running things, they may not tell us when it's found. But so far, there's no word at all that it's been found.
All right. Bob Hager in Washington. Bob, I'm sure we'll be checking in with you throughout the morning. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Katie.
8:03 now. Here's Matt.
All right, Katie, thanks. Michael Bregman worked for 32 years for the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, and during that time he also served on the federal government's Aviation Security Advisory Committee. Mr. Bregman, good morning to you.
Good morning, Matt.
One of the things we've been talking about, and maybe we should get right to this, is over the last couple of days people have said, for example, at Logan Airport, how could 2 planes have been hijacked? Newark Airport, Dulles in Washington. You don't think this was a real breach of airport security, do you?
No, not really. I think that before we start pointing fingers at people, you have a situation where you had the intelligence community and the law enforcement community essentially with little or no information on the situation. And you have a group of people who are, we'll say, marginally paid people at the security screening checkpoints who were taking passengers on board, and no evidence of any guns or knives obviously apparent at that point in time, so folks just boarded, and you're dealing with people essentially who have a suicidal mentality, so this is obviously the worst security nightmare in the world.
Yeah, what you're saying is for the people manning those security checkpoints, there was no reason to stop these people. There was no object in their luggage that wasn't allowed by regulation on an airliner.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything so far, and I'm just getting it from the news like everyone else, but I haven't heard anything that would contradict that.
And even in the reports we heard where perhaps the passengers were threatened with a bomb, there's no indication that there was actually a bomb in any of those planes, perhaps just something that they used as a threat.
It would appear that way. I mean, I have every confidence in the ability of the FBI and ATF, Secret Service, Customs, INS, DEA, and all those put together to get to the bottom of it. And as soon as all the scenes are done, I'm sure we'll have more information on whether or not that was true. But it would appear that it was a ruse.
I have to be honest with you. This, to me, is more alarming, Mr. Bregman, because it indicates that you don't need a gun, you don't need a bomb, you don't need plastic explosives to wreak havoc on an airliner.
No, you really don't. You know, an airplane in and of itself with thousands of pounds of jet fuel, you know, hijacked and flown into some facility or building with obviously the murder of innocent people is the worst nightmare in the world.
And what we're hearing right now is apparently these hijackers were very keenly aware of a numbers game. There were enough of them on board each plane to control the passengers and overpower the crew.
Yeah, it would appear that way.
Tell me about what changes can be made then. Obviously, it seems as if we're probably talking about changes not in on-site airport security, but in regulations.
Well, I don't know about that. I would tend to think that currently the airlines, the airline carriers are responsible for the security screening checkpoints. I think at some point in time we need to say this is an inherently government function and form some kind of group, entity, organization, uniform division that does this kind of screening.
Yeah, but what do you want them to screen for is what I'm asking. I mean, do you want it to be illegal to take on a pocket knife or a razor or anything like that?
No, no. I think it goes beyond the mechanical process of looking at just implements. I think there are different things in profiling people and engaging in a dialogue and things that will say that the El Al model uses, where the security screeners actually will engage in conversation with passengers and try to verify. It goes beyond just a mechanical process.
Yeah, I've flown on El Al, and it really is somewhat amazing. At several points during the process, from when you arrive at the airport to actually board the plane, you're not confronted, maybe that's the wrong word, but you are approached by someone.
That's correct.
And why do you think that's so effective?
Well, I think you have people who are paid and trained at a sufficient level to know the different profiles and protocols here that can identify people who may pose a threat. Currently, you have people who are very basically, not to knock the people themselves, but they're minimum wage folks with limited non-uniform training that essentially fit the current requirement.
We're hearing some rumors, Mr. Bregman, and I spoke to Attorney General Ashcroft this morning about this, that in the future, when regular air traffic and travel resumes, we could be looking at trained, plainclothes U.S. Marshals armed on flights. Is that a good idea in your opinion?
You know, absolutely it's a good idea. You know, currently one of the things that we were working on were, of course, the carriage of weapons by armed federal agents right now, which number in the tens of thousands, and making sure that the identity of the agents was kept free from being counterfeited or, protracted by any outside entity. And I think that loophole has been very successfully closed. But certainly, as they used in the early 70s, sky marshals were extremely effective back then, and I think they would prove equally effective now.
Michael Bregman. Mr. Bregman, thanks for your information. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Matt.
8 past the hour. Here's Katie.
Matt, thank you. Tuesday morning's terrorist attacks in New York, Washington, and Pennsylvania came as a major surprise to the U.S. intelligence community. Senate Intelligence Committee Chair Senator Bob Graham and Vice Chair Senator Richard Shelby join us from Washington this morning. Gentlemen, good morning. Thanks so much for being here.
Good morning, Katie.
One of the worst terrorist attacks in history in the world, perhaps the worst, occurred under your watch. What went wrong, Senator Graham?
We don't know the answer to that question now, Katie. Yesterday we had a briefing with the CIA and the FBI, and I asked them, as part of their analysis, if they would give us their best assessment of where the gaps were in our intelligence system that could have allowed such a thing to happen. My suspicion is we're going to find at the top of the list that we haven't been making the investment in human intelligence, the kind of spies that can get inside a terrorist cell, and that we've seen our eavesdropping capability go deaf as people begin to communicate through computers, for instance, as opposed to over the telephone.
So in other words, Senator Shelby, I know you agree with Senator Graham that it's impossible to infiltrate these terrorist cells, and they in fact have their own counter-terrorists in place to deal with potential people along the, of that nature.
Katie, that's exactly right. It will be very difficult, but it's not impossible to do this. But when we get caught flat-footed, as we were Tuesday, this was a shock to the American people. It was a shock to a lot of us, too. But things like that will happen again. We have to make an overall new commitment to intelligence. I agree with Senator Graham on this. We've been advocating this, but I think more people
They have not completed the review and not indicated to us what they have found. But you put your finger on a third issue, and that is we have the ability to collect an enormous amount of information. Now, we can fill the Library of Congress almost every day with the information that we are able to pull out of the air or to get by photographs.
Right.
Problem is, you've then got to have a human being who can sort through all that and figure out what of all that information is really relevant and important. We need to build up that part of our intelligence capability as well.
Katie, our collection, I believe, ability is very good, but our analytical ability, as Senator Graham alluded to, needs a lot of improvement. But on the committee that Senator Graham chairs, I used to chair, we will be doing our oversight work here because we cannot ever afford to be caught flat-footed like this again.
Senator Shelby, you were chair of this committee when the USS Cole was bombed and it was assumed or determined that Osama bin Laden was responsible. Well, why wasn't anything done to beef up intelligence then, or at least keep better track of his actions and his associates?
Well, it was. As a matter of fact, Senator Graham and I have been the leaders on the Intelligence Committee, and for appropriations, we have been pushing this. We're doing better. We've done a lot better in the last 5 years. This was a big intelligence failure, but there have been a lot of successes there. And I think in the future, you're going to see a lot more successes.
And Senator Graham, in closing, I know that you've mentioned that you would support lifting the U.S. self-imposed ban on assassinations. Why?
Frankly, that ban has been substantially altered by interpretation over the last several years. And the United States has had relationships with others which have given us the capability, if we think it's in our national interest, to render incapable a potential adversary.
Are you all surprised, just I know that was supposed to be my last question, but one that comes to mind, that just how large a paper trail some of these suspects have left in this country, rental car agreements, going to flight school here in this country. Was that surprising to you?
Not surprising to me at all, because at the end game here is destruction, and of course their own self-destruction. So they're pretty open in a sense, but they also keep it pretty close to them, Katie.
All right, Senator Richard Shelby and Senator Bob Graham. Again, gentlemen, thank you both very much for talking with us this morning. 8:13 now. Here's Matt.
Katie, the U.S. military is still reeling from the attack on the Pentagon and is gearing up for a possible retaliatory strike. NBC's Pentagon correspondent Jim Mikuszewski has the latest on that. Mick, good morning.
Good morning, Matt. A series of high-level meetings involving Pentagon, State Department, all the national security agencies, including the White House, today, beginning just about now and continuing through most of the morning. Nobody's talking about any kind of specific plans, any specific targets. They're not that far yet. But U.S. military planners are, in fact, looking at all contingencies. There have been a series of contingencies on the table, constantly reviewed, actually, by military commanders. Excuse me, Matt. Constantly reviewed by military commanders, and they're taking a close look at those plans right now. Of course, officials stress they first have to prove definitively who's responsible. But we're told that Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld is taking the position that once those responsible are determined, that not only should we go after those directly involved in these terrorist attacks, but it should be a broader-based effort to go after everyone who offers any kind of support or harbor to those involved. Translation: they're looking at Osama bin Laden and the ruling government of Afghanistan, the Taliban.
All right, Mick, thanks very much. Jim Mikuszewski at the Pentagon this morning. Katie?
All right, Matt, thank you very much. As the nation begins the long road toward healing after Tuesday's horrific events, it's important to remember the victims, all the victims, not only those among the dead and wounded, but those who have been traumatized by watching these events unfold. First Lady Laura Bush has spent a great deal of time in the last 2 days focusing her energies on our nation's children. Mrs. Bush, good morning to you.
Good morning, Katie.
I'm sure you are as heartsick as everyone in this country about what has happened here in recent days.
And I saw a little bit of your coverage earlier when you interviewed a number of the people who are looking for loved ones in New York. And those are the people, all of the people who are directly impacted by this tragedy, who have lost a parent or a sibling or a grandparent or an aunt or an uncle or even a family friend, are the ones that everyone in the country really need to focus on right now to make sure that they're taken care of, that they know how much all Americans love them and how much all Americans are sending their sympathy to them. But I also wanted to talk a little bit about children who might not be directly involved, but who have watched this chaos on TV, who have seen this destruction, and who now are fearful. And I want to talk about what parents can do to reassure their children, especially their young children, to let them know that they're safe and that their parents will keep them safe, and their parents can watch for certain behaviors that their children might exhibit that show that they're fearful or disturbed by all they've seen on television.
Well, you're so right, because as a mother and having so many friends who are mothers and fathers of young children, of course, that is a major concern for families all across the country, because suddenly everyone, children and adults alike, frankly, feel so vulnerable.
That's right.
Tell me, I know that you've been talking to experts about this.
That's right.
What are they telling you in terms of reassuring our children? Because it's an uncertain world.
It is an
and you want to
uncertain
be
world.
truthful as well as reassuring.
And that's exactly what they say, that we should acknowledge our own feelings of sadness, our own feelings of confusion, and let our children know that we also share their feelings, that we're sad, but that we're together and we're there for them. We should definitely restrict television watching for very young children. It's not fair for us to let really young children see a lot of television images that are horrific. So we can do more positive, constructive things with our young children than watch TV with them.
I mean, not only very young children.
Yeah,
I'd just like to interject, but children who are
in
older.
Elementary school, that's right. Or
my 10-year-old, I'm not allowing
Yeah.
to watch television because it will only exacerbate her anxiety.
That's right, and her fears. And children are reassured by routine. So if parents can have a relaxed and calm atmosphere at home, if they can go on about their normal routines, share meals with their children, read stories to them, and certainly this time more than ever, a bedtime story is appropriate, even for older children as old as 10 years old or older, to help your children relax before they go to sleep and calm down before they go to sleep. Children love the reassurance of their parents' own voice. They like to hear their parents talk to them and read to them, and I think this is a time that all American families can get closer together, draw closer together, and all of us can really focus on making sure our children feel reassured and safe.
I understand that you wrote a couple of letters, Mrs.
That's
Bush,
right.
to school children, and you've distributed them to state superintendents today.
Yeah.
Can you read a portion of it or
Sure.
tell us about those?
I wanted school children. I've worked so much as a teacher myself, but I've worked so much around the country with schools. And let me just say before I read this that let's don't forget teachers. Teachers are also suffering the same sadness, the same confusion we are, and they are reassuring our children and 30 or 40 other children during the day. So I hope parents will also go up, visit with their child's teacher, give their child's teacher your support, figure out ways you can help them as they deal with the very same issues that we're dealing with, and take care of your children. Here's what I wrote. This is to children, to elementary school children. I want to reassure you that many people, including your family, your teachers, and your school counselor, love and care about you and are looking out for your safety. You can talk with them and ask them questions. You can also write down your thoughts or draw a picture that shows how you are feeling and share that with the adults in your life. And one part of this, I think children really want to be constructive. They want to do something positive. And if they're old enough, if they're teenagers or university students, they can probably give blood themselves or volunteer with some relief organization. If they're younger, they might want to make red, white, and blue ribbons to give to their children in their schools to wear, or maybe write a card or a letter to their own firefighters or policemen in their own community in honor of the lives of the firefighters and policemen that were lost.
Or a thank you note. And I know that a woman from Reno, Nevada called me yesterday. I just happened to pick up the phone in the newsroom and said her daughter had started a penny drive in her school to send money to those who had been injured or to the families who had lost loved ones.
That's
but being
a great
proactive is extremely therapeutic, isn't it?
It really is. It really is.
Speaking of that,
and also students can just help other students in school, put their arms around them, share their grief with them. I think they'll have a lot. They can really feel a solidarity with the children who actually have lost loved ones in this tragedy.
Speaking of being proactive, Mrs. Bush, I know that you've been encouraging Americans to donate blood, and some people have gotten mixed messages about the blood supply. I know that some people have been turned away from individual blood centers in New York because I think they just can't handle the influx. But the bottom line here from the American Red Cross is blood is needed.
That's right. We want to develop a big strategic blood reserve. The Red Cross was already in the midst of doing this, and they've now ordered freezers for blood banks all across the country. Blood can be frozen and can last for up to 10 years. So if you get turned away when you want to give blood today or tomorrow, wait a week or two and then give blood. Universities can set up blood banks in a week or two, 2 or 3 weeks, when these freezers arrive at different blood banks around the country. And I know college students and other faculty members at colleges would like to give blood then. There's something very moving about the people who literally want to give a part of themselves for the people who have been hurt or injured in this tragedy.
Mrs. Bush, obviously you are spending all of your time thinking of other people, their situations, and the children of this country. But I want to ask you about your own situation, which must have been quite terrifying. What was your reaction, or how did you learn that, as White House aides have said, both the White House and Air Force One were targets as well?
Well, I didn't learn that until after the crisis was over. I was in the Senate with Senator Kennedy and Senator Judd Gregg. I was getting ready to give to talk to the Education Committee about early childhood education when we got the word that they were evacuating the Capitol and evacuating the White House. And so I was taken to a secure location. And like every parent, I called my children immediately as soon as I could could get them, to reassure them. And then I call my own mother for the comfort of her voice. I know that people all over the country call their loved ones to reassure them and to send their love to them, and I did that. So I really was never really fearful. There were people here at the White House, though, who were, when they evacuated the White House, were told to run. And today I have a member of the clergy who happens to also be the wife of a White House, someone who works at the White House and a very good friend to a lot of my staff members, coming to talk to my staff, many of them young, very young women who were here when that happened at the White House. So I want to encourage parents and businesses and schools and every place around the country to set up mental health help for parents. And parents, if you feel like you're having difficulty dealing with your own emotions and your own sadness, you might want to go talk to a clergy member or to a counselor so that you can help your children deal with it.
Mrs. Bush, before we go, I want to ask you about this. Your husband, President Bush, has faced criticism from some quarters for not returning immediately to Washington following the attacks, for going to Barksdale and then Offutt Air Force Base and then to Washington, D.C. There are reports that he was quite antsy to return, and Karl Rove says, quote, the president said, "I don't want some tin-horn terrorist keeping me out of Washington." I understand it was Vice President Cheney who suggested the president stay away from Washington, at least initially. Is that accurate?
I don't know that. I haven't heard that. I know it was the Secret Service that really felt like the president. They, of course, their duty is to protect the president, and they diverted his plane that way because they wanted him to be safe.
Laura Bush, First Lady Laura Bush, thank you very much, Mrs. Bush, for spending some time with us this morning and trying to reassure families all across the nation. We appreciate it.
Thanks a lot, Katie.
It is 8:25 now. Here's Matt.
All right, Katie, thanks very much. Just a reminder, according to Transportation Secretary Norman Mineta, airspace over the United States will reopen at 11 o'clock Eastern Time. Good news for the people who have been stranded in other destinations. Also good news for people trying to get to New York to find out more information about their loved ones. NBC's Washington Bureau Chief and moderator of Meet the Press, Tim Russert's been covering the story from the beginning. Tim, good morning to you.
Good morning, Matt.
I want to talk to you. Obviously, the president has said he wants some kind of quick military response. He has the backing of Congress. As we'll mention in a second, he has the backing of the American people. What are the considerations going through his mind right now? What are the other things he has to deal with before he can take that action?
Matt, we have to know exactly who to hit. And once we determine that, what are the other ramifications from such a strike? For example, if we decide that it is Osama bin Laden and he is harbored in Afghanistan and the Afghanistan government refuses to turn him over and we attack Afghanistan, what does that mean for its neighbor in Pakistan? Will Pakistan allow us to use that as a launch site? Matt, I can report to you that on Tuesday, the head of the CIA of Pakistan, the equivalent, was in Washington to soothe Washington about Osama bin Laden and his relationship to militants in Pakistan. So it's a very dicey situation. Pakistan is petrified that an attack on Afghanistan will mean refugees from Afghanistan, which could create insecurity within Pakistan. Number two, as we talked about yesterday, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, what happens in those countries with militant fundamentalists? A very complicated geopolitical plan has to be devised, and not just let our anger be vented. It may cause more problems than what we can solve.
Otherwise, we have kind of a domino effect, as you talked about yesterday. Before I get to the poll numbers here, Tim, yesterday I asked you about, does the president need to go to Congress for approval before any military action? And you said rightly so, legally no. But I do get word this morning that he's working with Congress on legislation that would authorize military action. Explain the difference there.
Open-ended legislation, Matt. It would not be an official declaration of war, but under the War Powers Act, which was passed after the Vietnam War, Congress wants to be consulted. It is politically and probably legally better to have that umbrella approval, but no one would ever fault the president if he unilaterally decided tonight to do something if he felt it necessary.
All right, let's take a look at the results of a new NBC News poll that was conducted during the night and see what the country thinks about this. The first question we want to talk about, do you approve of the president's handling of this terrorist activity? 80%, Tim, give him approval marks. Only 8% disapprove. Not bad for the president.
Democrats, Republicans, Independents, men, women, across the board, Matt, everyone now has rallied behind their commander-in-chief.
Was the president stung by the criticism coming from both Democrats and Republicans concerning his absence from Washington in the immediate hours following the attacks?
Yes, but it was muted as from some limited corners, but nonetheless, yes. And the White House worked very actively last night and during the day to say, folks, understand the reason the president went to Louisiana and went to Nebraska is because we had credible evidence that the White House could have been attacked. They now say that the Secret Service received a phone call that Air Force One may have in fact been a target. It seems quite clear that the plane that struck the Pentagon, in fact, did approach the White House. As to the direct threat to Air Force One, the White House has not been forthcoming.
This next question gives you an idea of just how much in shock and how angry the American people are. The question is, should the U.S. take forceful military action even if it means risking further retaliation or the threat of war? 83%, Tim, said yes.
Matt, the anger is just boiling over. You can feel it in every corner of this country. People want someone to pay a price for this, even if it means protracted war. And I believe that that only is going to build when we see the brothers and sisters of the pilot you had on this morning. When these, quote, victims become real people in our lives, in our hearts, and our minds, people are going to demand action.
Here's another question that's surprising. Compared to the attack on Pearl Harbor, how do you rate this attack 2 days ago? 66% said it's more serious, 25% said equally serious, 5% not as serious. Does this tell us about the enormity of this event, or that people tend to feel most strongly about what's most recent?
Both, but when 90% of American people believe this is as serious or more serious than Pearl Harbor, we understand the magnitude. The fact is, 2,400 people died at Pearl Harbor, military personnel, one government attacking another, one army attacking another. This was an attack on civilians. Brothers and sisters, people who had not signed up for the military, and the death toll is going to be tens of thousands. People understand that.
And people obviously in this country now realize once and for all we are no longer isolated from the rest of the world.
Matt, we always use the word globalization and the global economy. This is, in fact, one world when it comes to terrorism. Nobody is immune. And we talk about our lives and returning to normalcy. We will turn to what we think is a normal life, but we will redefine what is normal.
Well, you know, I'm interested in you just said that, because I want to talk to you about one last poll question here. Ask people, would they change the way they live, such as how and where they travel, because of concerns about terrorism? I have to say I was surprised by this. 64% said no, 35% said yes. My gut reaction here is that we're seeing some bravado here, Tim.
And people are going to go about their lives and try to live them as, quote, normally as they can, but we've lost a lot of innocence, particularly our children. They have been numb by this experience. They feel threatened. We feel violated. We'll absorb it, and we'll try to very much bring it within ourselves and integrate it into our normal lives. But we all know deep down it's a very dark moment that is going to affect our freedoms and our liberties. We'll do our best. We'll hold our flag high. We'll tell people, we'll be defiant, but we also know we're going to be a lot more security conscious and a lot more careful and a lot more protective of our loved ones and ourselves.
Tim, if you can just stand by for a moment, because we've just been given a statement by former President George Bush, which I'm going to read. Former President Bush says, "I have every confidence that the president will do the right thing. I know of the president's determination, of his personal strength, and of his confidence in his superb national security team. We must review the executive orders and laws that our intelligence agencies operate under with the goal of enhancing our human intelligence capabilities. Further, if we are to have the best human intelligence, sources and methods must be protected. We must guard against painting with such a broad brush that we cause innocent Arab Americans or Islamic believers anywhere to come under unfair attack. There will be a tendency in some quarters to lump in with the terrorists all those who believe in Islam. This we must strongly condemn. I hope God will continue to give our president the strength he and his team need to continue to lead us and the rest of the world in getting to the bottom of these terrorist attacks, and then in bringing the culprits to justice." Tim, is it likely that President George W. Bush is seeking some counsel from his father? After all, he was You know, President, during the Gulf War, he helped gather together, that had the very delicate job of gathering together and coalescing a lot of disparate countries in support of U.S. action in the Persian Gulf. What role do you think former President Bush may be playing?
Katie, ironically, former President Bush was in the White House on Tuesday morning when this attack occurred. He happened to be visiting there in town. He did not go to the Situation Room and become part of the negotiations or discussions, but he left the White House. But he is someone that the current president loves and respects, and those are two pretty good qualities to have in any advisor. During the situation when our plane was forced to land in China, former President Bush was an invaluable advisor, and I would think that this president will utilize his knowledge and his thoughts and his experiences, and I think most Americans would understand that, in fact, encourage it.
And it's interesting, Tim, that he emphasized the need of enhancing our human intelligence. That seems to be almost a national refrain from those in intelligence circles, starting with General Schwarzkopf in the hours shortly after these attacks.
And Katie, you put your finger on something. Right before that, when you read that statement, he talked about executive orders regarding intelligence and military operations. We have an executive order that bans assassinations. There is a lot of discussion in Washington about undoing that.
But although Senator Graham just told me, Tim, that really had been changed in terms of how it had been interpreted.
The case of Pablo Escobar, for example, Tim, when we trained people in Colombia to go after him and not bring him to justice, but assassinate him.
And more, I think you'll see a broader interpretation. This morning, Senator John Kerry of Massachusetts, someone who's thinking about running for President of the United States, said we should kill Osama bin Laden. There is a new reality in Washington and across this country.
All right, Tim Russert. Tim, thank you very much. As I mentioned, former President Bush said, and I'm just going to repeat this, we must guard against painting with such a broad brush that we cause innocent Arab Americans or Islamic believers anywhere to come under unfair attack. Those must be welcome words to Jim Zogby, because he's the president of the Arab American Institute in Washington, D.C., and he is concerned about the tensions building against the Arab American community in this country. Mr. Zogby, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you, Katie.
Have you, well, we appreciate your being here, and this is certainly an important point, and obviously so important that President Bush addressed it in his remarks. That must have been heartening.
They are welcome remarks, because we think the President himself should, and I believe he will. We have meetings today with the Justice Department, and I believe that they will as well. I saw Senator Lieberman yesterday, who expressed his concern and will make public comments. Senator Ted Kennedy did yesterday, and John McCain did. There is a growing awareness, I think, that Arab Americans may, and in fact in some instances already have been victims of this. Listen, Arab Americans were working in the World Trade Center. We are firefighters and police officers in New York, and we had Arab Americans in the Pentagon when those terrorists struck. And so we are mourners and victims. The problem is that in many instances, people in our community have become so afraid of a public backlash that they can't mourn because they're looking over their shoulders. The man who drove me here today is a recent Arab immigrant who told me that he was pleased to have me in the car because with other passengers, he didn't want them to know where he's from. That kind of fear creates an enormous problem for people. When I was listening to the First Lady and she was talking about dealing with your sadness and seeing people and talking it through, understand the tremendous problem of Arab Americans who feel the sadness, who mourn like other Americans, but who are afraid to publicly deal with it because of the fear of backlash, and therefore who have almost a double pain in this circumstance.
We should mention, Jim, that there are 7 million Muslims living in the United States, law-abiding citizens who are productive members of our society.
Right, and 3.5 million Arab Americans. The President has 2 in his cabinet, and there are 6 in Congress. And my kids on college campuses, and stories we've gotten already of 15-year-old boy beaten up in Los Angeles and fights in Dearborn, Michigan, and a kid attacked at a campus in North Carolina. These are things that shouldn't happen, but because of what your numbers were showing with Tim a moment ago, the pent-up anger is coming out. The problem is it's taking the form of a kind of bigotry that's no different than the bigotry that caused the violent attacks in the first place. It shouldn't. It shouldn't be used against innocent Arab Americans.
And in fact, Jim, you witnessed some of this following the bombing of the World Trade Center back in February of 1993. Remind people what was so upsetting to Arab Americans then.
I was doing a television show that night. I do a weekly program, a live call-in show. Got a caller from Oklahoma City. His house was surrounded by people who were throwing stones and taunting and demonstrating to get out of town. We had a young man who was stopped by federal agents, and his life was ruined, actually. He and his wife separated. He has never recovered from that. And a couple of hundred instances in just the 24 hours when people thought an Arab did it. There were a couple hundred instances of people actually being targeted, beaten, stores attacked, etc. This shouldn't happen. This is not America. Arab Americans are part of our country, and we ought to protect. I think that we not turn into the kind of ugliness that I think these terrorists wanted to see us turn into.
But Jim, you also have to balance that with the need of law enforcement to conduct a proper investigation to find out who in fact might have been behind this. For example, there were people detained or brought in for questioning, excuse me, from a hotel in Boston because apparently there was a case of mistaken identity. They were then released. Obviously, some things like that are bound to happen. Would you agree?
In a careful investigation by law enforcement, there may be a mistake. That's one thing. But people simply striking out against somebody who's dark, has a mustache, or a beard, or a woman whose head is covered, that's not acceptable, and that's wrong. Law enforcement must do the job. Vigilantism must not occur.
Have you spoken with anyone within the government about your concerns so that somehow you can prevent future incidents?
We're meeting today with the Civil Rights Division at the Justice Department. My son works there, and we're thankful for the leadership that Ralph Boyd is showing. We're meeting as well with other officials at the Justice Department and at the State Department. We feel that there is a sensitivity to the concern. As I told you, Joe Lieberman, Senator Kennedy, Senator McCain, others have publicly spoken out about this. The President, I believe, should and I think will. His father, his comments are very much appreciated. I think that there is an awareness that this is a problem. We hope that Americans will listen, and I believe that we're beginning actually an effort to go around the country to get local police departments and local mayors and city councils to also speak out about it so that we can deal with the problem of terrorism, stop those who have committed violence against our people, and not turn against each other in this moment of enormous sadness.
Jim Zogby of the Arab American Institute.
Thank you, Katie.
Jim, thanks a lot. Good to see you again.
Thanks.
8:41 now. Here's Matt.
Katie, just to bring people more information about air traffic in this country, as we've mentioned, the Transportation Secretary says that the airspace will open again at 11 o'clock Eastern Time. He urges people, though, to check with their airlines if they're going to be flying today for flight schedules, and he says it's very important for people to allow ample time for added security measures. There are going to be inconveniences, he says, but safety will be the first element of our system to be restored. And by the way, a related story, once the civilian or commercial flights resume across the country, the Pentagon has said that they will slowly start to withdraw their air patrols over some 41 cities in this country. That's been a rather unsettling and sobering sight for a lot of people living in this country, seeing military jets flying over, conducting air surveillance. Speaking of the Pentagon, rescue workers are searching for more than 200 people who are still missing after the terrorists crashed an airliner into the Pentagon on Tuesday. Over the last 2 days, there have been extraordinary efforts on the part of those who work in the building. Major Liz Rodriguez, Captain, and is it Liesl Carter?
Yes, sir.
Captain Liesl Carter and Captain Tom Polensky were in the Pentagon on Tuesday morning. Good morning to all of you.
Good morning, sir.
Major Rodriguez, let me start with you. Where were you when the attack occurred?
Yes, sir. I was on the second corridor over in the joint staff area when it happened. And we just had folks running through the hallway just yelling at us to evacuate the building.
It's my understanding you did not quite understand the severity of the attack when it first occurred.
That's right, sir. I didn't understand. I thought it was a bomb threat, and I was just heading back to the office to get my belongings. And Tom Polensky, he grabbed me on the stairs and said, you're leaving the building. And I said, Dom, I got my stuff. And he said, no, we're leaving the building. We've been bombed.
I'm curious, Major, were you watching the coverage of the World Trade Center incidents at the time?
Yes, sir. Yes, we sure were. There was an office of us, and we were just watching the second plane hit the building when a Marine commander ran into the office and said we were evacuating right now.
And Captain Polensky, I know you were 4 corridors away from where the impact occurred. You were also watching the World Trade Center disaster as well.
Yes, I was, sir. I think everybody in the country was watching that, sir.
Did you think that what was happening at the Pentagon was related to what you were watching on television?
Immediately we thought it was related.
Tell me about the evacuation process. What happened?
We initially got the word to evacuate, from my perspective anyway. And as I walked out of my office door, the people were pretty much calmly making their way towards the exits. We walked down to the 2nd floor, tried to make our way to the first exit, the north parking exit. There was a lot of people there that weren't making any movement. So we went to the 2nd exit, which is the south parking exit for us, and we made our way out the building. And from my opinion, it was done in a pretty orderly fashion and pretty much what I would expect out of the United States military and the civilians that work in that building.
And Captain Polensky, that's somewhat amazing when you talk about an orderly fashion, because what people who aren't familiar with the Pentagon have to realize is basically this is a small city.
Yes, sir.
So there are an awful lot of people that had to get out of that building in an orderly fashion.
I believe in excess of 20,000, sir.
Captain Carter, what was it like to go from watching events of a terrorist activity in New York to finding yourself in the middle of one in Washington, D.C.?
Well, sir, I have to say it was fairly scary, to say the least. I was actually downstairs at the time, and we really didn't hear or feel anything until someone told us that an airplane had hit the building. We just went ahead and stood up. The crisis action team had already been stood up in the Air Force, and we continued with our work at that time because that's what we need to do, and the professionals did their jobs.
Major Rodriguez, I know that you actually ran home and changed your clothes and then wanted to get back to the Pentagon to aid in the evacuation. Give me an idea of some of the things you experienced in those first few hours.
Disorientation for a while, trying to find familiar faces. It was like almost a nightmare. You're walking through crowds and seeing all these faces, but not the ones you want to see. And getting over to where the building was actually burning and having security people yell at you, run, the incoming plane, and people not knowing where to run. But they just headed away from the Pentagon. And it was just frightening and then angering because you couldn't figure out why this planned attack was allowed to happen, and you couldn't be there to stop it. You know, for a while, you just wanted to reach out and just help folks that were in the building.
There was an emotional moment yesterday, and I'd like one of you to try and describe the scene for me. There was a time yesterday when rescue workers brought out a damaged American flag.
Oh, awesome.
And put it just outside the Pentagon. Yeah. One of you, or all of you, tell me that story.
At some point, one of the firefighters brought out a flag that was broken. The pole was actually broken, and planted it in front of the door where they were entering the building to put the fire out. And the crowds, just all the rescue workers, medics, everyone just applauded. It was phenomenal. And we had a general who actually took the flag and gave it to another Marine colonel, and he carried the flag over to his Marines. And they went through an incredible ceremony of folding the flag, and we stood at attention and saluted and parted ways so that they could make their way back to a 3-star Army general, and they presented the flag to him. It was just the most incredible. It brought the crowd together. It was like, you haven't done anything to us. We're still standing.
It's hard to imagine, Captain Polensky, I mean, in the midst of this destruction and this debris and the people trying to save lives, for everyone to stop for a moment and begin to I guess, spontaneous applause for the American flag.
That's exactly right, sir. But I think that's indicative of the way the United States military operates. And as personally touching as it was for me, it wasn't in the least bit surprising.
What was it like yesterday, Captain Carter? I mean, the military wanted there to be the appearance that life would continue and that things could get back to normal quickly. And I know many of you actually reported to work yesterday, and you reported to work in a building that was still on fire.
Yes, sir. I mean, well, we showed up, those that could, to go ahead and do our jobs, and there's a lot to do. We need to respond to what's happened. We need to help the ones in there. And you went to work. I mean, there's a smell of smoke. Your eyes burnt at times. But there's a job to be done. And it was only when I was leaving the building that someone actually said, I can't believe, you know, that this has happened and that we're in a building that is still on fire.
I'm sorry, Captain. Major Rodriguez, what would you like people watching to know about what's taken place at the Pentagon and perhaps more importantly, the spirit that exists there now?
I think what I'd like them to know is that, you know, the folks inside that building right now have been pulling together. We're there for everyone, actually, both those who work in the building and people who call from outside wanting to be a part. We had folks calling yesterday who want to join the military, aunts, uncles. Everyone just wants to be a part of this. And I think it's just a phenomenal feeling of morale and camaraderie, and also patriotism.
I know that all of our hearts and prayers go out to the families of the people who are still unaccounted for. Major Liz Rodriguez, Captain Liesl Carter, and Captain Tom Polensky, thank you very much for talking to us.
Thank you, sir.
Here's Katie.
Thank you, Matt. Sir, outstanding group of young people. Another outstanding group, a heroic group, rescuers at the World Trade Center who face a grim and difficult job today as they work around the clock searching for any signs of life. NBC's Soledad O'Brien was at the site late Wednesday, and she joins us this morning. Soledad, good morning.
And good morning to you, Katie. Right now, we're just about 6 blocks away from what's being called Ground Zero, and there's a series of checkpoints that have been set up to keep everybody out except for essential personnel. Obviously, as you get closer to the building, the smoke is thicker, the air is more difficult to breathe. As you mentioned, we went in to talk to some of the rescuers. Some of them have been on the job now for 46+ hours. They are exhausted, but they're not giving up. Escorted by paramedics, we carry just a digital video camera and a small disposable camera. The first thing we see, what remains of the North Tower. It's where firefighters initially responded to a plane crash. It became much more. A pedestrian bridge blown apart, burnt out emergency vehicles. Today's fire crews in a futile attempt to put out the rest of the burning shell of the tower, knowing that those first rescuers on the scene, hundreds of them, lay trapped somewhere inside. A block south, we come upon the other tower and an army of firefighters, police officers, National Guardsmen, and volunteers. It is a monumental effort on a mountain of steel and glass and pulverized concrete. They pass pieces of the building's skeleton, hand over hand in a human chain, collecting evidence in a crime scene 3 blocks wide. We see trauma surgeons, EMTs, and paramedics, but they're standing, waiting, on the edge of the disaster. There are few rescues and so nothing to do. Instead, just grim discoveries, body parts instead of bodies. To us, the amount of work that lies ahead is overwhelming, and the danger still very real. The heaps of debris are smoldering, surrounding buildings are badly damaged or gutted, and possibly unstable. And yet, many rescuers tell us this is personal. They're looking for their friends, their colleagues, and in some cases, members of their own family. One officer called to duty minutes after the South Tower was hit told me that his brother, one of the first firefighters to respond, has not been heard from since. And that officer says he's going to stay on the spot where his brother was last seen. It really is a heartbreaking story. Many of the comrades, obviously firefighters, EMTs, and police officers, hopeful that they'll be able to at some point be called in to rescue their fallen brothers and sisters. But at this time, it looks a little bit hopeless. Katie, back to you.
Oh, so many sad, sad stories, Soledad. Thank you so much. American airspace is scheduled to reopen at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, at least on a limited basis. NBC's Robert Hager is at Washington's Ronald Reagan National Airport this morning. Bob, what can you tell us?
Limited is the operative word, Katie, because what this really is sort of a formal declaration that the skies are open again. But the FAA is saying that each airport has to convince the agency that it's ready to put the new and tougher security measures into practice before they can open. But already about 100 airports around the country have convinced the FAA that they can do that. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's all major airports, because many of those 100 airports are smaller airports. All right, well, that's what's on paper. But I think, too, this 11 o'clock hour, which is 11 o'clock Eastern, but ripples across the country, so it'll be 3 hours earlier on the Pacific coast, That's going to take airlines more time to get ready, I think. So passengers should be sure to check airlines before they come to the airport, because I think it's going to take much more than that to get things back in order where people get flying again.
Bob?
And here at Reagan National, by the way, they're not going to open at all until much later on today, maybe tonight or maybe even tomorrow. But that's a particular case because it's Washington. Katie?
Bob, do international flights have priority or domestic flights? Isn't there some kind of rundown when they reopen air travel?
No, I think it'll be across the board. It's just wherever the airlines are ready to send them off. But again, passengers, they really need to check their airline, because I believe that this is going to take many hours to get back up, and particularly to get the aircraft where they need to be to make scheduled flights.
Right, I was going to say, Bob,
a big breakthrough at 11 o'clock Eastern.
I was going to say, so much of the fleets or so many planes are not positioned properly this morning, so they're going to have to really scramble, and it's probably a massive undertaking, isn't it?
It is. They're scattered all over the country, because even when you have a snowstorm in the wintertime and it affects one region and the planes are scattered out enough there that it takes them 2 or 3 days to get back to normal, well, here you have an entire country sort of like that. The airlines did have a permission to begin repositioning a few planes, but really they didn't get much of that done overnight. And so, again, it'll take hours to begin to create some semblance of order. And then as far as a particular plane meeting a particular schedule, don't count on it.
All right. Everybody needs to have a lot of patience in the upcoming days. Bob Hager. Bob, thank you very much.
Surely, Katie.
With air travel in this country virtually paralyzed today, travelers are trying to find any way they can to get to their destinations. NBC's Kelly O'Donnell is outside Chicago's O'Hare Airport this morning. Kelly, good morning.
Good morning, Katie. With the government now setting a new time to reopen the skies, we're beginning to see just the first indications that air travel here at O'Hare may be ready to restart. We've seen some ground activity with some of the vehicles here with their lights and sirens moving about the aircraft, also seeing some aircraft moving from hangars. Nothing more significant than that at this point. We know that there have been only airport personnel allowed into O'Hare this morning. That's been the same now for a couple of days. And here at Chicago's O'Hare, typically you'd have 200,000 people moving in and out on a typical day. But for now, this is just a ghost town under heavy guard.
America, another day in the no-fly zone.
I've been flying 11 years and never thought about it once. But now, you know, maybe I will drive 5 hours if I have to.
Plan B for many stranded travelers making the trip by rental car. One-way rentals up. Melanie Davidson on the road today. A 17-hour drive from Green Bay home to Atlanta.
When we heard that things were pretty much not going to be going until Friday or the weekend, we decided to take off and start driving.
Much too far to drive, stuck in Alaska. Air passengers once headed to Asia diverted to Anchorage. Waiting to come home, the attack even keeping some travelers outside the U.S. In Halifax, Nova Scotia, a makeshift hotel. Keep out signs at U.S. airports. Sacramento turning passengers away.
And we're still awaiting word from the Secretary of Transportation as to when the airspace will reopen.
Chicago's O'Hare, hardly the busiest airport now. Lines to fill up, easing up. Prices at the pump spiked and fell. Fears over limited supply and price gouging.
There's no need for people to run out and try to hoard gasoline or to buy up extra gasoline. Everything should be back to normal.
Not at all normal. Heightened security at a Chicago post office. Vehicle searches under a building that processes 3 to 4 million pieces of mail a day. Nationwide, 210,000 trucks make up for airmail that still can't fly.
When we have bad weather and everything, and the planes are grounded and airports are closed, we have to do the same exact thing.
Delivering more muscle, military security on alert at bases like Camp Lejeune, North Carolina. What many now consider a war effort, even encouraging new recruits.
I didn't think that people would come in the droves that we have in the last 2 days.
An ugly battle line forming at home. Some mosques and Arab Americans targeted in several cities. Bullets fly at an Islamic center in Texas.
We are not afraid.
That hate renewing calls for civility. Reverend Jesse Jackson urging anger not be used to justify discrimination.
We must not turn on each other.
Around the country, steps in a return to routine. St. Louis reopens the famed arch. Visitors return to the nation's tallest building, Chicago's Sears Tower. The events of this week reopening something else, a feeling of patriotism. One expression, flags. A run on the Stars and Stripes at Walmart stores.
We're going to be getting some more in a couple days.
A typical day selling 6,000 flags. But since the strike on the U.S., a surge in demand. 113,000 American flags and counting.
You've heard a lot about blood donation. Well, organ donation has also been affected. Some of the organizations that I called said they've been forced to drive organs to waiting donors when they would have used helicopters or aircraft. They've been asked to try to find donors in local areas, so that's one of the unexpected ways that this shutdown of the skies has affected some people. Here at O'Hare, we've seen a Continental jet moving what appears to be toward a gate. We don't know for sure. I know I've been checking on my own flight back home to New York, and they're telling me I can't leave Chicago until 4 o'clock this afternoon. Katie?
All right, NBC's Kelly O'Donnell. Kelly, thank you so much. It is coming up on 8:59 now. Here's Matt.
If, Katie, there's a positive side to this, New Yorkers have been volunteering by the thousands to donate blood. Some people waiting in lines for up to 8 hours to do so. But now people are being asked to wait until more is known about possible survivors from the World Trade Center. Dr. Robert Jones is president of the New York Blood Center. Dr. Jones, good morning to you.
Good morning, Matt.
It appears that people were not prepared for how many others were going to be trying to donate blood.
Matt, we've had a wonderful response. In the first 24 hours, we had over 5,000 donations. That's approximately 3 times what we'd ordinarily have. We did send out 600 units to the 6 receiving hospitals. And since then, we've had very little need from the hospitals. So now we're trying to get a message to the wonderful people who are coming forward, not to donate today or tomorrow, but next week and the week after, so we can sustain this blood supply as we see what the medical care need will be over the next few weeks. And in fact, maybe we'll have to prepare for something in the future, unfortunately.
So basically, some of these collection centers or donation centers are maxed out. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, I think around the country, we've experienced, as I understand from my colleagues, an overwhelming response from the public to donate blood. I think it's being closest to ground zero here. We've had an unbelievable response, one that is really heartwarming, and we've been working very, very closely with people here. We've trained over 200 or 300 volunteers to do new collections, people who have not done this before, in order to take care of this incredible response. We're now telling people, because our supplies are so large and the medical care need seems to be taken care of at the moment, we're telling people, asking people to come back next week. We're taking lots of names and telephone numbers, asking them to come back next week, the week after. It's very important that we sustain a national blood supply.
But what about specific types of blood, doctor? Are there any types that you definitely need now as opposed to later?
Well, we, in the first day, seeing the response, we began to triage or prioritize type O and Rh negative donors. We now have only those people in our lines. If you see behind me, we still have long lines. We're asking those people, as we take their names, to come back next week. Our supplies are very, very abundant right now across the whole metropolitan area. I think across the nation, even the world. We've had offers from around the world to ship blood to us.
All right, and again, if people want to know more about how and when they can donate blood, the America's Blood Centers, there's a number, 1-888-BLOOD-88. Again, 1-888-BLOOD-88. Doctor, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Matt. Give blood, save a neighbor.
Absolutely. Total of 350 firefighters are unaccounted for after Tuesday's attack on the World Trade Center, the most devastating loss of rescuers to date. Harold Schadberger is president of the International Union of Firefighters. Harold, good morning.
Good morning.
The last time we spoke was unfortunately another tragic event, the terrible fire in Worcester, Massachusetts, that claimed the lives of 6 firefighters, but the numbers here are staggering.
They are staggering. Nothing prepares you for this. In our business, our members are trained to deal with tragedy, trauma. We know that there's a sacrifice that can be made. We were just here in New York when we lost 3 of our members on Father's Day. But nothing can prepare you for the magnitude of this catastrophic loss, both in civilian lives as well as what is going to turn out to be the loss of our members here in the city.
You say nothing can prepare you, but is this something that there has been a fear of for a long time, a major disaster and a first response team going in, followed by secondary disasters?
We have been preparing, and we understand that terrorism was a matter of time. Catastrophic events were inevitable. We've been trying to work with the departments around this country, but particularly with our federal government, to get them to focus on some additional attention and resources that are needed to help prepare our nation's firefighters for the inevitable terrorist attack. And as absolutely horrific as this event was here in New York, if there's anything that can be culled out of it, that is simply thank God that we did not have any biological or chemical agents involved. We've been trying to get the government to focus on the need of first responders. The nation and the world watched New York's bravest respond within minutes, and they did an extraordinary job and continue to do it around the clock. But the fact is that we need the additional attention and resources to be prepared for future events.
When we talk about first responders, what we're talking about in real terms is men and women who arrive at the scene of something like the first impact of that jetliner in the World Trade Center. They don't stay at their trucks. They go inside that burning building, in many cases using stairs to climb up as high as they can go and try and rescue the people who are in danger from the flames. And it's those people, those brave men and women, who then fall victim when that building collapses.
There's only one way to do the job that our members do for the public. You have to go in. Those stairwells were unfortunately filled with New York firefighters doing their job. They were working on search and rescue. They were working on evacuating civilians. They were working on initiating an attack on that fire. That's the only place you can do it, is inside.
Was there any thought, I mean, was there a chance to get any of those men and women out, fearing that the building would collapse? I read some information the other day that the building was designed to withstand an hour or two of flames, but that the jet fuel, in this particular case, made those flames so intense that the metal simply buckled. Was there any idea that this was going to happen so quickly?
I don't think anybody could have even remotely imagined that those two towers would ever come down as the world watched 48 hours ago.
I know you met with the firefighters' unions in New York. You made some important decisions last night. Tell me a little bit about those.
Well, we have to be prepared to handle the loss of our members, their families, but our members themselves. We are right now pulling together a number of critical incident stress teams from around the country to be prepared to come in here and debrief and work with our members who are under unbelievable stress right now. And the aftermath of this is going to last for months and years and lifetimes to come. We are pulling together grief counselors that are experienced within our business to be prepared to work with the loved ones of our members who ultimately will be lost. We are also pulling together a memorial fund that will be the New York Firefighters 9-111 Disaster Relief Fund. We're going to end up with 1,000 or more children without fathers. We're going to have families devastated. We want to be able to help pull together the resources to help them over the course of months and years. And I would just say this, that any of your viewing public that wants to provide any assistance, if they would go online to www.iff.org, and they will find the site. I would just caution that there'll be a lot of good intentions, and there'll be a lot of honorable funds that will be developed to respond to this need. But I would also caution the public that there will unfortunately be, I'm afraid, some funds that may not be as honorable. This is the New York City Firefighters Union fund that will go for those families.
You say make sure that if you have an open heart and you're willing to donate, make sure that it goes to the right cause.
Yes.
I should mention that I know General Electric, the parent company of NBC, has donated $10 million to help the families of the emergency workers, firefighters, and police. Cisco, I understand, has donated $4 million. I'm sure other corporations will follow suit. I would like you to just talk a second, Harold, about something that we saw in Worcester, Massachusetts, and something that we're seeing here in New York City, and that is immediately after the word gets out that firefighters have been killed, are in danger while doing their job, firefighters from all around the country get in their cars, jump in fire trucks, and head to the affected area. I just want you to explain a little bit about why you think that happens.
Well, you have to be in the business to understand it. If you're not in our business, it's very hard to explain. You're dealing with people who, this is first of all their second family. They live with these men and women that they work with. They sleep in the same place. They cook and eat meals together. And they're in battle together. They're in their own combat daily. Their lives are in each other's hands, and they depend on each other for their own safety. It's a unique bond that's very, very difficult to explain. And when one of our members go down, every firefighter in this nation understands what that means. And they want to respond. They want to help. Whether it's coming to the site to try to actually provide help, or whether it's later when we are going to do a national memorial service, as we did in Worcester. And our international union put that together to honor those men. This is a time when you will see in this city probably not only tens of thousands, but maybe 100,000 firefighters come, their hearts breaking, to try to honor those that have been lost.
Harold Schaitberger, the president of the International Union of Firefighters. Harold, someday I hope we get to talk under better circumstances.
I certainly hope so, Matt.
Thanks very much for your help. Katie?
Thank you, Matt. It's hard enough for adults to cope with the devastation from these terrorist attacks. For children, it's even worse. NBC's George Lewis is in Los Angeles this morning with more on that story. Good morning, George.
Good morning, Katie. The question is, how do you explain a horrible act of terrorism to young children? That's what parents and teachers have been trying to cope with ever since those first reports of jetliners falling out of the sky. In Oklahoma City, where they're all too familiar with terrorism, in the years since the bombing of the Murrah Federal Building, young students collected teddy bears to send to the victims of this latest outrage.
I would tell them that the people in Oklahoma care for them and that we've experienced the same thing that they have, except theirs was worse. Just to know that God's with them and that everyone else that heard about it cares for them.
In Salt Lake City, they put up all sorts of American flags.
I want to be able to do something to say, I'm proud to be an American.
And in El Paso, they brought out the yellow ribbons.
Comfort all who mourn.
In some private and church-run schools, the students said prayers for the victims of the terror attacks. And in classrooms all across the country, they talked about the horrible history-making events of this week.
When my grandpa talks about where he was the day of Pearl Harbor, I think now I'm going to be talking about where I was the day of the New York terrorism attack.
So many families were hurt. Think of all the moms and dads that their kids are orphans now. Like, people are really hurt now.
In St. Paul, Minnesota, middle school student Louis West poured out his feelings shared by many others, in a poem he wrote called Ash.
Early on a morning bright, another busy day. Who knew that things would end like this in such a tragic way? A nation brought unto its knees when caught so unaware. The carnage felt by everyone is difficult to bear. But amid the death, smoke, and debris, and through our country's fear, our light of hope burns through the haze, and liberty rings clear. For through this greatest travesty, our nation has been proved. United under God and state, America is moved. Moved to look beyond the loss, past teardrops in our eyes. Our country has been beaten down, but through the dust we'll rise.
Words of sadness, words of hope, words of patriotism from a young man. Feelings shared by kids across this country. Katie?
George Lewis in Los Angeles. George, thank you very much. The enormity of this attack, as George mentioned, is overwhelming, and many parents are wondering now about how to talk to their kids about these tragic events. Psychiatrist Dr. Harold Koplowitz is director of the New York University Child Study Center. Harold, good morning.
Good morning.
You know, we talked about this with Mrs. Bush a little while ago and about how concerned parents are. But before we talk about all kids, let's focus on the ones who are most affected, the ones who have lost relatives, mothers, fathers. in this terrible tragedy, because you think of the sheer enormity of the numbers, 266 on that plane, thousands in the World Trade Center, hundreds at the Pentagon. I mean, it's just so overwhelming, and the ripple effect of all the families that are affected by individual losses is just staggering.
I think that's the first thing you have to do as a parent, is try to assess how much risk your child has. And clearly, if your child is one whose parent is lost right now, or who's been injured, or if you were one of the students who were downtown in one of those schools that had to be evacuated, these kids are more at risk. And so you're going to see real anxiety symptoms and tremendous amount of difficulty sleeping and weeping and mourning and grief. But you're absolutely right. There is a ripple effect, because it becomes separation by two degrees of separation. If it's not someone you know, then it's somebody that somebody knows.
Right,
and
or
so
it's maybe a child whose classmate lost a father, and it goes on and on and on. But for those most seriously affected, I don't think we can emphasize enough the importance of getting counseling for these kids.
And not only counseling now, but counseling in the future as well. For them, they need the support of their community. They need people to reach out to them, because it's worse in some ways than a normal death, because that has a finality to it. Here, we don't know where these people are. There isn't a body. There isn't a funeral yet. There isn't a ritual for you to participate in. And so for those families, really, you have to surround them as a community.
And I think that's such a good point, Harold, because I think sometimes people want to give people their privacy, or they want to stay away, and they don't want to be intrusive. Yet at a time like this is when families really need the support of their churches, you know, their synagogues, community groups, school groups, to actually intervene and say, we're here and we want to help. And in fact, here are places you can go to get help. Here are numbers of people who specialize in counseling children, because that's sort of the last thing you have time to deal with. I know from my own experience that I would have so welcomed somebody helping me with that, instead of me having to proactively get out there and find the resources myself.
You know, we spent the last 24 hours at the Child Study Center compiling a guide for parents and a guide for teachers, particularly focusing on New York City, but also using a guide that other school districts can use, and put it on our website so that everyone can download it. But it's amazing to me how we need to have this kind of resource ready ahead of time. We need a fire drill for any kind of tragedy, but this one is extraordinary. This one's of historic proportions. You know, we'll never forget this day, and unfortunately, we'll never go back to normal. It's never going to be the same. But what you have to remember for our kids, by the way, is we have to protect them. Children under the age of 6 shouldn't really be watching television. This is a time where if your kid is at home,
unless it's Nickelodeon or something that's harmless,
or put a video in and monitor what they're watching. And if they're over 6 to the age of 12, it should be very, very limited. You know, you're doing a great job here, but still, a few minutes maybe in the morning, sitting with them and trying to explain to them what's going on. But watching some of the material that's been on this morning, for instance, the heartache that these people were describing whose brother was in the plane, becomes so traumatizing that as adults we sit there and get tearful. And so you can understand that for young children this becomes a trauma unto itself, and so it's not good for them.
I've actually been surprised that some of my friends are kind of having wall-to-wall coverage in their house, and
it's on constantly.
Not keeping it away from their kids, because it is so upsetting for the adults, and for the children it is also upsetting. So that's, well, let's talk about concrete advice, Harold. So no television, possibly, if it can be avoided, and frankly it can be avoided.
Absolutely, and if it isn't going to be avoided, then it has to be limited, an hour, and you watch with your child. What you have to watch out for teenagers, by the way, is this nonchalant attitude, and also this killer attitude. Oh, let's kill him, let's flatten Afghanistan, let's get all the Arabs. And that lack of tolerance, because they're so hateful now, they're so scared.
And that's not just teenagers, by the way.
But you see it a lot with adolescents. This is a time for parents to talk about tolerance. This craziness, this event occurred because of insane behavior. This hatred, which for people who don't know us even, they attacked us. So we really have to make sure that this is a time for talking to your kids. But also kids need to be active. You have to give them projects. And it's funny, you talked about the Red Cross. The Red Cross doesn't need kids. They're too young to give blood. There's no bandages to make. It's not that kind of war. So we came up with some ideas, drawing pictures, poetry, which you just heard.
Writing thank you notes to firefighters and police officers and EMS workers.
But instead of a red ribbon for AIDS or a yellow ribbon like when we had hostages, we suggested to kids, and my son started making them friendship bracelets of red, white, and blue, not only to remember the fireworkers and the policemen, but also to say we're strong. You know, New York will survive, America will survive, we're in this together, because feeling alone really makes people very anxious, and you want to give kids something that they can do.
I think the problem that has surfaced in my family the most, particularly with my 10-year-old, is this overwhelming feeling of vulnerability. Mom, are they going to bomb us? How do you know? Why not? Somebody made the wrong call. We got a wrong number sort of in the middle of the night, and Ellie was sleeping with me because she was nervous. And she said, was that a hostage call? I mean, it's just the level of anxiety in children is incredible.
But this is perfect, because Ellie is telling us what lots of other kids feel. First of all, it's very personal. You know, are we going to be able to go on a plane at Christmas to see Grandma?
Well, she's already decided we're never going on a plane again.
Right,
so.
But, you know, are we going to school? Is school safe? And this is what parents have to tell their kids. Yes, school is safe. Yes, our airplanes weren't safe enough. We're going to make them much more safe. We have a very strong country. We have a government that we believe in. They're going to get the bad guys, and these are bad guys. There's no ambiguity about it. We're the good guys right now, and we're going to protect you. And staying calm and giving them concrete solutions are very reassuring.
I told her yesterday, we're walking on the street, and she said, well, how could this happen, and what's going to happen to the people who did it? I said, America is an incredibly strong country. I think America is the strongest country in the world, and we're going to take quick and decisive action and hopefully find the people responsible for this so they won't be able to do it again. But of course, Harold, there's no guarantee of that.
Absolutely. But for right now, by the way, the school is safe. And right now, we are going to have safer airplanes. But, Ellie's very talkative. There are a whole bunch of kids out there who don't talk, and parents are going to be deceived by them and not say anything to them. This is a topic parents have to bring up, no matter how young a child is, because it's such a catastrophic event. So you have to put it into language they understand. You don't have to force feed it to them, but you have to say, we've been attacked, it was very dangerous, and now we're going to have protection.
Even kids say between the ages of like 4 and 6, do you really have to do that? Because, gosh, I mean, talk about destroying all innocence. I mean, they don't even know what attack means.
Well, the reason why you have to do it is they're going to hear about it from someone else. This is not, you can't protect children under the age of 6 from not hearing about this at all. And I'd rather parents talk to their children about that. They're very upset that many people were killed. It's been a terrible event in our country, but now we're going to take action. And so to not discuss it, especially when it's on television, when it's in the news, and when everyone else is talking about it, kids need a safe place to talk. So they need to know that their parents are available, even if they only want to talk about it a little bit, or even if they just want to draw a picture about it, or even if they're just going to do a bracelet. It's okay, it's safe, I'm here to discuss it with you.
You know, sometimes people say the best time to talk to kids is right before they go to bed. But this might not be the time to raise it right before they go to bed.
Exactly.
Instead, you might, as Mrs. Bush suggested, read a story to your child, cuddle with your child, talk to your child.
Mrs. Bush is right on target. She talks about the soothing voice of a mother and her mother. She's right on target. It's a good time for rituals, to get back into routine, a bedtime story, getting back to school. Schools have to be prepared for these kids. But the more kids get into a routine and have a calm parent, that brings back normalcy.
And we should also just remind people that, it's not a matter of a couple of days. You might see indications in your child that he or she is troubled by this or greatly disturbed in weeks, even months to come. So people need to really stay on top of their kids and continue to check in with them and keep the lines of communication open.
And to remember what the baseline is, what your kids are like, how active they are, how isolated they usually are, and keep watching and monitoring, because you're absolutely right. This is a sleeper. You're going to see more symptoms in 72 hours, even more in 2 weeks, and even more in 4 weeks.
It's an unbelievably difficult situation that I think we've never witnessed before in our lives.
And it certainly then gives us a challenge as a parent to try to explain this and put this into some kind of words and reality for our children.
All right. Harold Koplowitz. Harold, thanks so much for coming in with those suggestions. For more information on this subject, you can log on to our website, and that, of course, is today.msnbc.com. It is 9:22. Once again, here's Matt.
Katie, as we've been telling you, investigators have started to track down the thousands of leads across the country already pouring in. In the last couple of days, they've searched a number of homes and businesses in Florida. NBC's Kerry Sanders is in Miami with more on that. Kerry?
Well, the FBI, and I'm outside their headquarters right now, are focusing on 5 Florida men, all with Middle Eastern sounding names, all, it's believed, who died in the hijackings. 33-year-old Mohammed Atta, believed to be one of the suicide pilots, trained to fly right here in the United States, attending this flight school in Venice, Florida, with his younger cousin Marwan al-Shahi, both in school here for 7 months last year, flying this twin-engine Seneca for their commercial pilot's licenses. NBC News has learned they each received FAA commercial pilot's licenses December 21st last year. The designated pilot examiner who tested Atta and his cousin saying neither stands out in his memory.
They were just average people. If there had been anything in particular, I'm sure I would have remembered it, but they were just two more pilots that went through.
Flight school owner Rudy Deckers saying 60% of his students are foreigners.
Like everybody else, I'm absolutely shocked.
Ali Azan from Oman, a fellow student pilot, remembers Atta saying he was from Egypt, his cousin from the United Arab Emirates, both men keeping to themselves.
I tried to invite them a lot of times to come out with us, and that did not.
FBI agents in Vero Beach, Florida, serving search warrants on a location where other suspected suicide pilots may have once lived. In Hollywood, Florida overnight, investigators using infrared and ultraviolet lights to find fingerprints and other clues at a house where it's believed Atta rented a room. A similar scene in Hamburg, Germany, where both Atta and his cousin once had an apartment. Police there sealing the neighborhood, then taking a woman into custody for questioning. But where do all the clues lead investigators? Like this car rented by al-Shahi, now at FBI headquarters in Miami. Agents found an address in the glove box that took them to a post office box at a mailboxes etc. 40 miles away. That box in yet another man's name. And the authorities now wanting to know who that man is, trying to locate him, to talk to him. The investigators not only want to find the evidence that they're boxing up, but what that evidence will lead them to in some sort of, where was the finances coming for all of this? Where was the money coming from? One of the records that they found that we also have a copy of is a car rental agreement that Muhammad Atta was able to do just last month, and he used a Visa card. So the authorities right over here, the FBI, have that information. They're looking at it, and they're trying to find out where the money was coming from, and does it point back to anybody in particular, Osama bin Laden, or where was the money coming from? Matt?
All right, Kerry, thank you very much. As in so many cases, the authorities are trying to follow the money. As Kerry just mentioned, two suspected terrorists involved with Tuesday's attacks were enrolled as students at the Huffman Aviation Flight School in Florida. Wednesday, FBI agents carted away between 8 and 10 boxes of records from that school. This morning, its president, Rudy Deckers, is at the school. Mr. Deckers, good morning to you.
Good morning, sir.
Give me an idea of exactly what was in the boxes that the FBI took away.
The FBI came here 2:30 a.m., talked to my general manager. They wanted 2 files. We indicated that we do more students from Europe, more from the Middle East, and we told them you can take all the files, and so they did. We gave them all the files we have from the last couple of years from all the students we passed through our facility.
So what you're saying is that the FBI seemed to be interested not only in these 2 men, Mohammed Atta and Marwan al-Shahi, but perhaps some other students as well?
No, they came for the 2 students. All we tried to do is help the authorities with as much as possible information to help the authorities to find these bastards.
Well, tell me a little bit about these 2 students, the ones who have been identified as students at your flight school. What can you remember about them? What contact did you have with them?
The only contact I had with them when they already were at my flight school for a couple of weeks. When I see faces a few times, I intend to talk to them for a couple of minutes just to socialize a little bit. I met them in the hallway, talked to them. I talked to Atta a few times. I didn't like the person. Why? I just didn't like him. No explanation. I talked to the other guy, I believe Hashimi, the bigger guy. He was a likable person like you see every day, and that was the only contact I had. I did talk to them about where you're from, what are your plans in life, and they indicated to us that they wanted to fly big airplanes back home. They indicated to us also when they came into the front door in Venice that they came from another flight school and they were not happy at that flight school and they wanted to finish the training with us.
Yeah, one of the other students at your school has said already that he tried to socialize with them on a number of occasions and they seemed to stick to themselves. How many hours did they actually log in training before they got their certificates?
That had to be around 250 hours because that's the minimum requirement you need for the for the commercial license. The commercial license they obtained here is the plane you can probably see behind me. That is the heaviest equipment we have here as Hoffman Aviation, and as you can see, that is nothing compared to the planes that they hijacked. Also, to my knowledge yesterday from the media is that after they left my school here, November, December, they left to Pompano Beach and did some jet training over there because we're not capable to give them any jet training.
Yeah, there have been so many questions in the last 24 hours, Mr. Deckers, about, would the training they received on that plane you talk about behind you have qualified them or made them able to guide a 757 or 767 jetliner?
Well, in my opinion, not. But I'm not professional in the big airplanes, only in the small stuff. I have asked several captains, is it possible? And they said, well, we don't think it's possible. They had to, they changed direction, they changed altitude, they had to know knowledge about the avionics equipment to change the pilot, autopilot. In my opinion, not. But I'm not a professional in the big planes. Although, does it matter? We have found out yesterday that they went to another school to obtain more instructions or basic instructions on the jet lines. They only had here the small stuff.
And obviously they had access to flight manuals, some of which have been found, and unfortunately the cold hard truth is they didn't have to know how to take off or land these jets. They only needed to be able to steer them somewhat and to hit their targets. I know you mentioned you had about 60% of your students are foreigners, so there would have been no immediate reason to suspect these people, and that would be a dangerous assumption anyway. But have you asked yourself 100 times in the last day or so, did you miss a sign of some kind?
7 o'clock yesterday morning, I asked myself, could I? Was there anything? I asked all my employees because I don't have too much regular contact with the customers. I asked my instructors who instruct them for 4 months. There was no socializing. They never talked about religion, not even talked about girls. I mean, two subjects are always hot in the aviation industry. It's aviation and girls. They never socialized. They never talked. They were by themselves, and there's nothing. And of course, we ask ourselves here, as the group of people, could we? No, no. They came into the front door. We did not help them with any visa. They were in the United States. There was a license issue from the government to get into the country through another school or through another organization. We did ask their copies of their passports. I can't recall 2 of them where they came from. There was in the file. The FBI was extremely happy that we had copies of their passports, and that's all we could do. They behaved normal, as Dave Whitman said, the designated examiner from the FAA. They behaved normal. They were average people, and that's it. They left in November, December. We don't keep a track of all the students who come over here, and they left out of our eyesight. Till yesterday, of course.
Might you be more skeptical of new students in the future, which I guess would be a kind of a sad thing if that happens?
Well, of course we have to think about what are the rules and regulations, what's the government doing on this. We have sometimes, I own 2 flight schools, one down in Naples, and we do a lot of foreigners there too. We also have sometimes refused visas for these students due to the fact that the government don't want to let them come in. And then, well, of course, that is logical. If they don't want them, fine. My feeling is right now, if we have people coming from the Middle East, if they are still allowed to come back into this country, what we will do is send the file to the local FBI, just fax them the information. At least we gave them then the file of if we have a suspicion. We have a natural act in this, and that's we're going to suspect everybody from this area in the world to be the bad boys.
It's unfortunately certainly changed the mindset of a lot of people, and we would hope, as we've mentioned several times, that people don't unfairly assume or target people from that part of the world or from that religion. That certainly would be a terrible outcome of all this. Rudy Deckers. Mr. Deckers, thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir.
All right. Katie?
Matt, federal authorities say that the hijackers were followers of Islamic militant Osama bin Laden, who is reported to have strong family ties in Boston, where heavily armed FBI agents stormed the Westin Hotel on Wednesday. NBC's Chris Hansen has more on that story. Chris?
Good morning, Katie. NBC News has now confirmed reports here in Boston that a ramp pass was found in a rental car here at Logan Airport that has been linked to 2 of the hijacked suspects. Now, a ramp pass, as its name suggests, is a pass that gives someone access to restricted areas of the airport. Now, this indicates 2 things. 1, that the suspects were casing out the airport in the days before the hijacking, and 2, as we reported yesterday, that perhaps the hijacked suspects had inside help here at the airport, and that's why it's been a focus of this investigation. Investigators now believe they've identified all of the hijackers, but they still believe there may be as many as another 40 suspects involved. Wednesday in Boston, rapid-fire developments as the long arm of the law reached out across town trying to grab those responsible and those who might know anything about the plot. At the Westin Copley Plaza Hotel, 3 people were detained. The hotel was evacuated as a precaution. The bomb squad was brought in just in case. But by late evening, the 3 people were released. Investigators now say they had nothing to do with the terrorist attack. At another hotel in Boston, police and FBI agents confiscate a car, as well as what appeared to be a 767 flight manual. Cab drivers as well as baggage handlers at the airport are questioned by FBI agents. Did they have ties to the hijackers? Did the terrorists have inside help? FBI sources tell NBC they've felt for some time there's been a terrorist cell in the Boston area with direct ties to Osama bin Laden. Harvard terrorism expert Jessica Stern believes its members have been planning the horrific hijackings possibly for years.
This operation clearly required a great deal of advanced planning. The group knew that a good time to strike was when Americans had come back to work after Labor Day, when Congress was back in session. They knew that they were going to get a tremendous amount of attention. They had to think about that.
The first big break in the case came here in Boston after police are led to a rental car just like this one in a parking garage at Logan Airport. Sources link it to 2 brothers, one an experienced pilot, both with passports from the United Arab Emirates. Inside the car, they find flight instruction manuals in Arabic. 2 more hijackers are believed to have entered this country from Canada and flew to Boston Tuesday morning from Portland, Maine. And federal sources say one of their bags didn't make the transfer to one of the ill-fated flights. Inside, a video training tape for flying commercial jets, a copy of the Quran, and a fuel calculator.
I can assure you that absolutely everything will be done to identify and bring the perpetrators to justice.
Airport authorities defended their security practices, but admitted they'll be taking aggressive measures when Logan reopens. It is still not clear exactly when Logan Airport will reopen. There may be some limited flights today, but there are still a number of security questions here, including why it didn't raise suspicion when some of the hijackers, virtually at the last minute, bought one-way tickets and were able to board the plane with nobody apparently asking any questions. Katie?
But Chris, it's your understanding, and I guess John Ashcroft said this earlier, that the names of all the hijackers on each plane are known now?
Virtually all of them. I mean, they have the manifest. They've been able to match them up. As the Attorney General said, they believe that between 3 and 6 hijackers were on board each plane for a total of perhaps 20 to 22. They're still going over those lists, and there's no guarantees that they haven't missed somebody, but they think they have a pretty good handle on it. Yes, Kelly?
And I also understand, Chris, that Osama bin Laden's brother lives in Boston. Is that right?
That's true, Katie. In fact, he has, we are told, donated large sums of money to Harvard College here. The press spokesman for the family maintains, as well as Harvard maintains, that there is no real link between the brother and the terrorist Osama bin Laden, except for blood.
I was going to say, it's certainly curious, though, isn't it?
Well, it is, and there's also another relative here, Katie, who owns 6 luxury condominiums not far from here. There are other connections amongst people who have lived here. There are people who have been known to federal investigators for some time, people with suspected ties to groups in the Middle East. In fact, I'm told by federal investigators that there's been monitoring for the last couple of years here and in other places across the country. Some of these suspects have been known to federal authorities, but have not really done anything to be arrested or detained in the past.
And certainly their activities have not been carefully tracked, obviously. Well, NBC's Chris Hansen in Boston. Chris, thank you very much. It is 9:37. Now here's Matt.
Katie, downtown Manhattan looks like a war zone this morning as rescuers dig through the rubble, hoping upon hope to find someone alive. Ann Curry's downtown keeping tabs on the rescue efforts. Ann, good morning to you.
Good morning to you, Matt. Listen, you know, because in part of the unstable situation here, we of course heard of the partial collapses from last evening. The media has been kept far away from the actual ground zero area where all of this happened. However, earlier, just a few moments ago, I returned from an area where we were able to penetrate all the way to Cortlandt and Church, and there you can see the rescuers close up as we've not seen them until now before, hauling really by hand the debris, as well as using heavy machinery digging. And this is, I believe, a glimpse of building number 5, which also was severely damaged. We told you yesterday about building number 6 being unstable. Well, building number 5, World Trade Building number 5, is also severely damaged. You can see here the impact of the buildings, one on the other. I asked a rescuer down here, which building is that? They said, you know, I don't even think we know which one is which. But you can see the intensity of the wreckage here, and the smoke still rising, mostly because the wind has been blowing, has been very consistent in moving this debris up into the air. This you're looking at here is, I believe, the Millennium Hotel. I'm trying to, I believe that is, or that could be the Century 21 building. They're next door to one another, and the windows are severely blown out. The flag, however, the American flag is still flying high, and the firefighters and the rescuers, the police officers, point to that flag and say it is a symbol that their spirit is undiminished, and their efforts to find anyone who might still be alive under all this rubble will not stop. We want to also give you an idea that here on the scene you get a very strong sense from an earlier tour I took of what these rescuers are facing.
Moving toward ground zero is a descent into a kind of hell. The air is thick and toxic, collapsed buildings unstable and dangerous. Still, hundreds of rescuers move in.
Hey guys, be careful, all right?
Firefighters, police officers, medical personnel, construction workers, National Guardsmen, working around the clock to find anyone who might still be alive under the rubble. A team of firefighters after a 12-hour shift of digging. They are dusty, exhausted. One says, I just want to go home. Moving closer still to the front of what's left of World Trade Tower number 1, they're flattened on the right, dwarfed now by the Customs building on the left, also severely damaged. In this overwhelming chaos, rescuers search, using heavy equipment to lift tons of twisted wreckage. They've brought in cranes, infrared equipment, human-seeking dogs, and robotic machines to find any signs of life. The work is physically and emotionally draining too, for not only are rescuers finding remains of people who worked in the building, but also they know that after the towers were hit, hundreds of their brethren firefighters rushed in and were still inside when the towers collapsed, first one and then the other. The faces of rescuers who've been in the rubble hint at what they've seen and the courage it takes to carry on. It is courage they will need for days, even weeks to come.
One of the issues now, one of the biggest problems facing these rescuers is fatigue. They are getting so tired working these 12-hour shifts, sometimes more hours than that. And so they're going to need help over the coming days and weeks. And one of the issues is, however, that they don't want people just rushing down here as they did yesterday, firefighters coming in from all parts outside of New York, because the streets yesterday at least were clogged with people who were just coming in. They're asking people to get coordinated, that firefighters, people with firefighting skills, call the city's fire headquarters, that the people of police skills call the police headquarters, construction workers workers call the Department of Buildings, medical personnel call hospitals to coordinate the effort so that they can bring these people in an orderly fashion to help relieve some of the people who are exhausted by the work so far. I can also tell you that there are a number of volunteers down there in the center of it, in the center of this ground zero area, who've come down and who've been coordinated through these offices, these sort of sites that have been established where they sign in, they fill out forms, and they've come down here to help haul away this material. The effort here is desperate. They're doing everything they can, Matt, to get these people, anybody who may be left, and whatever they may find that may be important to the investigation out. So that it can be analyzed. Thank you so much, Matt. Back to you.
All right, let me ask you a question, Ann, because I'm a little confused on something. Last night I was watching some coverage, and I heard that a building that was being referred to as One Liberty Place was in danger of collapse. Now, I know that some of these buildings are known by a couple of different names. Did that building collapse?
What we have been told here, now I have not been able to go around to see that because that is around from where I was able to go just a short time ago. Around from there, I was told that there was, some people here have told me that there was some structural damage. Now, I'm here, okay, no, I heard that it was a partial structural damage, partial collapse. You're saying it, okay. Okay. That apparently is erroneous. I'm sorry if I've reported some misinformation because I've been corrected here by David Bloom, who says that he's found out other information. At any rate, let me tell you that there are lots of reports of concerns about buildings, and I tell you, looking at the pictures I showed you just a short time ago, you can understand why. There is tremendous instability in the buildings all around. The Millennium Building is a hotel is still standing, but the windows are knocked out, and it's clearly an unstable place and a dangerous place for people to be around. Many buildings all around have been damaged severely. So that's probably where we get some of these reports from people here on the scene about some of these partial collapses that probably, as we now heard, have not happened.
Okay.
But it's very unstable, Matt.
All right, Ann. Thanks very much. That's Ann Curry in Lower Manhattan this morning.
So many workers, of course, report to work every day down there, and it's going to be a long, long time before things get back to any sense of normalcy down there. You know, Matt, oftentimes in these terrible disasters, and hasn't been anything like this certainly in our lifetime, you hear these miracle stories, and you and I both heard rumors or actually reports, but we couldn't place them, about one firefighter, and I just have some information about him. It says a firefighter fell 83 floors from the World Trade Center and survived. He was helping to evacuate the building when it collapsed. He plummeted more than 1,000 feet. Rescuers were stunned when they later found him on the ground alive. He told them he, quote, curled himself into a ball and rolled down floor by floor as the building fell down. A rescue worker said he was conscious. He knew his name and where he lived and how many kids he had. He was just a little uncomfortable.
You think about it, he's 80 floors up, but there are floors on top of him.
I mean, it's
collapsing.
just,
that he survived is beyond a miracle.
Anyway, I just thought that was interesting, and since we were trying to find out more about this, I thought I'd share it with you and the rest of our viewers. Meanwhile, as you know, Matt, the Federal Emergency Management Agency has dispatched several urban search and rescue teams to New York and Washington to help locate victims trapped in collapsed buildings. FEMA's Marco Bourne is at the Pentagon this morning. Marco, good morning.
Good morning, Katie.
Tell me about the search and rescue efforts that FEMA is involved in.
Well, we have 4 teams deployed here to the Pentagon and 8 teams currently deployed up in New York doing search and rescue work, and they're working 2 teams at a time here in shifts of 12 hours, and that's going to continue indefinitely.
Marco, how many people on a team?
Roughly 62 people per team.
Wow.
And they have additional support personnel that are with them, and we also have what are called incident support team people from FEMA headquarters in our regions that come in and help coordinate their activities on site and also provide the logistical support they need to get equipment and material in. And at the same time, we still have 16 urban search and rescue teams in the system that are on alert and standing by should we need to bring them in to either spell the folks that are here now or provide additional assistance if the opportunity arises.
Marco, I know that these urban search and rescue teams are highly trained, their skills highly specialized. Tell me a little bit about their training and what they are able to do that many other people on the scene may not be able to.
Well, they're a number of unique individual specialties. We have doctors who are part of the disaster medical assistance teams and paramedics who are very used to trauma medicine and very dangerous conditions. There are rescue specialists who know how to look through small void spaces and use some specialized camera equipment and listening devices to get into those areas that you just can't see from the outside. There are specialized rescue engineers who take a look at collapsed structures and find out where the danger spots are for our own rescuers, but also try to identify where there might be void spaces where potential people who are trapped and still alive may be. Plus the dogs, which everybody knows, do a tremendous job, and an entire support staff that's there to provide them communications and equipment, and of course all the volunteers providing water and food and places for these people to relax during their off hours.
Have they expressed frustration to you, Marco, that they can't actually get into some of the areas because it is still so structurally unsound?
What we've seen is nothing but really quiet determination. These people have an esprit de corps which is to be commended. They're diligent, they're going to work hard, they're not giving up, and they're going to keep going until we've exhausted every possibility of finding someone alive.
This is such a protracted process, unfortunately. Are you all able, frankly, many people here in New York, and I'm sure in the Washington area, because I imagine there have been firefighters and police from all sorts of jurisdictions helping out at the Pentagon. But what about these people who refuse to stop working? Some of these firefighters who have been on the scene for 48 hours. I mean, at some point, they need to take a break. I mean, and they're putting their own lives at risk just from the pressure and stress of being there.
We try to provide them with as much rest time and relaxation period as we can, and certainly we try to get them also off-site to do that. When they're not in their 12-hour operational period, they're taken to another area where they can get away from all of the activity here and the noise and have a chance to sit back and relax. And there are people there that they can talk to, critical incident stress folks, because while they are determined to do this job, they're not unfeeling, and they certainly grieve for the victims. They grieve for their fellow firefighters in New York who unfortunately may have perished, and their goal really is to do as much as they can, and we're going to provide them the rest they need and the assistance they need to continue their work.
Marco Byrne of the Federal Emergency Management Agency talking about the urban search and rescue teams that have been dispatched to the Pentagon and of course to New York City. Marco, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
9:49, now here's Matt.
Katie, in Washington, D.C. and New York City, thousands of families are desperately searching for information on their loved ones, praying that they are alive. Cynthia Modis Wilson worked on the 79th floor of the World Trade Center Tower number 1. She's been missing since Tuesday. Her children are Patricia and Braulio Modis. Good morning to both of you. I know it's an enormously difficult time, and we appreciate you coming in to at least tell us a part of this story. Your mom worked on the 79th floor.
Yes.
Which is, this is the tower we're talking about that was hit by the first plane?
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's right.
Now, she was able to make some phone calls after the plane impacted that building. Tell me a little bit about the calls that she made.
The first call that I think she made was to my work number. It was at 8:51 in the morning where she left me a message.
And keep in mind the plane struck at 8:42.
Yes.
So just a few minutes later.
After, she said that she's okay, there's really nothing to worry about, and that she would call me back as soon as it was over.
Then she didn't seem as if she was going to evacuate based on that message, did she?
No, actually she didn't really know what was going on based on the message. She wasn't sure whether a plane had hit she guessed that a plane had hit the building, but she wasn't really sure what happened. I guess being inside the building, it's hard to tell.
And on that recorded message, there was no panic in her voice?
Her voice was a little bit shaky, but more, I guess, shocked or stunned, but not where she was fearing for her life.
She made other calls after that as time progressed. Tell me about some of those.
Yeah, she was able to call my stepfather. During that time, I was told by my stepfather that the room or the floor was starting to get very smoky, and there was really no way of her getting out of the floor because the hallways around her had already collapsed, as well as the bathrooms, and there was really no way out. So they were told to just sit tight, and the rescuers were just to wait for the rescuers
So
to come.
the protocol was to remain calm, remain in one place so that the rescuers could help them as opposed to them running around the building.
Yes, and my stepfather was giving her tips over the telephone on what she can do. She had some water. She could wet a piece of rag or something, put it over her mouth, stay close to the ground.
At some point you tried to contact her?
Yes, I tried calling her as soon as I saw it on TV, which was somewhere between 9 and I guess 9:10. I was able to reach the answering machine at work, and it said that the telephone operators weren't on the line.
When was the last call that you received or someone received from your mom?
I'm not exactly sure about the exact time, but it was somewhere between 15 to 20 minutes before her building collapsed, and this call was to our granduncle.
Leo, I know you don't live in New York City.
No, I live in Flushing.
Flushing, and when you heard what was going on, you went to some extraordinary lengths to get to.
Yeah, well, I got on the train, and I was sitting on the train, and right when I sat down was when they decided, like, to stop all service. So I jumped in the cab. Cab only took me so far, so I had to walk down the highway and walk over the Williamsburg Bridge, and I just ran to my sister's house. I knew I had to go to my sister's house and just be with her. And, you know, like throughout that whole time, I saw the buildings were on fire, and then by the time I got by the Williamsburg, they weren't there anymore.
You watched the building collapse on television?
Yeah.
I mean, that must have been enormously disheartening.
Yeah. At first, I didn't even know which building she was in, because I never really knew which was 1 and which was 2. And when the first one came down, I was terrified, and I was still hoping that she would be on the second one that was still standing, and then when that collapsed, I just didn't know how to react. I just broke down.
Are you optimistic? I know you've been dealing with the Red Cross. You've gone to hospitals and
Yeah,
looking for any
well,
information.
All day yesterday, I went to like every single hospital. We called every single number that they offer, and they're being, you know, they're being really helpful on being what they can do. You know, they give a lot of people food online. They're giving everybody drinks. You know, just keeping everybody calm, but they can't answer any of our questions. They don't really know. We don't know how long we're gonna find out. Maybe days, weeks, months are gonna go by. Just don't really know. Nobody knows.
Well, we will continue to pray for you and your family and your mom.
Thank you for having us. We just really wanted to show our mom's picture and get it out there so that if anybody at all saw her there, if any of the firefighters saw them, we believe that she was with 4 other co-workers because it was a very small company, and we just hope and pray that they were all together and that they were comforting one another through this.
Patricia and Braulio Modis, thanks and good luck.
Thank you.
It's 54 past the hour. Here's Katie.
All right, thank you, Matt. American airspace is being reopened at 11 o'clock Eastern Time on a limited basis, as we've been reporting. Bob Hager is at Washington's Ronald Reagan National Airport with a quick update. Bob?
Katie, yes, it's going to go very slowly. We're beginning to hear from the big airlines now. For instance, Southwest and Alaska Airlines will not try to operate at all today. Delta says it's going to have very limited service, only to pick up a few of its stranded passengers. That's it for the day. Continental, the same, only to pick up stranded passengers. United Airlines, they've had 2 of those kind of flights already to pick up stranded passengers, but there's nothing scheduled until after 6 p.m. from United Airlines, and that could change. So again, it indicates that this is going to start very slowly, and it's probably tomorrow or even a little later tomorrow that things begin to get back to where scheduled flights are have to leave at scheduled times. Katie?
Okay, Bob Hager in Washington. Bob, thank you very much. Matt, there's been so many acts of small kindnesses and big kindnesses. I'm just reading about a jar in the front of a supermarket in Illinois. They collected $118,000. 2 postal workers left $660 from their colleagues. An Army recruiter emptied his wallet and went back to the bank to give more.
There are reports downtown in Manhattan, people who want to do something but who aren't trained and not being allowed near the rubble are standing on the sides of the road simply cheering the rescuers on as they drive toward what was that building.
And I know both you and I thought this was so poignant. An ad taken out by the people of Oklahoma City, New York City, and Washington, D.C. Oklahoma cares. You stood with us in our darkest hour. Now we stand with you. And that's from the people of Oklahoma and the Oklahoma City National Memorial.
Front page of the New York Post this morning, Katie. Some people are calling this our generation's version of Iwo Jima. It's a poignant picture.
That's right. The enormity of this tragedy, Matt, clearly is very hard to comprehend. The numbers unclear at this point. Thousands, as you know, are feared dead. But I think you and I agree it's very important to look beyond the numbers, to remember the individuals lost, each with his or her own story to tell. Here's NBC's Bob Faw.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
As the choking dust wafted north, information about victims crawled slowly across TV screens, and around the country, newspapers began publishing those terrible, grainy photographs. Karen Kincaid, only 40, a rising star in the legal world. A few, the executive producer of Frasier, David Angel, TV commentator Barbara Olson, wife of the government's top lawyer, and Barry Berenson, widow of actor Anthony Perkins. A few were well known. And while some wielded power, Neil Levin, head of the New York, New Jersey Port Authority, and some came from wealth, Andrew Stern, a 41-year-old broker on the 104th floor, Jack Aaron, 52, in insurance on the 95th, most, like 39-year-old Myra Rodriguez, a secretary on the 102nd floor, or Lisa Frost on her way back to California after recently graduating from Boston University, most were not likely to show up on the 11 o'clock news.
I'm sad that my daughter's gone. I will miss her tremendously. There's nothing that can ever take her place.
Flight crews, the first perhaps to comprehend the horror, were among the first to be identified. American Airlines Captain John Ogonowski, whose 767 was the first to crash into the World Trade Center. Victor Saraceni, whose United jetliner was the second. That crash in the Pennsylvania woods also claims Cece Lyles, a flight attendant less than 1 year, and a mother.
She was the best woman I ever met in my life, and this love was too much. It was a great mother.
Some died just doing their duty. Peter Gansey, highest-ranking uniformed member of the New York City Fire Department. Some, like Georgetown University professor Leslie Whittington, 45, were at the top of their careers. Others, like her 8-year-old daughter Zoe and 3-year-old daughter Dana, won't get that chance.
It is a heartbreak of overwhelming proportion.
Like flight attendant Sarah Lowe, 28, each was guilty only of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. As the dust settles, hope fades, but it does not die.
We love you, Neil. Please come back home.
So many already, so many more yet to come. Said New York's mayor, it will be more than we can bear. It'll...
We need healing, and we need love.
We just really need to work together right now.
God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Good morning. Shaken to its core, the nation pulls together in the face of the devastating attack on America. And new details about the tragedy are emerging today, Thursday, September 13th, 2001.
From NBC News, this is a special edition of Today, Attack on America, with Katie Couric and Matt Lauer.
And good morning. Welcome to Today on this Thursday morning, another difficult day. I'm Matt Lauer.
And I'm Katie Couric. Tuesday, September 11th will forever be a milestone in U.S. history. Time will be divided into before and after, but of course it's unending for emergency workers toiling around the clock in lower Manhattan, where several buildings near Ground Zero are in danger of collapsing.
In the wake of the attack on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, Americans are rallying around President Bush. According to new NBC News poll numbers, 80% of people approve of how the president is handling the attack. 83% of Americans believe that the United States should take forceful military action against the people responsible for the attacks, even if that means risking further retaliation and the threat of war. 66% say the attacks are more serious than the bombing of Pearl Harbor. And now, according to President Bush's aides, officials had, quote, real and credible information, end quote, that the White House itself had been the original target of the plane that hit the Pentagon. And the Secret Service received a phone call after that attack that, quote, Air Force One is next, unquote.
Let's bring you up to date on what we know now. Limited commercial air travel will resume today. The government officially opening American airspace at 11 o'clock Eastern Time on a limited basis. The stock markets remain closed, and the grim casualty count keeps growing. We've known for 2 days now that 266 people were killed in the hijacked jetliners. Pentagon officials say about 190 people are dead. Hospitals in the area report that at least 94 people were treated for injuries. Here in New York, of course, the devastation obviously much worse. The true scale almost impossible to imagine. Thousands still missing. Only 82 bodies have been recovered from the estimated 450,000 tons of debris from the devastated Twin Towers. A handful pulled out alive. It's been reported that people looking for loved ones are taking pictures of their relatives on their shirts or on TV trucks in the hopes that somehow someone will recognize them and know where they are. New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani estimates that 3,700 people are missing.
Of course, we're trying to remember this is not about numbers. This is about people, and the personal stories of those people are very important. One woman named Melissa Hughes was attending a meeting on the 101st floor of one of the towers when the plane struck. She left this message for her husband on an answering machine.
Sean, it's me. I just wanted to let you know I love you, and I'm stuck in this building in New York. A plane hit the building or a bomb went off, we don't know, but there's lots of smoke, and I just wanted you to know that I love you always. Bye.
Melissa Hughes' husband is still trying to find her, and we're learning more details this morning about the people who may have been involved in this brutal attack and how they did it. Investigators say that each jetliner was hijacked by groups of 3 to 6 men armed with box cutters and plastic knives, but many more people could have been involved. Word early this morning, one arrest has been made in Hamburg, Germany, in connection to the attack. Federal authorities said that the hijackers were followers of Islamic militant Osama bin Laden.
We'll have all the latest developments throughout the morning, but first, NBC's David Bloom is in Lower Manhattan, where search and recovery efforts continue. David, good morning.
Good morning, Katie. I want to first update you on that casualty figure. You mentioned Rudolph Giuliani, the New York City mayor, saying that as many as 3,700 workers may have been trapped inside the Twin Towers at the time of the two attacks. That is, of course, merely the best guesswork that New York City officials can give us at this hour. But if that casualty figure, that death toll, is anywhere near accurate, it would mean that the total death toll from these attacks could exceed 4,000 if you include the deaths at the Pentagon, as well as the 266 people killed aboard the 4 planes that were crashed. I want to show you a live picture right now of the recovery operations going on here in Lower Manhattan. These workers, many of them covered with soot, dazed, are telling us that they're literally using everything that they can get their hands on, including their hands, shovels, crowbars, cranes, blowtorches, to try to proceed with this recovery. They're using listening devices, video cameras, heat sensors to try to find victims who might still be trapped inside the rubble. But frankly, and forgive me for the graphic nature of this, the search dogs, they say, are simply being overwhelmed by the smell of human flesh. They are recovering mostly not bodies, only 82 reported recovered thus far, but rather just fragments of human flesh. In fact, some of the people who are going here in New York City to the family trauma centers to get information about their loved ones are being told to come back with a brush, with a comb, something that might contain a piece of hair that could be later used for DNA matching of the victims. Of course, one of the biggest concerns this morning remains the possible collapse of other buildings surrounding the World Trade Center. Last night, 2 buildings of particular concern, Millennium Plaza and another larger building known as One Liberty Plaza. As nightfall approaches, it's clear the 54-story black glass building is not about to collapse. So emergency workers again start hauling tons of twisted steel and debris from the remains of the World Trade Center. Not because it's safe, authorities admit, but because it's their only hope if there are still survivors.
This is a very dangerous rescue effort that shouldn't. It's going to continue to be a dangerous rescue effort for some time.
But is it worth the risk? At last count, 202 firefighters and 57 police officers are already missing. But one New York cop, trapped in the rubble for an hour and a half that first day, says yes.
It's pitch black. You can't see. It's very dark. But you hear people screaming in the darkness, help me.
But on Wednesday, rescue workers find only 3 more victims alive. A total, the mayor says, of just 5 survivors, despite the search dog teams and the prayers of anxious relatives who gather at nearby hospitals holding pictures of missing loved ones.
We all need somebody to lean on.
As New Yorkers come together for a candlelight vigil last night, Mayor Giuliani estimates Tuesday's attacks killed thousands. The city requests body bags. And the New York Times reports this morning that 1,500 workers are missing from just 3 of the hundreds of companies that used to call the Twin Towers home. I spoke this morning to a very badly shaken paramedic who told me a horrifying story about 2 brothers here in New York City, one a firefighter, one a New York cop. The firefighter raced into one of the World Trade Centers just a moment before it's collapsed. The paramedic told me that his brother, the New York cop, has been standing a silent, somber vigil at the spot where his brother died for the last 2 days, refusing food, refusing water, just trying to stand where his brother apparently died. Katie, back to you.
That's heartbreaking. David, by the way, we just got a bulletin over the wire that said Mayor Giuliani is now saying 4,763 people are missing from the World Trade Center destruction. I guess they're coming up with those numbers, David, by talking to companies and seeing who has been accounted for?
That's exactly right, Katie. They're talking to companies who housed literally tens of thousands of workers inside the Twin Towers, as well as states, local governments, police departments, which had buildings inside. Again, these numbers are bound to change, but that 4,700 figure would put the death toll at more than 5,000 from these attacks.
Hard to believe. David Bloom. David, thank you very much for that report. I know we'll be checking in with you throughout the morning. 9 minutes after the hour. Now here's Matt.
And Katie, word now that the White House has declared tomorrow, Friday, a national day of prayer and remembrance. FBI and other federal agents are scouring the country this morning following thousands of leads in search of those responsible for these attacks. NBC's justice correspondent Pete Williams is in Denver this morning with the latest on the investigation. Pete, and I'm reading here that the FBI has now received 2,055 calls to its telephone tip line, and I'm sure they're busy following those tips.
The telephone tip line and also the special internet tip line that they set up for this, and a sign, Matt, this morning of how international this investigation is. Police in Hamburg, Germany, detaining one person they describe as an airport worker. The Hamburg connection, interesting, of course, because the 2 suspected hijackers who took their training at the Florida Flight School told people there that they had come from Hamburg, Germany. And in the United States, more than 8,000 federal investigators and support staff pursuing leads this morning. Officials say this investigation is moving along surprisingly well, considering that it's coming along so soon after the attacks. The Justice Department now says between 12 and 24 terrorists were on the 4 hijacked airplanes during their final deadly flights, controlling passengers and crew, investigators say, with knives and threats.
The 4 planes were hijacked by between 3 and 6 individuals per plane, using knives and box cutters, and in some cases making bomb threats.
Despite those threats, federal investigators say they found no indication the planes carried explosives, just the explosive power of tanks filled with jet fuel. FBI agents are scouring records for evidence of who the hijackers were. Rental car records, telephone logs, videotapes from airport security cameras, and ticket logs. Investigators say hijackers used both cash and credit cards to buy their tickets and rent hotel rooms, leaving behind a trail of evidence. But by far the most productive tool, the actual passenger lists. Investigators now say they know the names of nearly all the hijackers. Vehicle registration records for a car found at Boston Airport parking garage led investigators to this Florida flight training school where the FBI believes at least 2 of the hijackers took small plane flying lessons. Federal agents believe other hijackers took lessons through at least 1 other flight school outside Florida. Overall, the FBI is conducting nearly a dozen searches in at least 5 states, looking for anyone who might have known the suspected terrorists. Some of those detained were later released. The FBI's new director says officials want to be certain that no other terrorist conspirators are at large.
Having identified the hijackers on each of the planes, we then have sought to identify any of their associates remaining in the United States and arrest, given the evidence, those individuals and to remove any threat to the air system in the future.
Federal agents also presented search warrants to some of the nation's biggest internet service companies, looking for information about an email account that authorities suspect might have been used by the hijackers. And investigators converged on this mailbox rental office, checking out a lead that one of the suspects may have rented a box there. The Justice Department is recommending that when domestic air travel resumes in an hour or so, that federal marshals be posted on selected flights in civilian clothes, ready to foil any potential hijackings if they should occur. And the Justice Department is also recommending vastly increased security and screening for both passengers and their luggage, Matt.
Pete, not the first time we've seen that. It was, what, 20 years ago that we had sky marshals on some planes to thwart hijackings. It looks like a return to that.
That's the model, I think, Matt. And a couple of other things. We are now hearing that federal officials think the number of hijackers, even though the Attorney General has given us this range of numbers between 12 and 24, we're now hearing from some federal officials that they think the number of hijackers was probably around 18. That number may change 1 or 2 in the coming day or so. And they believe they know, at least they know the people they suspect were the hijackers. They have all of their names, and now the big task, of course, is to find out who their associates were. One other new piece of information, Matt. Federal officials know that this planning for this hijacking was at least in the works for a year, because that's when these 2 folks in Florida first started their flight training. But now some federal officials telling us they think that this attack may have been as many as 2 years in the planning.
All right, Pete, thanks. Pete Williams in Denver this morning. Now over to Katie.
All right, Matt, thank you very much. The nation's aviation system is finally reopening today on a limited basis, but the government says travel will be slower, security much, much tighter. NBC's Robert Hager is at Washington's Ronald Reagan National Airport this morning. Bob, good morning.
Good morning, Katie. Well, officially, the skies will be reopened in 45 minutes. That's the word from the Federal Aviation Administration. But in reality, for most passengers, it's going to take a lot longer than that. The big airlines are saying that they'll be cranking up their schedules very slowly. For instance, Southwest and Alaska say they won't try any flights today. Delta says it'll offer only very limited service, perhaps just planes to pick up passengers that have been stranded that were in mid-flight when their planes were diverted on the day of the hijacking. Same from Continental. They'll only offer those flights to pick up passengers. United says it won't consider running anything until this evening, both Eastern and Pacific time. So again, this is all going to go very slowly. And then when passengers get to airports, they're going to find tougher new security. Let's take a look.
A peek at new security measures coming. After passenger screening, more use of a second backup test to sense for explosives. An absolute ban on knives in carry-on luggage, which, believe it or not, weren't banned before. A security search of every aircraft before passenger boarding. Tighter restrictions on access to runway ramps. A temporary ban on passenger planes carrying mail or cargo. And additional numbers of sky marshals, armed guards disguised as passengers, seen here drilling. There are a few sky marshals used already for international flights. The government now says it will deploy more to guard domestic airports and planes.
Meantime, more details on the last of Tuesday's hijacks. The one that left Newark was hijacked over the Midwest and turned back toward Washington.
Turns out a passenger named Jeremy Glick told his brother-in-law from a cell phone that he and some other passengers had come up with a plan to resist the terrorists, stop them from doing whatever they'd planned, even if it meant losing their own lives. Investigators still don't know why that flight was the only one that crashed short of its intended target, may never know. But it could have been what Glick threatened in that last phone call, a struggle for control of the plane.
By the way, that account of a passenger hoping to take on the hijackers on that plane jibes with the story the mother of another passenger on that same plane told us here on Today yesterday. She said, too, that she had talked to her son on that flight by cell phone. One other point, the fact that the airports aren't opening until later on today and really tomorrow to get back to normal, more than the airports not being ready and more than the FAA not being ready, that was really at the request of the FBI and CIA. And initially, we thought that that was because they were concerned that all these new security measures be in place. But now we're hearing that that may have had more to do with an intelligence agency and enforcement agency request to keep those airports closed because they didn't want any of the potential accomplices of the hijackers, suspects, those of the living who are still here, they didn't want them being able to flee the country easily. Katie?
Bob, meanwhile, the NTSB doesn't have much to work with when it comes to the planes that crashed in the World Trade Center. Not much to work with even with the plane that crashed in the Pentagon. Is there best hope of finding out or piecing together what might have transpired that flight that crashed southeast of Pittsburgh?
Right. All you really have to work with for the investigative side for factual information from these planes is whatever they said to control towers, whatever signals they sent or messages they were able to get off on the radio before they were disabled. So they'd have that. That may be very limited if it exists at all. But other than that, the best hope of finding out what went on in the planes comes from the cockpit voice recorders. And we've been saying the cockpit voice recorder in Pennsylvania might be more easily found than the one in New York. So yes, they are hoping that. But even if you do find the cockpit voice recorder, you aren't sure. That also could have been disabled by the hijackers because it wouldn't be very sophisticated information if they knew how to fly 767s and 757s to also know how to switch off the button that would cut off the cockpit voice recorder.
What about
don't know if there'll be information on it.
Bob, what about the flight data recorder? Won't that be helpful too?
I wouldn't think that that would give you a lot of information because it tells you what the plane really did. And in this case, that's not valuable to know. It's very valuable to know in a regular aviation accident. But in this case, where the plane is being forcefully taken over and then flown by the hijackers, it simply tells you when they turned. It would be helpful in pinning down the timing of the turn, but it wouldn't tell you anything about how they'd taken over and what they'd done.
All right. Bob Hager at Reagan National Airport. Bob, thank you very much.
Thank you, Katie.
It is 19 minutes after the hour. Now here's Matt.
Katie, a little bit earlier this morning, I spoke with Attorney General John Ashcroft and asked him to describe the progress of the investigation into these terror attacks.
Well, we've assembled the largest investigative team, I believe, in the history of the United States. The FBI alone devoting 4,000 special agents, along with about 3,000 people to support them, to provide them with secretarial and other support. 1,000 lab technicians and scientists available, most of them deployed. And we believe that we're pursuing credible leads.
Have you identified all the people you think who were actually on the plane involved in these plots?
Well, we do know the manifests for the planes. So we do know that we believe there were between 3 to 6 hijack-involved perpetrators on each of the aircraft. Those are things that we feel reasonably confident about, although if additional evidence were to provide additional information, I suppose we could adjust those understandings. Those obviously have some parameters. 3 to 6 is not exactly an exact number.
We don't want to scare people, Attorney General Ashcroft, but wouldn't it be safe to assume that there may have been others, perhaps even sitting on planes that never took off because of the ground hold or that were delayed, that there could be other people at large who were a part of this plot?
Well, that's one of the reasons that we want to emphasize prevention in what we do, as well as detection and understanding of what the facts were in regard to these acts of war against the United States. That's the reason that the Justice Department, together with the Treasury, are going to be devoting hundreds of marshals, customs agents, immigration and naturalization service, and to deploy these individuals in addition to the kinds of search and the more stringent requirements related to passengers on air service.
There have been reports, Mr. Ashcroft, that at least 2 of the alleged hijackers' names were on a list, a border watch list created by the FBI to arouse suspicion when someone like this tries to get into our country, and yet they managed to pass the border anyway. Do you have a comment on that?
Well, persons who are on border watch lists sometimes precede their listing into the country. I say that as a general matter. I'm not making comments about individual circumstances. We do maintain a list of individuals that we believe are dangerous, and if we get them on the list prior to their coming into the country, we have a much better chance of stopping them.
There were reports coming out of the White House yesterday. Ari Fleischer, the president's spokesperson, said that there was real and credible information that the White House, Air Force One, the president himself, may have been the intended target of that plane that eventually crashed into the Pentagon. Can you confirm that? And can you tell me if you've seen or heard that evidence?
I can confirm that our nation has credible evidence that the White House and Air Force One were targets in the minds of those who were perpetrating acts of violence 2 days ago.
Could you characterize that evidence for me?
I'm not prepared to discuss the evidence, but I can confirm that our nation has such evidence.
What's going to happen, Attorney General Ashcroft, from now on? Obviously, flights are going to resume in the next couple of hours. We understand some flights have already resumed. What's the difference going to be for traveling passengers when they try to board a plane, when they arrive at an airport? What do you want to see happen?
Well, there are a whole range of differences relating to the security of the airport property itself, relating to the procedures regarding airport employees, regarding the kinds of luggage that will be allowed on airplanes, regarding the existence of U.S. Marshals, other law enforcement officials.
Marshals on board aircraft?
On board aircraft and in other settings to promote the security of the airplanes. The airplanes are undergoing very thorough searches since having ceased operations 2 days ago. So there's a whole range of undertakings designed to assure the public of the fact that the airlines are safe.
Just to paraphrase, what you're saying is we've now reached a point in this country based on this attack where we're going to be flying along with plainclothes armed guards on a lot of flights.
It's our intention to do what is necessary to make planes safe and to provide a reasonable understanding in the public that our planes are safe and that America is back to business.
Arizona Senator John McCain serves on the Senate Armed Services Committee. Earlier this morning, I asked him if he believes Osama bin Laden is the individual behind these terror attacks.
I don't know, Katie. I believe that there's only a few organizations that are capable of carrying out an operation of this magnitude, but I am confident that very soon we will find out exactly who and what organization and what countries may have assisted in this atrocity that's been committed to the United States of America. Our message is to the terrorists, we are coming. God may forgive you. We will not.
All right, but of course, military planners in Washington at this very moment are evaluating options. I know when you spoke last night with Tom Brokaw, you said you would recommend a sustained scenario opposed to one attack or cruise missiles or otherwise. What did you mean exactly, Senator McCain, by a sustained scenario?
Because we have to consider a wide range of options depending on what we find out. Cruise missiles alone may not be sufficient. Certainly that's been the case in the past. We may have to put troops on the ground. We may have to insert them and withdraw them. We may have to use local assets as well. We may have to ask our allies to join with us, since, and it's very important that our NATO allies have already pledged their support. So we have to exercise a wide range of options in order to meet the specific situation. And that does not mean that I think we have to permanently put American troops in Afghanistan or any place else in the Middle East.
At the same time, you are saying sustained. So are you saying, in essence, the United States will be there for the long haul if necessary?
I think the United States is in a long twilight struggle against these forces of evil that have chosen to destroy us because we are good. And I believe that it may take a lot of time, a lot of American treasure, and perhaps some American blood.
You mentioned NATO allies showing their support. What about some of the other countries around the world? How confident are you that there will be worldwide support for U.S. military action?
Except for a handful of nations, I believe there will be worldwide support, because every nation that practices democracy in a free society is liable to sustain these same kinds of atrocities, and it is in their interest to work with us to eradicate this blight from the earth.
You say a handful of nations. Can you tell us some of those that you're concerned about?
I'm concerned about those countries that in the past have either assisted or even harbored terrorist organizations such as Afghanistan, Iraq, Iran, Libya, Syria, North Korea. Those to name the majority of them.
In fact, Senator McCain yesterday, again, Colin Powell said the United States is calling on the Pakistanis for, quote, any information that would shed light on this incident or who might have caused it. He also added, we expect Pakistan and others to help us out. Is this a message that the Pakistanis may have some involvement in this and they need to cooperate, or there may be repercussions?
The Pakistanis developed a relationship with the people in Afghanistan back during the Russian occupation of Afghanistan. Those ties have been maintained. There is credible evidence that that the Pakistanis have been involved in some ways with some of these organizations. I'm not qualified to judge how much, but there certainly has been a relationship there, and the Pakistanis know these people better than anybody, and they can be of enormous assistance to us.
Senator McCain, a spokesman for the Taliban, the group believed to be harboring Osama bin Laden in Afghanistan, has warned that if the United States retaliates and, quote, innocent and sinless people suffer, hatred toward the United States will further increase, and the result will be similar to the suicide incidents. How concerned are you about this warning?
I'm concerned to the degree that they may try to respond, but the status quo where acts of war have been taken against the United States clearly, circumstantially, from an organization that exists within the country of Afghanistan is an unacceptable situation. And I say to the Afghan government, the best way you can prevent the loss of innocent lives is to turn over all of the terrorist organizations that exist within your country. Work with us to eradicate this threat, and you will be, and your people will be perfectly safe.
Senator John McCain, Senator McCain, thank you very much.
Thank you, Katie.
As people throughout the country wonder how it was that we didn't know this attack was coming, the United States began to round up backing from its allies today. NBC's chief foreign affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell is standing by at the State Department. Andrea, good morning to you.
Good morning to you. I've actually moved up to our Washington bureau, but to follow up on what Katie was just discussing with John McCain, for the first time, Matt, in its 52-year military history, the NATO allies are pledging military support to the U.S. if, as expected, it is now proved that the attack came from outside the United States. The initial benefit, of course, is something the U.S. sorely needs: improved intelligence cooperation. Well, U.S. intelligence forces caught flat-footed, with the counterterrorism budget doubling in the last 6 years to a proposed $13 billion. Why was there no warning?
Historically, the American intelligence agencies have been the gold standard of the world for technologies, particularly communications technologies. In the last few years, we've lost that edge.
Or was there too much information? Perhaps a clue buried somewhere in millions of communications collected by listening posts around the world.
I doubt if there's a day goes by that the intelligence community doesn't have all sorts of threat warnings, and sifting those warnings out, coordinating it with other data, determining how much is real, how much is simply false alarms. That is a huge job.
Since the disaster, analysts are poring over their computers, searching for leads that might have been missed.
The problem is there's millions and millions of communications. One listening post picks up 2 million pieces of communications an hour. And the problem is sifting through all that.
Others say eliminating the terror threat will require sacrificing cherished liberties.
We have been operating in this
in this field with one hand tied behind our backs for a long time, both in terms of the restrictions of the laws of privacy and also in an unwillingness to see our people get our hands dirty by dealing with the kind of gutter types that it takes to infiltrate these organizations.
For now, the administration's top priority, isolating and tracking Osama bin Laden, the leading suspect in this case, by pressuring Afghanistan to stop protecting him.
These countries tend to put themselves at risk by harboring terrorist activity of this type. That's why it is in their interest to become part of a civilized world and get rid of this sort of activity and not let it perpetuate and exist within their borders.
Bin Laden already rejected by the country of his birth, Saudi Arabia.
Previously, his citizenship was terminated as a Saudi reaction to his terrorist activity.
And now today, for the first time, word that Pakistan may be willing to cooperate. Not yet clear exactly what extent that cooperation would be. Already there's been intelligence sharing, but perhaps military cooperation, or at least not preventing the U.S. from operating against Afghanistan if that is what is about to take place. But striking back against bin Laden or Afghanistan does carry serious risks for the United States and its moderate Arab allies. And U.S. officials know that if they take that step, they had better have the goods on bin Laden. They're suggesting that they already are on their way to having that kind of case.
Andrea, not to put you on the spot here, but because of the proximity between Afghanistan and Pakistan, can you explain the significance of that for the United States?
Sure. It's even been reported that bin Laden and some of his people have trained on Pakistani territory in some of those refugee camps. Certainly they've been harbored there. Pakistan has been one of the only nations in the world that has been friendly, in fact supportive, to its neighbor Afghanistan. So getting Pakistan's agreement is a very big deal indeed. Pakistani officials today were very defensive, saying we've always cooperated with the United States. Not true. And in fact, it's been a very dicey relationship, even though we have a military relationship with Pakistan and military sharing and, as I say, intelligence sharing. They have not been as helpful as we need them to be. The State Department, Colin Powell, Deputy Secretary of State Richard Armitage are putting heavy pressure on Pakistan in the last 48 hours, and our ambassador and others in Pakistan itself have been working this case very, very hard. Today, some announcements out of Pakistan that they will cooperate. If they do, they could help pre-position Delta Force squads who might go in and do an extraction against bin Laden. They could be helpful if it ever came to the case of ground troops. Clearly, though, the primary element against Afghanistan, if it does take place, would be air power, most likely B-52s and cruise missiles.
All right, Andrea Mitchell upstairs in the Bureau in Washington. Andrea, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Katie?
Okay, Matt, thank you very much. Now let's go down to the White House, where NBC's Campbell Brown has the latest from there. Campbell?
Well, Katie, we just got a briefing a short time ago from White House Press Secretary Ari Fleischer. The president's schedule obviously changing a lot right now, but they've given us an update on what he's planning to do today. He has been in the Oval Office making phone calls this morning to a number of world leaders, speaking to the Prime Minister of Japan, NATO's Lord Robinson, also Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Abdullah. He is also planning to call New York Mayor Giuliani and speak with him this morning. And then later this morning, he's going to visit a local hospital here in Washington to visit with some of the victims and their families, to thank doctors and nurses there. Then this afternoon, he will meet with some lawmakers here at the White House from the Washington area and from New York whose constituents have been affected by this. Tomorrow, we are told the president will declare tomorrow a national day of prayer and remembrance, and he will be attending prayer services tomorrow and asking Americans tomorrow to go out on their lunch break, if at all possible, and attend prayer services tomorrow. A couple of other interesting notes. As you know, Katie, we've been talking about the emphasis the administration is placing now on building an international coalition, and that's why the president has spent so much time reaching out to world leaders. They are looking for international support for whatever the course of action the president does choose to take. What they're not saying, and Fleischer was pressed about this morning, was exactly what the president is asking of these leaders. Are these just rhetorical conversations, looking for them to say, yes, we support you, we're behind you, or is he actually asking them for concrete help? to come to the aid of the U.S. to provide help in the event of a military attack. They're not offering those details at this stage. We also have some more information on what the president is working on with Congress. As we've been reporting, the president is asking Congress for $20 billion. That would fund the recovery efforts as well as security and the fight against terrorism. At the same time, the House of Representatives today is expected to take up a bill that would offer tax credits to some of the victims. There has been talk that the White House has been pushing Congress to pass a joint resolution. The White House says they're not asking for it. They're only working with Congress on this, that would give the president authority to take whatever military action he may deem necessary. Fleischer was very quick this morning to say that the White House feeling is that, according to the Constitution, as commander-in-chief, the president doesn't need this from Congress. This is something that would be more of a show of unity, but he has the authority in his role, according to the Constitution, to take whatever action he deems necessary to defend the U.S.
In fact, Campbell, there is some war resolution that is now circulating at the Capitol, a joint resolution. Representative Bob Barr has scheduled a news conference, in fact, to announce this resolution to declare that a state of war exists between the U.S. and terrorists. And we're told that Barr has about 9 co-sponsors for this bill right now.
You're right, Katie, and this is obviously somewhere where the president isn't going to get a lot of resistance. There is widespread support. The general partisan bickering that we're used to here in Washington, given the circumstances, has dissipated tremendously. There has been a little concern expressed by some over the $20 billion, members of Congress wanting more of a say. They don't want to just give the president blanket power to spend that money as he chooses. They want to have some oversight, but again, nowhere near the bickering we have seen in the past over the budget, etc.
All right, Campbell Brown at the White House. Campbell, thanks a lot. As the nation begins the long road toward healing after Tuesday's horrific events, it's important to remember the victims, all the victims, not only those among the dead and wounded, but those who have been traumatized by watching these terrible events unfold. First Lady Laura Bush has spent a lot of time in the last 2 days focusing her energies on our nation's children. Earlier this morning, I spoke with the First Lady and I asked her first about her reaction to the tragedy.
I saw a little bit of your coverage earlier when you interviewed a number of the people who are looking for loved ones in New York, and those are the people, all of the people who are directly impacted by this tragedy, who have lost a parent or a sibling or a grandparent or an aunt or an uncle or even a family friend, are the ones that everyone in the country really need to focus on right now to make sure that they're taken care of, that they know how much all Americans love them and how much all Americans are sending their sympathy to them. But I also wanted to talk a little bit about children who might not be directly involved, but who have watched this chaos on TV, who have seen this destruction, and who now are fearful. And I want to talk about what parents can do to reassure their children, especially their young children, to let them know that they're safe and that their parents will keep them safe, and their parents can watch for certain behaviors that their children might exhibit that show that they're fearful or disturbed by all they've seen on television.
Well, you're so right, because as a mother and having so many friends who are mothers and fathers of young children, of course, that is a major concern for families all across the country, because suddenly everyone, children and adults alike, frankly, feel so vulnerable.
That's right.
Tell me, I know that you've been talking to experts about this.
That's right.
What are they telling you in terms of reassuring our children? Because it's an uncertain world.
It is,
and you want to be
world.
Truthful as well as reassuring.
And that's exactly what they say, that we should acknowledge our own feelings of sadness, our own feelings of confusion, and let our children know that we also share their feelings, that we're sad, but that we're together and we're there for them. We should definitely restrict television watching for very young children. It's not fair for us to let really young children see a lot of television images that are horrific. So we can do more positive, constructive things with our young children than watch TV with them.
I mean, not only very young children.
Yeah,
I'd just like to interject,
certainly.
But children who are
in
older.
Elementary school, that's right. Or
My
any age.
10-year-old, I'm not allowing to watch television because it will only exacerbate her anxiety.
That's right, and her fears. And children are reassured by routine. So if parents can have a relaxed and calm atmosphere at home, if they can go on about their normal routine, share meals with their children, read stories to them, and certainly this time more than ever, a bedtime story is appropriate, even for older children as old as 10 years old or older, to help your children relax before they go to sleep and calm down before they go to sleep. Children love the reassurance of their parents' own voice. They like to hear their parents talk to them and read to them, and I think this is a time that all American families can get closer together, draw closer together, and all of us can really focus on making sure our children feel reassured and safe.
I understand that you wrote a couple of letters, Mrs. Bush, to school children, and you've distributed them to state superintendents today.
Yeah.
Can you read a portion of it or tell us about those?
I wanted school children. I've worked so much as a teacher myself, but I've worked so much around the country with schools. And let me just say before I read this that let's don't forget teachers. Teachers are also suffering the same sadness, the same confusion we are, and they are reassuring our children and 30 or 40 other children during the day. So I hope parents will also go up, visit with their child's teacher, give their child's teacher your support, figure out ways you can help them as they deal with the very same issues that we're dealing with, and take care of your children. Here's what I wrote. This is to children, to elementary school children. I want to reassure you that many people, including your family, your teachers, and your school counselor, love and care about you and are looking out for your safety. You can talk with them and ask them questions. You can also write down your thoughts or draw a picture that shows how you are feeling and share that with the adults in your life. And one part of this, I think children really want to be constructive. They want to do something positive. And if they're old enough, if they're teenagers or university students, they can probably give blood themselves or volunteer with some relief organization. If they're younger, they might want to make red, white, and blue ribbons to give to their children in their schools to wear, or maybe write a card or a letter to their own firefighters or policemen in their own community in honor of the lives of the firefighters and policemen that were lost.
Or a thank you note. And I know that a woman from Reno, Nevada called me yesterday. I just happened to pick up the phone in the newsroom and said her daughter had started a penny drive in her school to send money to those who had been injured or to the families who had lost loved ones.
That's
but being
a great
proactive
idea.
is extremely therapeutic, isn't it?
It really is. It really is.
Speaking of that,
and also students can just help other students in school, put their arms around them, share their grief with them. I think they'll have a lot. They can really feel a solidarity with the children who actually have lost loved ones in this tragedy.
Speaking of being proactive, Mrs. Bush, I know that you've been encouraging Americans to donate blood, and some people have gotten mixed messages about the blood supply. I know that some people have been turned away from individual blood centers in New York because I think they just can't handle the influx. But the bottom line here from the American Red Cross is blood is needed.
That's right. We want to develop a big strategic blood reserve. The Red Cross was already in the midst of doing this, and they've now ordered freezers for blood banks all across the country. Blood can be frozen and can last for up to 10 years. So if you get turned away when you want to give blood today or tomorrow, wait a week or two and then give blood. Universities can set up blood banks in a week or two, 2 or 3 weeks, when these freezers arrive at different blood banks around the country. And I know college students and other faculty members at colleges would like to give blood then. There's something very moving about the people who literally want to give a part of themselves for the people who have been hurt or injured in this tragedy.
Mrs. Bush, obviously you are spending all of your time thinking of other people, their situations, and the children of this country. But I want to ask you about your own situation, which must have been quite terrifying. What was your reaction, or how did you learn that, as White House aides have said, both the White House and Air Force One were targets as well?
Well, I didn't learn that until after the crisis was over. I was in the Senate with Senator Kennedy and Senator Judd Gregg. I was getting ready to give to talk to the Education Committee about early childhood education when we got the word that they were evacuating the Capitol, and evacuating the White House, and so I was taken to a secure location. And like every parent, I called my children immediately as soon as I could get them to reassure them. And then I called my own mother for the comfort of her voice. I know that people all over the country call their loved ones to reassure them and to send their love to them, and I did that. So I really was never really fearful. There were people here at the White House, though, who were, when they evacuated the White House, were told to run. And today I have a member of the clergy who happens to also be the wife of a White House, someone who works at the White House and a very good friend to a lot of my staff members, coming to talk to my staff, many of them young, very young women who were here when that happened at the White House. So I want to encourage parents and businesses and schools and every place around the country to set up mental health help for parents. And parents, if you feel like you're having difficulty dealing with your own emotions and your own sadness, you might want to go talk to a clergy member or to a counselor so that you can help your children deal with it.
Mrs. Bush, before we go, I want to ask you about this. Your husband, President Bush, has faced criticism from some quarters for not returning immediately to Washington following the attacks, for going to Barksdale and then Offutt Air Force Base and then to Washington, D.C. There are reports that he was quite antsy to return, and Karl Rove says, quote, the president said, "I don't want some tin-horn terrorist keeping me out of Washington." I understand it was Vice President Cheney who suggested the president stay away from Washington, at least initially. Is that accurate?
I don't know that. I haven't heard that. I know it was the Secret Service that really felt like the president. They, of course, their duty is to protect the president, and they diverted his plane that way because they wanted him to be safe.
Laura Bush, First Lady Laura Bush, thank you very much, Mrs. Bush, for spending some time with us this morning and trying to reassure families all across the nation. We appreciate it.
Thanks a lot, Katie.
U.S. stock exchanges remain closed today. That's a third straight day it's happened, and it's the longest shutdown since World War I. And the uncertainty caused by this tragedy could be bad news for an already struggling economy. Ron Insana covers the markets for CNBC. Ron, good morning to you.
Good morning, Matt. On a normal day, the floor of the New York Stock Exchange is populated with some 3,000 traders, brokers, specialists, and other employees. Today, as you said, for the third straight day, it is empty, the longest shutdown since World War I. Richard Grasso is the chairman of the New York Stock Exchange, and he joins me now with some details on how the financial community is coping with this crisis and with some estimates as to when life will return, not to normal down here, but we'll certainly be back to business in some way, shape, or form. Mr. Chairman, thanks for being with us today. Appreciate you coming by.
Thank you for being here, Ron.
Dick, let me ask you about the New York Stock Exchange. You have 3 floors in the World Trade Center and have a number of employees there. Did everyone get out safely as far as you know?
Well, thank God, as far as we know, Ron, all 133 of our employees were able to exit the offices and leave the building. And we have established contact with all but a very small number of them, so we presume that they are all safe.
All right, now let me ask you about the New York Stock Exchange. There's been a great deal of discussion as to when it will reopen. Some say a speedy reopening will send a message to terrorists and others who feel they could disrupt the American way of life, and that the symbol will be strong if people are back here even as early as tomorrow. Can you give us your best estimate as when trading will resume in the stock exchange?
Well, the people are really the question, Ron, and it's not the people returning to the floor of the New York Stock Exchange or to the brokerage houses in this part of Manhattan. It's really the wonderful men and women from the rescue efforts of the NYFD, NYPD, the city and state government officials who are right over at the site, recovering hopefully many more alive and unfortunately digging through the rubble to find those that have perished. We are mostly concerned about that operation, and I would tell you the resolve of this industry is to be up and trading as quickly as is humanly possible, but respectfully of the fact that first and foremost we want to give those wonderful people who are digging through what was the Twin Towers the opportunity to fully do their job and hopefully recover more of our colleagues alive. As far as the marketplace is strong. We have an enormous enthusiasm expressed to me by our people, not just the employees of the New York Stock Exchange, but the employees of all of the wonderful brokerage firms who do business here, that they want to be back, that this marketplace has sustained a tragic loss. But let us not forget, the best way of honoring those that have left us is to come back stronger and more powerful than ever, and we will.
Do you think it'll be tomorrow or no?
Well, Ron, we are working on a coordinated effort, the industry, all of the markets, with our regulators, certainly with those in government. At the worst case, we're looking at Monday. We are hopefully going to target tomorrow. But I must tell you, first and foremost is we want every possible available person helping in that recovery effort. And we certainly don't want to bring hundreds of thousands of people into Lower Manhattan, which could in any way impede that recovery process.
Now, a lot of people are wondering, not because of material gain, but because they are worried about the impact of a falling stock market on an already weakening economy, how the stock market will behave when it reopens. If you go back and look through history, there were 22 seminal events that one research house studied in the last 24 hours and said, on average, the market goes down 5 to 7% when you have some sort of catastrophic event that is meaningful. And yet we're getting the sense now that the Federal Reserve is behind the market and that big institutions want to come here and buy, partly to make a statement and partly also to ensure that a falling stock market doesn't hurt consumer psychology, investor psychology, and the overall economy. What can you tell us about that?
Well, I think history has proven one thing, Ron, that in times of national emergency, in times of market dislocations, the absolute worst thing for investors to do is panic and sell. Look at the periods that you're talking about and take reference points in 1987, for instance, when the market fell precipitously. The market recovered to levels that people in the middle of that melee would have never envisioned. Look at the periods of the Great Depression. Look at the periods at the turn of the century. What this great country has is the strongest economy on earth. Is it as strong as it was 2 years ago? Perhaps not. Is it as strong as it will be in the years ahead? We know not for certain, but we can say history has proven that prudence and patience and a belief in this economy, in this way of life, has rewarded investors enormously.
Dick, is there any way that the structural damage to other buildings in the area that threaten to collapse in the near term could also affect the return to work on Wall Street? If we see some of those buildings at risk come down, is that just going to greatly complicate the efforts to restore normalcy down here?
Ron, clearly, no one would ever put trading of any instrument ahead of the protection of human lives. So I'm not going to speculate. We are working hand in glove with the wonderful officials from the city to make certain that when we resume trading, that no one will be at human risk.
Dick Grasso, thank you for joining us today. Richard Grasso is the chairman of the New York Stock Exchange, joining us here on an empty big board floor for now. Matt and Katie, back to you.
All right, Ron, thank you very much. I'll take it. We want to turn back now to the human toll of all this. Al Marchand was one of the flight attendants on United Flight 175 from Boston to Los Angeles, the plane that crashed into the second Twin Tower here in New York City. His wife, Becky, and son, Joshua, are in Alamogordo, New Mexico this morning. Becky and Joshua, good morning to you. Our condolences.
Thank you.
Becky, I know that this has to be an incredibly difficult time for you. There was a memorial service at a police headquarters last night because a flight attendant was your husband's second career. Is that correct?
That's right.
Tell me about the memorial service. He was a police officer first. Tell me about the memorial that was held for him.
Actually, it was a prayer vigil at the church, and it was night before last, but I wasn't able to be there because I was in Denver. I had arrived there from Boston that morning and had to wait for my father to pick me up, so I wasn't able to be there, but I heard there was about 300 people there.
Becky, you mentioned you had arrived in Denver from Boston. You and your husband were on separate flights out of Boston on that very same morning.
Right.
When did you first hear the news that hijackers had taken over a plane and that your husband might be on that plane?
When we were about to land in Denver, the young man sitting next to me had a small handheld email little pocket device, and I noticed him messing with it, and then he just looked at me and said, "Oh my God." And he told me that a plane had hit the first tower, And then he got another email, and his eyes widened more, and he let me read it, and he said the flights originated from Boston. And so I felt a little panicked at that time, but I didn't know that it was the flight to LA, so at that time I really didn't know that it was him.
Yeah, we didn't have exact flight numbers by that time, so, and which I don't know if you knew the flight number anyway, so you wouldn't have been able to determine that. Joshua, you were watching on TV, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And tell me your thoughts as you were watching the coverage.
At first, as I watched my dad's plane crash into the second tower, it didn't occur to me that my dad would be the one on the plane. It was kind of shocking. I don't know. It's hard.
Can you tell me, Joshua, a little bit about your dad?
I don't think there's a word in the dictionary that could describe my dad. He's probably the most brilliant person I have ever met in my life. He has had an impact on so many people in this world, in this town, in this entire state. And he's just a great person, and he had a very strong faith in the Lord. And
he was funny, very funny. He was just clowning, mostly for children. He just loved children. He was very outgoing. He just wanted to try everything in life. He wanted to do everything. He loved traveling, and that's why he had taken the job with United after retiring from the department.
Did you have any second thoughts when he told you he wanted to be a flight attendant?
Yeah, I did. I was actually more concerned with him being a flight attendant than I ever had been with him being a policeman.
I would imagine that in the last 48 hours your mind has raced as to thinking about what may have happened on that plane before it was crashed, and we may never know, that's for sure. How would you like your husband to be remembered, Becky?
He loved the Lord, and I know that God used him on that flight to help someone receive their eternity. And he said, I don't know how many times after he took this job, that God may have given him this job because what if he was on a flight somewhere and the flight was going down and there was one person on that flight that didn't know the Lord? Then if he could share with that person before the flight crashed, then his job on earth would be done. And he said that numerous times.
We only hope he had an opportunity to share some of those thoughts with the people on the plane. Becky and Joshua and Marchand, thank you very much for talking to us. Again, our sincere condolences.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Time to go over to Katie.
All right, Matt, thank you very much. Obviously, President Bush has been extremely busy talking with his advisors about possible military options, obviously trying to shore up worldwide support. And we understand that he is about to call New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani to offer his support and perhaps financial support as well as emotional support in this city that is still in shock. Let's go down to the White House, if we could, where we understand that President Bush is about to make that call.
Good morning, man.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Yeah, thank you all very much for taking my phone call. First of all, I can't tell you how sad I am and America is for the people of New York City and the tri-state area. I want to let you know there's a quiet anger in America that really is real. And also, though, I can't tell you how proud I am of the good citizens of your part of the world and the extraordinary job you all are doing. You're doing really a great job on behalf of the citizens of New York City, New York State, and in the tri-state area. So I want to thank you very much for your leadership and dedication.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Secondly, I've been in touch with you all, and you've extended me a kind invitation to come to New York City. I accept. I'll be there tomorrow afternoon after the prayer service at the National Cathedral. I look forward to joining with both of you in thanking the police and fire, the construction trade workers, the restaurant owners, the volunteers, all of whom have really made a huge display for the world to see of the compassion of America and the bravery of America and the strength of America. Every world leader I've talked to in recent days has been impressed by what they have seen about our nation and the fabric of our nation. And I want to thank everybody when I come. So thank you for your hospitality.
Well, Mr. President, thank you for coming to New York. I'm sure that's going to be a great inspiration to all of us, and particularly those thousands of men and women still downtown trying to help us with the rescue efforts. I also want to thank you for all the help we've gotten from the federal government. It's been tremendous, and for your words. You are right. Our nation is united as never before, and we will triumph over this evil with your leadership and your inspiration. And I also have to congratulate the mayor for the tremendous effort he has made. Mr. President, you would be proud of the leadership and the cooperation we've seen here. The city has taken the lead. Your people have been enormously supportive, and we're very grateful.
Well, thanks, George and Rudy. Thank you all. I know you've put in a request, and I've directed the Attorney General to expedite any payments of benefits for those fallen public safety officers to their families, any benefits to their families. And the Attorney General, as I understand, will be making a formal announcement of your request today. I've told Albaugh anything it takes to help New York. I have been in touch with the Congress. They are expediting a supplemental. We've got great cooperation with members of the Congress in both political parties. So just keep in touch. I know you will. This isn't the first time we've talked, and I really appreciate the fact that you all are in charge. And I know the citizens of New York and the tri-state area, people of New Jersey and Connecticut, are appreciative as well.
President, the uniformed officers, the police, the fire, the emergency service officers, their families will really appreciate this. We're going to sustain a tremendous loss of our bravest and our best people. And the relief that you're now making available to the families is going to mean a lot to them. They're going to be able to think about the fact that their children are going to be taken care of, that they're going to be able to go to college, that they're going to be able to carry on. So I can't express to you how appreciative we are of your acting so swiftly. And also, on that terrible day when our city was being attacked, you were in immediate communication with us, Mr. President, and helped to secure the city. And the work you've done for us, we all eternally appreciate. You've been a terrific leader, and we're taking direction from you, and we're following your example. You've done a terrific job, Mr. President.
Well, thanks, Rudy, and thanks, George. Let me make it clear to you all, as my close friends, that my mindset is this. One, I'm weep and mourn with America. I'm going to a hospital right after this to comfort families. I wish I could comfort every single family whose lives have been affected. But make no mistake about it, my resolve is steady and strong about winning this war that has been declared on America. It's a new kind of war. And I understand it's a new kind of war. And this government will adjust. And this government will call others to join us to make sure these acts, the people who conducted these acts and those who harbor them are held accountable for their actions. Make no mistake. And as we do so, I urge, I know I don't need to tell you all this, but our nation must be mindful that there are thousands of Arab Americans who live in New York City who love their flag just as much as the three of us do. And we must be mindful that as we seek to win the war, that we treat Arab Americans and Muslims with the respect they deserve. I know that is your attitudes as well. certainly the attitude of this government, that we should not hold one who is a Muslim responsible for an act of terror. We will hold those who are responsible for the terrorist acts accountable and those who harbor them. You'll see, and I look forward to visiting with you in person tomorrow about the resolve of this government. And so I thank you very much for your leadership on the ground. I wish I was visiting under better circumstances, but it will be a chance for all three of us to thank and hug and cry with the citizens of your good area.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We really appreciate this very much.
We'll see you tomorrow.
President, we're looking forward to your visit. It will inspire us all, and we will be with you when the United States takes firm and appropriate action to those who conducted this evil.
Thank you all very much. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
God bless.
Mr. President.
You have been listening and watching President George W. Bush, who has just phoned the governor of New York, George Pataki, as well as the mayor of New York City, Rudolph Giuliani. The message was one of sympathy, support, resolve, and the need for tolerance as well. He's answering some questions. Let's go back.
There are beefed up security at our airports. There's increased presence on the airplanes. Yes, I would, if a family member asked whether they should fly, I'd say yes.
Mr. President, how close are you, sir, to finding out, to nailing down who is responsible for these acts? And what kind of international coalition are you trying to build? Is it similar to the one your father built for the Persian Gulf War?
I am, first let me condition the press this way. Any sources and methods of intelligence will remain guarded in secret. My administration will not talk about how we gather intelligence, if we gather intelligence, and what the intelligence says. That's for the protection of the American people. It is important as we battle this enemy, we conduct ourselves that way. Secondly, I've been on the phone this morning, just like I was yesterday, and will be on this afternoon on the phone with leaders from around the world who express their solidarity with this nation's intention to rout out and to whip terrorism. They understand, fully understand, that that an act of war was declared on the United States of America. They understand as well that that act could have easily been declared on them. These people can't stand freedom. They hate our values. They hate what America stands for. Many of the leaders understand it could have easily have happened to them. Secondly, they understand that unlike previous war, this enemy likes to hide. They heard my call loud and clear to those who feel like they can provide safe harbor for the terrorists, that we will hold them responsible as well. And they join me in understanding not only the concept of the enemy, that the enemy is a different type of enemy. They join me also in solidarity about holding those who fund them, who harbor them, who encourage them responsible for their activities. I'm pleased with the outpouring of support. Jiang Zemin, Vladimir Putin. Had a great visit this morning with His Royal Highness Prince Abdullah of Saudi Arabia. I will continue to stay on the phone. And there is universal support for the American people, sadness in their voice, but understanding that we have just seen the first war of the 21st century. And there's universal approval of the statements I have made, and I am confident there will be universal approval of the actions this government takes. Yeah, Stretch.
Mr. President, if this is a different kind of war, it might require perhaps a different kind of coalition. Many people believe that for a real war on terrorism to work, you'll need cooperation from governments that haven't necessarily done so in the past, specifically Pakistan and Afghanistan. Have you made any progress on that front?
I would refer you to the statements that the Pakistani leader gave about his I don't have the exact words in front of me, but his willingness to work with the United States, and I appreciated that statement. And now we'll just find out what that means, won't we? We will give the Pakistani government a chance to cooperate and to participate as we hunt down those people who committed this unbelievable, despicable act on America.
Mr. President, how confident are you that Osama bin Laden is behind these attacks? Do you know what his whereabouts are? And secondly, what kind of support are you looking for from Congress in terms of your willingness to act?
We will not discuss intelligence matters, how we gather intelligence, and what we know. Secondly, I am about anybody. When our government acts, you'll be informed. Secondly, we had a great meeting yesterday here in the cabinet room with leadership of the House and the Senate. I was touched by their response, their encouragement, and their willingness to work together. And I would be very pleased to see a strong resolution come out of Congress supporting the administration and what we intend to do, and we're working closely with Congress. Secondly, progress is being made on a supplemental. I thought that was very swift action, and I'm most appreciative again of Senator Daschle and Representative Gephardt, as well as my Republican colleagues, for really showing solidarity again and uniting the nation. Now's the time for the country to be united. And, you know, through the tears of sadness, I see an opportunity. You know, make no mistake about it, this nation is sad. But we're also tough and resolute. And now's an opportunity to do generations a favor by coming together and whipping terrorism, hunting it down, finding it, and holding them accountable. The nation must understand this is now the focus of my administration. We will be very much engaged in domestic policy, of course. I look forward to working with Congress on a variety of issues. But now that war has been declared on us, we will lead the world to victory. To victory.
President, what is your understanding of the threat to Air Force One, and do you believe that the terrorists attempted to assassinate you, sir?
I will not discuss the intelligence that our country has gathered.
Do you believe they tried to assassinate you?
I believe I took the, I know I took the appropriate actions as the Commander-in-Chief to be in a position to be able to make the decisions necessary for our government to handle the crisis. You didn't hear the end of the phone call with the mayor and George Pataki, both of whom thanked me for the fact that we were immediately on the phone with them from Air Force One, and our government responded quickly.
How did you feel knowing you're under personal threat?
Could you give us a sense as to what kind of prayers you are thinking and where your heart is for yourself as you work on that?
Well, I don't think about myself right now. I think about the families, the children. I'm a loving guy, and I'm also someone, however, who's got a job to do, and I intend to do it. And this is a terrible moment, but this country will not relent until we have saved ourselves and others from the terrible tragedy that came upon America.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
You've been watching President George W. Bush speaking very emotionally and very forcefully about the tragedies in New York City at the Pentagon outside Washington, D.C., and the plane crash, of course, southeast of Pittsburgh. He talked about the support he has been getting from the leadership of the House and Senate. Also about his efforts to build a worldwide coalition. He has been on the phone with world leaders, says he will continue to talk with them. He says that they have been giving him incredible support, and he's confident that they will support a military action as well. And he also talked about and emphasized the need to keep U.S. intelligence, its content and capabilities secret and guarded. Again, a very emotional and forceful President Bush speaking to reporters in the Oval Office just a moment ago. Meanwhile, American airspace was scheduled to reopen just a few minutes ago. NBC's Robert Hager is at Washington's Ronald Reagan National Airport this morning. Bob, what's happening there?
Well, this airport will remain closed for the rest of the day. What you said is so that airspace is just opening around the rest of the country, but Secretary Mineta of the Transportation Department has just urged passengers to be patient. It's going to take airlines quite a while to get up and get rolling again, to get flying again. Most of them have said that they won't try much today other than to pick up some stranded passengers. It's really going to be tomorrow before they get many flights in the air. But here's something very, very interesting that's come up. Secretary Mineta said that they're going to start using armed military on a few domestic flights. Now, that's something completely new. We've had the Sky Marshal program where you have employees of the FAA. They are armed, and there are only a handful of them, and they use them on international flights, and it's mostly just a deterrent, knowing that they're there. They've never fired their guns on one of these flights, but the fact that they're there has been thought to be a deterrent. Well, now they'd like to apply this to domestic flights, but they need manpower, and so they've arranged to get members of the Army's Delta Force. They wanted to get people who were trained with the guns, and they didn't want to go through special training period for new Sky Marshals, so they're going to turn to the Army and get Delta Force people. Not sure how fast it'll be spun up, but I got the idea that it would be fairly quickly. So the idea is you put these people on airplanes disguised as ordinary passengers, you advertise it around that they're there, and you certainly make a terrorist think twice about it. But the sensitive thing here is the use of a gun on an airplane. I mean, it's an aluminum cylinder up there in the sky, pressurized, so one has to be very, very careful about using the gun in the air, and even if trouble breaks out. So the feeling here is that it's more the deterrent value that you're talking about, just knowing that they're there and that they are armed. But that's quite unique. The idea of turning to the military may require some change in law, because ordinarily military are prohibited by law from engaging in civilian kinds of enforcement operations. But there must have been something arranged if they're going to start doing it, and Secretary Mineta said that they will.
And Bob, as you say, I mean, that's a very dramatic step. How will they determine what flights these armed military personnel will guard? I mean, will they be sporadic? I mean, will they be certain destinations? How will that determination be made?
I'm going to guess here, because this is all going to be super secret, so we won't know. But I have some idea how the international program is operated now. First of all, they have very few, so they're not used very often, but they keep them in service. I mean, they fly almost constantly, but there are just not very many of them to go around. So they do, in fact, use them on the flights to the most sensitive destinations. So I would think on domestic flights, you might try to do the same, but it's a little harder to pick out what's a sensitive destination when you're talking about domestic flight. But it would be very sporadic and scattered. I think it's really the deterrent value of knowing that they're there.
So would these be uniformed officers, or would these be undercover?
They'd have to be undercover. I mean, that's the value of the deterrence, is that you make them look like ordinary passengers, so no terrorist knows if there's one on that particular flight. For uniformed presence, they're talking about something else. They're talking about putting more uniformed people into the airports, and they're going to use some federal agents there rather than just airport security people. So they're going to borrow people from the Immigration Service and from border guards, maybe from Customs or the ATF from the Treasury Department, put them in uniform, so you have some uniform presence at the airports too. And on that subject, Yesterday, Logan Airport in Boston said they were going to use, it was the governor actually that announced they're going to use state troopers to put them at airports, put them presumably at the screening points. So I think we'll see this as a kind of a national trend, whether they're federal uniformed or state police, in this case in Boston. The idea of beefing up the visible enforcement presence at security screening.
All right, Bob Hager. Bob, thank you for that update. Interesting developments. Obviously, the long-term ramifications of this tragedy will be felt at airports across the country, and witnessing what happened on Tuesday, whether live or on television, may take a serious emotional toll on many people. Dr. Gail Saltz is a psychiatrist at the New York Psychoanalytic Institute here in New York. She has some advice on how to cope with post-traumatic stress. Gail, good morning.
Good morning.
You know, we often hear of people suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder after people have served in wars. Is that too strong a term to use for what people are experiencing right now?
Well, no, actually not at all, because really the trauma just has to be something sort of outside of normal human experience, and this certainly would be that. And whether they've been involved in it or witnessed it, and actually in a way we've all witnessed it over and over again, of course, on the television, you can definitely develop symptoms of post-traumatic stress.
Well, tell me what some of those symptoms are, and probably what people may be experiencing throughout the country today.
Right. Well, I think what's important to know, first of all, is we're talking about two different things: acute stress and post-traumatic stress. So right now, people are going to be experiencing acute stress disorder, basically, which means it lasts from 2 days to only 4 weeks. And post-traumatic stress, it really has to last longer than a month. So we won't be seeing those kinds of patients till a little further out. But basically, if you've been exposed to this kind of an experience that's been horribly frightening, where you felt helpless, these kinds of symptoms can develop.
Well, before you mention the symptoms, I just want to reiterate there are many different levels of this, and of course, according to an individual's circumstances. For example, Gail, I mean, someone who was actually at the scene, someone who might have escaped the building, someone who was outside the building, someone who was dropping their child off at school, someone who has a loved one who was in the building. I mean, they all have different levels of acute stress and will have different levels of post-traumatic stress disorder.
That's absolutely true. Usually the amount of symptoms somewhat correlate to the severity of the trauma. So if you escaped from the building, your trauma is obviously more severe than someone who maybe saw it on television, say. But it is mostly determined by your subjective experience of the trauma. So that some people actually may suffer very much even though they weren't, say, you know, in the building.
What are some of the symptoms then?
Well, I sort of divide them into 3 areas. So there's the reliving of what's happened. In other words, your brain is sort of overpowered by the level of what has happened to you. So first of all, there's reliving of what's gone on.
Where you think about images over and over and over again. You can't get them out of your brain.
Exactly. You have nightmares about what's gone on. You may physically re-experience things. So suddenly in a moment, you'll have a panic where you feel short of breath, nauseous, sweaty, like it's actually happening to you again. And some people with post-traumatic stress disorder go on to develop flashbacks, the experience that it's actually happening to them, even though it's not happening at that moment. And the next set of symptoms have to do with avoidance. The brain is actually, in a way, trying to avoid all this horrible information.
It's pretty hard to do that right now, isn't it?
It is, but the way people do it is by, you may see people like this right now, feeling dazed. They're like numb. They're in shock. It sort of doesn't seem real that this could be happening. And that's actually a way the brain denies what's going on. And that's sort of an avoidance of what's happening.
And then the third is increased arousal?
That's right, meaning that the whole body is sort of on alert. So you may be feeling very irritable, even angry. People can get very snappish at a time like this. You may be unable to sleep, and you may have sort of a very strong startle response. So somebody walks in the room and says hello, and you jump up. So your body's in this heightened aware state.
Now you divide it into 3 categories, but isn't it true that you could be experiencing all 3 of these things at different periods of time? Because, you know, sometimes I feel sick to my stomach, and then other times I feel like, you know, and here I am just reporting on this.
Right. Well, what I was trying to explain is basically people can experience all these symptoms at the same time, and often do, but to sort of understand that your brain is going back and forth between experiencing what's going on over and over again and denying what's going on to try to handle this overwhelming information.
You know, walking around New York City, I've been struck by people talking about it. I mean, it seems that people have an insatiable need to talk about this with friends, with family, to
That's
just,
right.
you know, no matter who they see, they want to talk about
Absolutely.
it. And why is that?
That's actually a wonderful thing. It's the people who are quiet are going to have more of the difficulty. Talking about it is your way of processing what's going on. I mean, to some degree, there may be some people who are simply drawn to the horror. Some people, you know, their character is such that they're drawn to horrible things. But I think in this case, it's really people trying to process this information and make connections.
What about wall-to-wall blanket coverage? I mean, there are friends of mine who cannot pull themselves away from the television, and I myself have found that I get sucked in by it because you start watching and it's so horrifying, and yet somehow you keep watching.
Right. I think that people have to try to titrate this for themselves, because for some people, you know, this is just going to be too much. And actually, it's part of this reliving experience. They're watching, they're thinking. It goes around and around and around. So some people will have to try to break that circuit by turning off, actually, the TV and going and doing something that they find relaxing.
And some people, and to do normal activities, which
That's
will
right.
somehow pull them back
That's right.
away from the traumatic situation.
Exactly.
I know some people are more vulnerable, people who have experienced loss in the past.
That's correct. Anybody who has experienced particularly a childhood loss, but any major trauma or loss in their past, they can relive it. Other things that are big risk factors, if you had a recent stressful change in your life, it can even be a good change, like a marriage or a birth of a baby, still anything stressful. Recent alcohol use, recent, you know, anything that's been major change in your life, and actually also a history of psychiatric problems in your family can also be a risk factor.
Well, I don't want to leave before you give some concrete advice to people.
Right. Well, I think a lot of the things that are going on is exactly the kind of advice I would give. The candlelight vigils, the community meetings. Support is the most important thing right now. So people that you can talk to, the talking really is good. You can't force someone to talk about it. So if someone's experiencing it near you, you can't make them talk, but you should encourage them to talk about what's going on. If the symptoms get worse and are compromising, say, your job or family, it would be important to seek professional advice. Some people go on to need medication and different kinds of therapy, and definitely should be assessed sometimes for suicidal thoughts, because that, of course, would need potentially hospitalization.
All right. Gail Saltz. Dr. Saltz, thank you very much. It is 27 minutes past the hour. Now here is Matt.
All right, Katie, thanks very much. For about the past 50 hours or so, rescue workers have been working around the clock here in New York City and, of course, in Washington, D.C. To this point, they have been working in what has been pretty good weather, which has been helping the rescue efforts. Unfortunately, Al Roker's outside the studio saying that may be about to change. Al?
That's right, Matt. They have had perfectly good weather. I mean, sunny skies. The winds have not been bad. In fact, yesterday the wind shifted a little bit and started blowing up from the south, so much of Manhattan was smelling what everybody down in the World Trade Center was smelling, that acrid, very burning smell across much of Manhattan. Well, we do have a change coming. If we take a look on the satellite radar, we do have a cold front that is starting to push down from the north, from Canada, bringing moisture into the area. And so here's the forecast. This is what we're looking for developing tonight, sometime after 8 o'clock. Showers and thunderstorms, as much as a ½ inch of rain starting sometime tonight, ending by tomorrow morning, but then the winds are going to pick up. Those winds about 15 to 25 miles per hour. Not only making things rough for the workers down there, but what's also going to happen, as you've seen in some of the scenes down there on the street, there's 4 or 5 inches of dust and cement and powder and just a real mess. Well, you add a ½ inch of rain to that, and now you have a very dangerous situation with a lot of mud, slippery conditions, and then the winds pick up and start to blow whatever debris hasn't been wet down, moving around. So the next 24 hours are going to be, the weather conditions are really going to degrade for those rescue workers down there at the World Trade Center. Matt?
All right, Al, thanks very much. Not exactly the news they were looking for. We want to go now to Boston, where former President George Bush is speaking and referring, of course, to the tragic events of 2 days ago.
And it's not pleasant, but I think we're going to find that we have to do more in the way of human intelligence, and that means we're going to have to take a broad look at exactly what constraints the intelligence community, not just CIA, but the community itself, is operating under. And I think it's important to recognize that all this new internet technology that you guys know so much about has to be reviewed, in a sense, to see whether we're constraining our intelligence communities from from getting after the culprits that may be American citizens. It's not pleasant, but I believe strongly we need to strengthen our intelligence. We got the best intelligence system in the world. Our president gets better intelligence, I think, than the Prime Minister of England, President of Israel, Prime Minister, whatever. But we still need to strengthen it, and I think you're going to see a little effort to do that. The world we live in today is very different than what it was when this week began. Very different indeed. And we should make sure that these agencies responsible for protecting American citizens against terror are not forced to fight this critical battle with one arm tied behind them. Having said all that, the topic at hand today is the energy business. And though it seems like a million years since I was out there in the business trenches like you all are.
And as, of course, former President George Bush speaking in Boston this morning, referring to the fact that America is going to have to change its policy of intelligence and do more in the near future. Ann Curry is standing by in Lower Manhattan with a few guests. Ann?
Matt, I'm standing, as you know, in Lower Manhattan where the rescue effort is underway, and joining us now is Bob Crystal. He's a retired New York City police officer who has joined basically the search out of the goodness of your own heart, trying to do some good. You've been here since 1 o'clock the morning of the disaster. What have you seen?
Total devastation, lots of loss of life, luckily some survivors, and everybody coming together to help out.
You said that it's painful for you now to be asked to leave just because you're so tired from all of this work and not having had enough sleep. You don't want to go.
No.
Because?
You're needed here. Your country's under siege. You do whatever you can do, and there's still hope for life out there, and where there is, you want to be part of it. You don't have to be the one to find them. You just want to be working at it.
How much, what was the feeling yesterday when you were part of a team that came across a firefighter who was alive, buried up to his chest in rubble?
It was magnificent. It was the greatest feeling in the world. But I have to tell you that I've been part of other teams that, while we've been working, or if you're on a break and they find someone, you're part of that effort. You get the same feeling. You just want to get them out and get them home safe to their families.
I know you're so exhausted. Please stand by for just a moment, because we also want to introduce you to Paul DiMartini. He's come down here on his bicycle with a flyer because he is looking for his older brother, Frank DiMartini, who was on the 88th floor in his office for the Port Authority. And he also, your brother, was part of he was the construction manager for the Port Authority for the construction of the World Trade Center. And this is giving you hope. Why?
Well, because he and his wife were on the 88th floor when the plane hit on the 92nd, and his wife immediately left, and she is home fine. He remained because people were coming down from the 92nd floor that needed assistance and help. Well, our thought is that he remained in the building. He was last seen on the 78th floor helping people with 2 other gentlemen, and our hope is that at that time he had been in the building a while. Tower 2 collapsed, and he knew to get down, and he went down, and he knew that he couldn't get out because of all the rubbish from the other tower, and he went into the subgrade, which is what he loved. He loved the subgrade, and he knew it so well, and we're hoping that he went down there with the other gentlemen that were helping him, and they're there, and it's our hope.
And you have gone around to all the hospitals with this flyer. You're about ready to head to the Armory, where they have a center now for people who have missing relatives or friends who are in the building.
Yeah.
How are you doing? How's your family doing?
Well, we're staying active. We're trying to stay busy because obviously we want to do something, and that's how we're getting through it.
We wish you every luck in finding your brother Frank, and I know you're doing everything you can, and I suppose this gives you guys, the guys who are working as rescuers out in the field, just all the more encouragement to not stop.
Nobody wants to stop there. The worst part is when they took us off for a while yesterday because of the smell of a gas leak and the possibility of a building coming down. Everybody there basically wants to just keep digging. And
anything you want to say to Paul?
Paul, the guys are working. If he's alive, We'll get them. We'll get them. They'll all get them out of there. It's a concerted effort, and just hang in there.
As a lot of people are. Thank you so much, Bob Crystal, for joining us. Thank you also, Paul DiMartini, for joining us this morning. This afternoon now, Katie, now back to you.
All right, Ann, thank you very much for that report. From this day forward, the people who escaped from the building so savagely attacked by terrorists will be known as survivors. They join the ranks of others given that rare second chance at life, people who have lived through events beyond their control. NBC's Shelley Smith has their stories.
They are images forever ingrained in our memory. At times, forces of nature attack, or human error takes a deadly toll. On Tuesday, terrorism brought a city to its knees, and a nation wept. But in nearly every disaster, there are magic moments when the will to survive triumphs over unimaginable odds. They are the survivors. Their stories inspire us and remind us of the strength of the human spirit.
Some people have this biological instinct, and it's so strong that they will never give up, no matter what the situation, what their peril is, how much rubble they're in.
When this Singapore Airlines plane crashed in Taiwan, no one expected any survivors. The 747 became a charred crypt for 81 souls.
I hit the runway running. I mean, I ran.
Amazingly, John Diaz escaped the fireball.
And I was not scared. As a matter of fact, I wasn't shocked or surprised. The way to look at it is that you've unbelievable, you're now a survivor, and this is the first day of your new life.
When this new life emerged from the rubble in Mexico City, she was just 5 days old. Born in Juarez Hospital, the same day it collapsed in a deadly earthquake.
We really don't know. It's incredible. It's really a miracle.
But sometimes life after a miracle takes courage. In Oklahoma City, 168 people died at the hands of a terrorist, many of them children. 6 years later, the survivors who cheated death are still struggling to cope.
First couple of years you struggle with the feelings of guilt because some of the children didn't make it and ours did, and of the questions of why.
Brandon and Rebecca Denny were in the daycare center in the basement of the Murrah Federal Building when 9 floors came crashing down.
I dropped it.
Their parents' prayers were answered.
Every time I think of that building and what happened in Oklahoma City, it always brings me back to reality, to make every minute of every day count, because it might be your last.
Even the rescue workers who helped pull them from the rubble are survivors. This picture came to symbolize an American tragedy, an image Chris Fields will never forget.
I'm looking at her, and I'm thinking, this is somebody's baby, and they're going to find out that their child is dead today.
And sometimes being a hero requires tough choices.
Aid workers and crews in these helicopters are being asked to make a choice, an awful choice. You have to choose who's going to live and who you're going to leave behind and hope that they're still there tomorrow.
Tuesday in New York, firefighters made the choice to save as many people as they could, and it cost them their lives. Hundreds now missing, trying to do their job. 48 hours after the deadliest assault on America, only a few have been pulled out alive. Thousands remain buried in the rubble. Now, new images of terror etched in history. For today, Shelley Smith, NBC News, Los Angeles.
It is 8:39 Pacific time. Now here's Matt.
Katie, thanks very much. As bad as things were on Tuesday, there is a possibility that they could have been even worse. Tim Mitten of our flagship station, WNBC TV here in New York, has some disturbing information. Tim, good morning to you.
Good morning, Matt. It was about the time that the first attacks on the World Trade Center were starting, and at JFK Airport, which has not previously been connected to any of the outgoing flights, just before 9 o'clock, United Flight 23, scheduled to depart for Los Angeles, was boarding. There was some kind of an altercation involving 3 men described by a Port Authority of New York and New Jersey police source as Middle Eastern in appearance. Somehow, the source will not reveal the exact details. They attracted the suspicions of the gate staff boarding that flight. The staff had some kind of a verbal exchange and demanded that these 3 men leave the aircraft. The men...
They had already gotten on the plane.
They're on the plane. It's very close to departure. The scheduled departure time was 9 o'clock. As you and the viewers know at this point, the first attack on the World Trade Center was just 15 minutes before. So as they're boarding the flight, the attack is either about to happen or has just happened, but nobody knows about it. And certainly nobody knows that airplanes are involved. So what happens then is they're asked to leave the aircraft. They refuse to get off. The airline, following its normal procedures, according to this police source, calls the police, which immediately dispatch an emergency service team. So now you have a squad of heavily armed officers that are coming toward the airplane. And when they get there, the men have vanished. The gate staff can't find them. And clearly what the employees were trying to do was get them off the plane. So the fact that they had slipped away may not be as big a surprise.
A couple of the disturbing facts here. One, this is a flight from JFK to Los Angeles, so it matches with the type of flights, the transcontinental flights that were hijacked in the other 4 instances. Another disturbing fact, if indeed there was an altercation and these men felt they had a case to make and were being treated unfairly, you can't imagine they would have disappeared from the airport. They would have stayed around and pled their case with the police.
And there are 2 other disturbing things in addition to that. The first is, you know from, and viewers would know from their experience traveling, it is extraordinarily unusual to have an airline, after it has boarded passengers, be so suspicious that it's going to ask these customers to get off the airplane. That said, it would be equally unusual, if you will, for passengers in that situation not to at least get up, go to the gate, have the conversation that you're describing. To sit in your seat, to be so determined, unusual.
You reported this story on WNBC TV here in New York, and I understand were contacted after the airing of that story.
We got a phone call from a law enforcement officer who was on vacation, was in the United Airlines terminal at the time. He said at the time he didn't add it all up, but seeing the report and, of course, having seen what happened in New York and elsewhere afterwards, he decided at that point he needed to contact his supervisors. Essentially what he saw was he's in the United terminal. It's just after 9 o'clock. The attacks have happened. The television set in the bar in the terminal is on. As you can imagine, people about to fly, anybody indeed, would have been transfixed by those events. So now NBC and others are reporting the second attack just after 9 o'clock. He says the entire terminal was riveted to these television sets at the bar in one corner, except 2 men who were sitting off to the side, as he described it on the phone last night, appearing to him, veteran police officer, as being way too cool. So he walked over out of curiosity. He says he heard them speaking a language he could not identify. He doesn't know what the language was, but it wasn't English. And he says as he approached, they looked over, they saw him coming over. He says he then saw Port Authority police who were perhaps searching. In any event, they were running. He said he got close enough to hear that the men were talking in raised tones. He described it as a stern conversation, the way you might have, he said, with your wife if you were angry but you didn't want people around to hear that you were having a fight with your wife. He said as soon as he approached, they walked out of the terminal, and he looked over. He described them as Middle Eastern in both appearance and dress. Not sure what that means, but that was his description. He said when they left the terminal through the glass doors, he saw them meet a 3rd man, and they then left. He didn't see how. Now, same 3 men, who knows? But it was the same terminal, clearly at the same time, because he said the second attack had just happened on the television set, and he was walking over from that. It's certainly, at the very least, unsettling. The Port Authority police source said it's been referred to the FBI.
I mean, obviously, that you have to stop and think for a second here. Obviously, there's a lot of coincidental information here, and there's also a chance that people are being paranoid in the wake of these attacks. But at the very least, there are some disturbing similarities.
You can't jump to conclusions. But what's real is 3 men were asked to leave the airplane, and they refused, then vanished.
Tim Minton of WNBC TV here in New York. Tim, thanks very much. Let's go to Jim Bamford, who is someone who's been discussing intelligence and security and things like that with us throughout the last couple of days. Jim, you've just listened to Tim's story. What do you make of it?
I was actually doing another interview. I didn't hear the story, sorry.
We were talking about the fact that at the very same time, 9 o'clock Tuesday morning, as the attacks were taking place here in New York City, it's been reported that on a flight, a United flight scheduled to go from JFK to Los Angeles, 3 men being described as Middle Eastern got into an altercation with flight personnel and were asked to leave a plane. They refused, and when the flight personnel called police, then those men did get off the plane and vanished. They didn't stay around to talk to the police and plead their case. They disappeared from the airport.
Well, again, it's one more indication of how obvious some of these things should have been before they actually got on the flight. I'm surprised that so many of them got on with knives and so forth. So, I mean, what you're talking about here basically is a massive intelligence failure overall, and I think that's what happened. And there's reasons for that. One of the reasons is that the intelligence community has cut down by 1/3 since 1990. At the same time, the ways to communicate and the technologies have increased manyfold. People can communicate now secretly through the internet or through various ways of hiding messages within pictures. There's a lot of ways to secretly communicate. And NSA has, which is the agency responsible for eavesdropping on a lot of this communications, has downsized, and the number of linguists that can actually translate Arabic and Farsi and other languages has just been reduced to a very small amount.
Yeah, James, we spoke this morning earlier with 2 members of the Senate Intelligence Committee, Senators Graham and Shelby, and one of the things they talked about, and I know you feel strongly about, is timing of all this. Sometimes a message will be intercepted. You'll get that message on a Wednesday, but it could refer to something that could have already happened 2 days earlier.
Well, that's right. There's most of what NSA intercepts is not in real time. In other words, as it's happening. It's done remotely by receivers where there's not even anybody around a lot of times, and then it's hours, days, weeks later that they end up listening to it, because what they're looking for is long-term intelligence, and they don't have enough people to sit around and eavesdrop or sit around and analyze these communications. One listening post, for example, one large NSA listening post in England, which is the location where a lot of the information in and out of Afghanistan and the Middle East goes through, picks up 2 million pieces of communications an hour. That's just in 1 hour. And all that information has to be sifted through either by computers and or human beings at one point. So it's a tremendous amount of information to go through, far more than there was 10 years ago. And like I said, at the same time, the NSA and the other agencies have downsized by 1/3.
You also feel, and I know while you say it is a problem with intelligence and the way we gather and analyze intelligence, you also feel that there's a larger problem here, and that is that we're being targeted because of our support for certain policies. This is more of a diplomacy problem in the big picture.
Well, that's one of the problems we have right now, is where to target this information. When you had the Soviet Union there wasn't much of a problem on where to target it. 80% of all the effort went to eavesdropping on Russian communications. Now there's crises that break out all over the world. When the crisis in Haiti broke out, NSA had a total of 1 Creole linguist. There's crises in Congo right now. The NSA has very few Lingala linguists. They've got to watch what's taking place in North Korea. They've got to have Korean linguists, and they got bashed a number of years ago for missing the Indian nuclear test, so they have to have Hindi linguists. And the problem is there's a limited amount of these people around and an unlimited amount of communications to go through. So that's how things like this slip through the cracks.
We don't know who did this yet, and certainly there's been a lot of talk in the last couple of days about the possibility, and I stress possibility, that this is the result of some encouragement or work behind the scenes by Osama bin Laden. Is it true that we had fairly close tabs on him for a while, but that last February U.S. intelligence lost track of him?
Well, the NSA did have a very close track on him for a long time. Osama bin Laden used to communicate through a cellular phone using a satellite called Inmarsat, which is used by a lot of ships at sea. And NSA was intercepting a lot of that communications, and even for highly cleared visitors to NSA, they would play recordings of bin Laden talking to his mother. I think she was in Saudi Arabia at the time, but NSA had these recordings, and they were picking them up. And then when I was interviewing people at NSA back in last February, they were telling me that they've totally lost bin Laden and can't find him, can't pick up his communications. And that's what's known as denial and deception. It's finding ways to avoid people picking up your communications.
If indeed there was some involvement by bin Laden in this attack, would it have been daily planning, in your opinion, or planning more at arm's length?
No, that's the whole idea of a cell. Is I think bin Laden is more of spiritual, ideological, semi-religious type of a figure, but I don't think he does micromanagement of these operations. I don't think he has morning 9 a.m. conference calls on how they're doing this. I think the teams go off. They're very selective on who knows about what is going on. They communicate very limited in very limited amounts, and I think there's reports now that a number of these teams who got on these planes didn't know about the other teams that were going to get on planes.
Yeah,
so
when you think about it, he had a tough assignment, or someone had a tough assignment, recruiting enough people who A, could fly a plane, and B, were willing to kill themselves.
Well, exactly. I mean, that's one thing here that's totally brand new. Is people willing to kill themselves, and not just somebody just off the street, but somebody who is highly educated, who go through months or if not years of training in order to kill themselves, or somebody who is highly educated and will go kill themselves. That's a brand new factor in intelligence, and I mean brand new factor in terrorism, and I don't think intelligence to some degree has adjusted to that factor yet. It's been happening in Israel, and that's what's happening here now, is suicide bombers, basically. Something we've never seen before, and something which the intelligence community has never had to grapple with before.
All right, James Banford. James, thanks very much.
Thank you.
And now, here's Katie.
There is no waiting for some families, they know. Among them, the family of pilot Charles Burlingame. He was at the controls of American Airlines Flight 77 out of Dulles International Airport before hijackers crashed it into the Pentagon. Bradley and Deborah Burlingame are Charles' brother and sister. Bradley and Deborah, what can we say? Our deepest and profound sympathies to you and your family.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Bradley, let me start with you. Your brother sounds like he was quite a guy. Can you tell us about him?
Well, Chick, as he was called to us family and friends, always wanted to fly. He was appointed to the United States Naval Academy by the President when he graduated from high school, and immediately after graduation from Annapolis, went into pilot training and eventually flew fighter planes for the United States Navy. After leaving the Navy is when he began his long career for American Airlines, and he was a seasoned pilot, and he loved to fly ever since he was a little boy. We have pictures of him holding wooden planes that he built when he was 5, 6 years old.
In fact, he had worked for the airlines for quite a long time, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
After he left the Navy, he began in 1979 flying for American Airlines, and he loved it. He loved the company. He loved all his friends, and I should tell you that we were informed very early on after the crash of his place on that aircraft, and we were grateful to his friends, American pilots, and dear Navy friends who came to our sister-in-law's aid in Virginia, and they're still helping her now.
And in fact, Bradley and Deborah, I know that Chick, your brother, his birthday was September 12th, and he was going to celebrate by going to the Angels game because he was a huge Angels fan and loved the Lakers as well. And he had actually wanted his wife, Sherry, who lives in Virginia, to come with him to Los Angeles, but he couldn't get good seats for the game, so he decided that she should, in fact, stay at home.
Over the years, Chick would come out to California, and he'd come out here, and a few days in advance, he and I would try to plan on going to a game, and it was typically whether or not we could get good seats or not. And because he graduated from Anaheim High School, right where the Angels play, and so he was a longtime Angel fan and Lakers fan as well.
He has a daughter, Wendy.
Yes, Wendy. Wendy lives in New Jersey. She's grown now, 26 years old, and she's, of course, having a very difficult time.
Deborah, did your brother ever express fear or a concern? Is probably, he doesn't sound like a guy who was fearful of much, but was he ever concerned about the prospect of problems of this nature, of a hijacking, when he was piloting an aircraft?
I never heard my brother talk about hijacking. He was always, the only thing he verbalized to me were when there would be questions of the safety of air travel itself. He was always adamant that it was one of the safest activities you can engage in. Apart from that, he was always very focused on the safety issue. He was a real professional and highly trained. As you probably know, Navy pilots are highly trained for all contingencies, and they are trained to, well, they are sort of self-selecting type people who go into this business. They know how to perform under pressure and under extreme pressure. So he didn't actually ever talk about hijacking, because hijacking in this country is such well, a rarity, and it rarely culminates in this kind of outcome. So, but I'm very, very confident that whatever happened on his plane the morning that he and his passengers and crewmates perished, that he performed with incredible courage. I know that they would have had to incapacitate my brother or kill him or overpower him in such a way that no human could have sustained. So we're confident about that.
In fact, I've talked to families, people who have relatives who are pilots, and every last one says that no commercial pilot would ever agree to basically harm people using the aircraft as a weapon, that they would sacrifice the people on the plane before they would ever cause a larger loss of life.
It's absolutely true, and the irony of this for Chick and our family, Sherry, our brother Mark, is that when Chick left an active service in the Navy, he went into the Naval Reserve and actually retired from the Naval Reserve just a couple years ago. And all during those years, he worked at the Pentagon. That building was very dear to him. The irony that that aircraft struck that building is something I just can't imagine my brother allowing to happen.
And not only that, Katie, but that plane hit the west side of the building, which is right adjacent to Arlington National Cemetery, where our parents were both recently buried. That is sacred territory to my family and to my brother, and I guarantee you he would never have allowed that plane to come down in that particular place.
Sacred territory to so many Americans. I understand that you hope that he'll be buried there as well.
We know that he always planned to be buried there when his life would end. Of course, we didn't expect him at age 52 to be buried there, but we know there's a lot of other tragedies that are being dealt with and at the Pentagon, and there'll be lots of burials at Arlington in the coming weeks.
Well, your brother certainly sounds as if he was a fine man and a true patriot, and again, our deepest sympathy to both you, Bradley and Deborah, and your entire family.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Let's go now to Lower Manhattan, where NBC's David Bloom is on the west side. Search and recovery efforts, of course, continuing there. David?
Matt, we want to do two things today. We want to update you first on the casualty figures. The latest numbers, again, from New York City Mayor Rudolph Giuliani, simply staggering. The mayor says that as of the latest counts, 4,763 people are missing. And of course, that would put the death toll from all of these attacks at over 5,000 when you include the latest estimate from the Pentagon, roughly 200 people killed there, as well as the 266 killed aboard the 4 hijacked airliners. We're told, however, that thus far only 94 bodies have been recovered. That's up from 82 when the day began, and that 46 of those bodies have been identified now. And that, as gruesome as it is, they're simply identifying body parts in the other cases. The second thing we want to do this morning, Matt, is introduce you to a New York City firefighter. His name is John Marabito. He is a longtime veteran of the New York City Fire Department from Ladder Company number 10. He's 35 years old. He was working directly across from the World Trade Center at the time of the explosion. In fact, he was in one of the towers when the other tower imploded.
I stood in the doorway. I got knocked back 30 feet by the blast. I got back up. I ran into the doorway. I hid there until it was over, and I jumped out a window and ran for the water. But I know that they're doing every effort, everything that they could possibly do, moving equipment by hand, lifting steel by hand, carrying papers by hand away from the site, piling it up so that they could look underneath there and try to find somebody and try to find some hope. I know personally that I saw people buried in subways that can possibly still be alive. Those people can still be down there. It's very possible that they have no way of communicating, but we're going to just keep digging. We're going to keep trying to reach them. We're going to keep seeing if we hear noise, keep seeing if we can pull people out of there alive. I saw them make it to the subway, and the debris fell down around them, and the subway is below grade, below ground. There are 6 levels below grade there, and it's possible that they got down there before the rubble came down on top of them. The emotion is tremendous down there. It's emotion of hope. It's emotion of fear. Every time a truck rumbles, guys are jumping and twitching. It's still in our heads. It's still fresh. It's going to take a long time to forget. Have hope that your loved ones are still alive. I know of stories, miraculous stories, that people rode the building down and lived. I know of stories where a man was standing in a stairwell and happened to be standing on a 1-foot by 1-foot concrete slab. The building was completely gone around, and he was on the 7th floor, still standing on that slab. And they managed to put 7th floor of One World Trade. He was still standing on that slab, and we managed to get him out of there. I'm shaken up. That goes unsaid, but I have to get back in and I have to do what I have to do. I mean, shock was days ago, and trembling and fear was 2 days ago, and now I'm angered, and I want to get back in there and try to save, and do what my job is.
New York City firefighter John Marabito, part of the rescue effort here in Lower Manhattan. I want to pass on a request that's been put to us by some of the emergency workers here, Matt. Obviously, this applies only to people probably within the sound of my voice in the New York City area, but they're looking for canopy tents down here, simply because they've got firefighters who are getting injured, rescue workers who are being treated for smoke inhalation and other things, and they're looking for canopy tents to stretch over their workplaces where they're helping these individuals out who've been hurt so they can stitch them up and send them back inside. That's the latest on the recovery effort here in Lower Manhattan, Matt.
All right, David, thanks very much. You mentioned some of the things they need down there. I just want to mention that an Amtrak train left Union Station this morning for New York City with 6 boxcars filled with cleaner kits, comfort kits, Visine, dust masks, drinks, tissue, small American flags, all donated and on their way to New York City and the relief effort. Katie?
All right, Matt, thanks very much. For the latest on the status of the investigation, let's turn now to NBC's justice correspondent Pete Williams. Pete, good morning.
Good morning to you, Katie. Here's what we think is the latest information we have from federal officials. Number one, they now think that there were probably 18 hijackers on board those 4 separate planes. In some planes, probably only 2 or 3. In another plane, as many as 5. They had said yesterday it might be between 12 and 24. Now they think it's about 18. That number may change. And they have all of those names. So of the hijackers that they know, they believe were on those planes, they know all of their names. As a matter of fact, they may publicly release those names later today. That's a possibility. Secondly, the working assumption of the federal officials on this investigation is that the planning for this attack has certainly been going on at least a year, and one official says an educated guess may be as many as 2 years. Now, a couple of things. There are many, many leads, 2,000 solid leads they're looking up. One official says over 20,000 tips to that brand new system the FBI set up for receiving tips. Its website at www.ifccfbi.gov. 20,000 hits to that. Now, some of these turn out to be very solid, some not. Some arouse a lot of public attention, like the yesterday's very high-profile search of an apartment or a hotel room in Boston, the Westin Hotel in Copley Plaza. That turned out to be nothing. Another one that's attracted a lot of attention is a report of a possible fifth plane. Here's where that report comes from. On Tuesday morning, the morning of the terrorist attacks, at about the same time as the other planes were taking off, there was a complaint at JFK in New York that 3 Middle Eastern men were in some kind of an argument with a ticket agent, that they got on the plane, the airline called Port Authority police, and by the time the Port Authority police showed up, the men were nowhere to be seen. They'd left the scene. So that aroused a lot of suspicion that perhaps that was a potential fifth plane. However, a senior federal official tells NBC News that there's nothing credible to indicate that that was in fact a fifth plane. There's nothing to connect that to the terrorist attacks. And in fact, this official says there are many well-meaning reports like that out there that officials have to check out, but that are turning out to be a wash. A similar wash was a report yesterday in Pennsylvania of a apartment landlord who said he thought there was someone acting suspiciously, found in their room a suspicious powder and perhaps technical training manuals for aircraft. That also turned out to be a wash. So many solid avenues that are being considered and being pursued, but some as well that are not panning out, Katie.
Yeah, that's right, Pete, because I think yesterday, we were hearing some speculation. There were a couple of people arrested on the GW Bridge with explosives, either in a car or truck, and again, we've heard no information about that. So inevitably, stories start to surface.
Right.
When something like this happens, yes. Although we're going to look more into that JFK flight a little bit more, Pete, because there are some very peculiar circumstances surrounding that. And I don't believe that flight ever took off. But as I said, we're going to look into that some more. Let me ask you, Pete, a little bit about these 18 hijackers. Do federal authorities know much about any of them? They do. They have learned about 2 of them, right? Or at least one of them?
Well, they know quite a bit about 2 of them. They may know more about others that we just haven't heard about yet, but they certainly know quite a bit about the 2, because the sequence of events here is the passenger manifest list from one of the flights that left Boston leads them, along with a report from a passenger who just happened to get in an argument apparently with one of the drivers when they parked their car at Logan Airport. That led authorities to that car. The car registration in turn and some additional documents found in the car lead them to the Venice, Florida flight school, where 2 men who've been publicly named, their picture has been now publicly shown. Those 2 were known to have entered the United States sometime in the past year, have taken flight training in Venice, Florida for at least a year. They told the flight instructors that they had just come from Hamburg, Germany, and interestingly enough, German authorities in Hamburg today detained someone in connection with this case, and they also gave their passports. So a large number of documentary leads that the FBI can follow. They also used cash and credit cards to buy tickets and rent cars and hotel rooms. So, you know, this was a very well-planned attack in terms of the fact that no one seemed to know about it. It was carried off apparently by design. But they left a huge trail of clues behind them, lots of documentary evidence. They weren't trying very hard to cover their tracks, apparently.
Yeah, I thought that was... Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Pete.
Sure. Okay, one other thing. At least a couple of these hijackers show up on an FBI database. Once the FBI got the names of the suspected hijackers, they entered them into their enormous database and did get what they call some hits, indicating that some of these names were at least suspected of being associated with terrorist groups. Now, that doesn't mean that they were terrorists or that they had committed any crimes. There's nothing to prevent someone who's on the FBI database from ever getting on an airplane. There was nothing that would have stopped them from boarding their plane. It's not a federal crime to be on the FBI's database list. So there were a few people in that category as well.
Pete, can you tell me anything more about this? Well, first of all, what I was interrupting you to say, and I'm sorry about that, was it's really pretty amazing what an extensive paper trail at least these 2 men who were on the manifest left as they went about their business here in the States.
Well, it really is, because if you look, for example, just at the Oklahoma City bombing, Timothy McVeigh went to great lengths to try to cover his tracks for the most part, used an alias, used a prepaid calling card so that there wouldn't be any kind of telephone records. These folks apparently did none of that, used credit cards in their own names, rented cars in their own names. You know, it's just the same kind of thing that happened in the first World Trade Center bombing. And some of the bomb plotters also rented, filled out the rental application for the truck in their own names. So, you know, many aspects of highly detailed planning, but then obviously very sloppy things as well, leading some to speculate that perhaps that they wanted to be known after this had happened. Another thing that's very unusual about this case, just to state the obvious, normally when you have a terrorist attack, the terrorists themselves flee. Here, the chief terrorists, of course, were killed along with everyone else. That makes part of the investigation a little difficult, too, because you have the names on the flight list. But then how do you confirm that those people were actually on board those planes, other than simply the fact that they were on the manifest list? Now, that's pretty good proof, but it's going to be virtually impossible to prove that they were really on those planes.
And Pete, can you tell us any more or shed any more light on the individual who's been detained in Hamburg? And why and what connection that person might have?
Well, the German authorities aren't saying much, other than the fact that this person apparently worked at an airport. It's my guess, this is just a guess, knowing how federal law enforcement agencies worked, that they probably asked for German cooperation in finding this person. Because of the Hamburg connection to those two suspected terrorists who took their flight training at the pilot training center school in Venice, Florida. They told authorities there that they had come most recently from Hamburg, Germany, and in fact there's some indication that they did live there. So perhaps this is a person who was known to them there.
I wanted to mention another interesting development too, Pete, that Chris Hansen mentioned earlier, is that a ramp pass was found inside that car that they searched at Logan Airport, which must lead authorities to believe that somehow this was partly an inside job.
Well, it suggests that that is a possibility, although it certainly doesn't prove it. The first thing that comes to mind is possibly if they had this ramp pass, could someone else have used it to get a knife aboard the plane so that these terrorists could get through the metal detectors without having to carry one of these box cutter knives or these apparent knives that they had when they were on board the aircraft. Who knows whether they were able to carry the knives through the security themselves or whether someone got it to them.
But that would have
bypassing security.
That would have given them access to areas that a normal person wouldn't have access to. So I guess there are a lot of questions about if they just got that ramp pass and used it themselves, or if somehow they were in cahoots with people who worked within the airport. Unclear, I guess, at this point. All right, Pete, thanks very much for the update. We'll talk to you later.
Certainly. Okay.
Now here's Matt.
All right, Katie, thanks very much. We've been reporting that the nation's airspace is scheduled to be reopened, actually about an hour ago. Bob Hager is in Washington's Ronald Reagan National Airport with more on that. Bob, good morning.
Morning, Matt. Well, it's going to proceed slowly. The skies are technically open now to commercial aviation, not yet to general aviation, that is private planes. But most of the airlines are saying they're not going to do much more today other than pick up stranded passengers where their planes were diverted on the hijack day and get those stranded passengers to their original destinations. Some of them are going to try to run a few scheduled flights tonight. There's an international flight scheduled into Los Angeles Airport, I think about 3 o'clock this afternoon, something like that. But at any rate, this is going to proceed very slowly, and passengers are told to be patient and to allow extra time when they do come to the airport for flights. Now, a couple of other things. We're going to see a more uniformed presence at our airports, and they're even talking about some armed people on planes. The uniformed presence at airports, extra people borrowed from the Immigration Service, from border patrols, put them in uniform and put them around at airports in visible places so people can see some uniform presence, for instance, at screening areas. So that's one precaution they're taking, or one effort to beef up security. But here's a very interesting point. The Transportation Secretary, Norman Mineta, said this morning they're going to borrow Army people from the U.S. Army's trained elite Delta forces. So those are special operations people, arm them, and they would go disguised as passengers on a few, I don't think there'll be many of them, but on a few domestic flights. It would be a deterrent, but it's an extension of the Sky Marshal program. We've heard they were thinking about expanding that.
And
but
Bob,
we now have Sky Marshals. Go ahead, Matt.
Let me just interrupt. The reason that the Transportation Secretary made that known is because he wants you and I to talk about it and other people to talk about it on national television, because that's what creates the deterrent.
Absolutely, because when you talk about armed people on an airplane, I mean, you're pretty limited with what you're going to do. If you're going to fire the gun, you better be awful sure you're not going to hit innocent passengers in a crowded airplane, or that you're not going to fire through the fuselage and destroy the pressurization. FAA claims to have some tests where they say a bullet won't perforate the fuselage, but
right.
that takes a powerful element of belief. In any event, it is the deterrent value you're really talking about. But they said that the reason they're getting these Delta people, rather than, for instance, throwing the Border Patrol people or Immigration Service people into that role suddenly, is that they want trained people who are very expert in the use of firearms, and that's why they'll use them for that purpose.
Let me go back to what you started talking about, Bob, and that is that there's kind of a staggering here. Some airports opening now, others opening later. Am I to believe that the reason that some airports are not opening now is that they have not gotten those highway patrol officers or whatever in place, that they haven't met these new, more stringent FAA regulations?
I think most big airports have met them at this point, because I was told a couple of hours ago that 100 airports had met that criteria. They said it was not all the major airports, because in that 100 were a lot of minor ones, but we only have about 40 major airports in this country. So I think most of the major airports have the go-ahead from that standpoint. But I think it's more a matter of getting things geared back up at the airports, where the airlines getting the ticket agents in, things like that, getting the planes in the proper position. Airlines hate chaos. I mean, it's like those winter storms where it's easier to just say, okay, we're going to cancel everything at LaGuardia, rather than have these staggered flights where some passengers make their flights, others don't, and then the airlines have to put them up, things like that. I think it's a sense by the airlines that, okay, we're going back into this in an orderly fashion so we don't reinvite chaos.
You've said a couple of times, Bob, over the last couple of days that one of the reasons that the ground hold was put into effect was to thwart any further hijackings, but another, perhaps equally as important reason, was that the FBI and other law enforcement officials didn't want anybody who could still be a suspect or an accomplice to have access out of the country. And I want to go back to something I asked you back on the very first day, and that is, when this ground hold went into effect and there were countless planes on tarmacs with people waiting to take off who were not allowed to take off, was there any effort made, Bob, by law enforcement officials to check those passengers getting off those planes when they did allow them off?
No, I don't think so. I think it all came down so fast. That decision was made in such a hurry, and it was made actually after the third. It was after the Pentagon hijacker, after that plane went in the Pentagon. Then they suddenly said, okay, everybody in the air, get down right away, because it's such a radical thing to do, to just call a halt to the nation's complete air traffic system. First time it's ever been done in history. So something not taken lightly. I think it was all they could do to get those craft on the ground, and they got everything in the air on the ground, something over 2,000 planes within 2 hours. So no, in the midst of all that chaos, I don't think there was any effort to check the departing passengers.
You would just hope that people on the tarmac in those planes were not allowed to get away who perhaps were accomplices. Bob Hager at Washington Reagan National Airport this morning. Bob, thanks very much.
Thank you, Matt.
All right, here's Katie.
Matt, New York City's firefighters and police officers are fondly known here as the city's finest and bravest, with very good reason. When others race away from danger, they rush in. But in the World Trade Center disaster, that, of course, had tragic consequences. Dateline NBC's Don Frantangelo has their story.
The date, September 11th, 9/11, will forever be etched in our minds. It's eerie to think that hundreds of people were probably dialing that date, 911, after the first plane slammed into the World Trade Center. And when those 911 calls started pouring in, New York's firefighters and police couldn't stand around in shock like millions of other New Yorkers.
You guys going back? Yes. It's our job.
They had a job to do, a job that would cost many of New York's finest and bravest their lives.
Every company across the city has lost somebody.
It's hard. It's hard.
As the towers were burning, hundreds of firefighters and police were sent into the buildings. The firefighters were from some of the city's most elite rescue units, teams of 6 who were specially trained in building collapses. While thousands of panicked office workers were running down the stairs, hundreds of firefighters were running up.
I guess it was about the 27th floor. The firemen started coming up into the building. And I just felt that they were very brave, and you know, we were kind of clapping for them and wishing them luck on their way in.
But they were not so lucky. As the rescuers tried to save more people, the towers collapsed. First one, and about 40 minutes later, the other crashed to the ground.
Are you thinking of the firemen because you fear that they were perhaps trapped in the building when it collapsed?
I think they probably were. I think there were a lot of them that did get trapped in there, and I think that's very sad. They were all nice, young, healthy, good-looking guys.
And it wasn't just the rescuers on the inside. As the cloud of debris rained down, it destroyed a command center where 2 of the fire department's top commanders were stationed.
I don't know what to say. We lost people that have given over 40 years.
Our job was never meant to be like this. This is something that nobody would ever figure could happen or would happen.
By late last night, as firefighters continued to battle fires and search the rubble, the numbers were staggering.
We've got over 300 people that are missing that we can't account for. We believe that many of them are gone.
In one fell swoop, entire on-duty companies from fire stations throughout New York were engulfed in the rubble of the collapsed buildings, all just doing their jobs. Now all just gone. The numbers keep adding up. 7 from a rescue squad, 8 from a ladder company, and from here, a captain and a beloved chaplain.
For 10 years, Michael Judge, Franciscan father and fire buff, ministered to the men and women of the fire department. Yesterday, he answered the call quickly and died in his line of duty, giving divine comfort.
He had a way about him that just soothed all your feelings and emotions and let you go back to the firehouse thinking that this is okay and everything will be okay. He was a great man.
Support poured in from the neighborhood for the hundreds who simply answered the call. Their fire truck, windows blown out and covered with dust and debris from the blast, now a shrine. The Beatitude reads, "Blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted." But without Father Michael, who will comfort them now?
In a time like this, Father Mike would be the one we would all turn to, and they took him from us. It's very, very hard right now.
And in Lower Manhattan, Rescue Squad 18 and Ladder Company 20 together lost 15 members.
This is astronomical. I think right now we're probably all in a state of denial, which is probably how we're getting through it. I don't think this is all going to set it. Right now we're too busy working. Later we'll think about it.
Their colleagues left behind feel they need to do something, anything. So first thing this morning, they boarded a bus heading for Ground Zero to find the fallen.
What do you hope to find?
Just hope to do what we can do, anything they want us to do.
We're gonna go down there and see if we can find them.
Missing are elite firefighters like Manny Mojica, who started out years ago with firefighter Brian McKeever.
Manny and I sat next to each other in Proby School. I always remember his smile. He's a good man. A lot of good men.
It's their second nature. In an emergency, police respond, firefighters rescue, and even after an unimaginable toll, they're still at it.
It hurts so much inside right now, and our main goal is just to try to get every person, every brother, every civilian out of that building right now and let them rest in peace. It's very, very hard. But we'll get through it. We have to.
That was Dateline NBC's Dawn Frantangelo with a salute to the New York City Fire Department and all those heroes who have been working so tirelessly down there. Meanwhile, Ariane Curry is down near the scene of the wreckage. And I understand there have been some developments down there, hopefully.
That's right, Katie. The developments that we've all been hoping for. We're hearing confirmation from the New York City Police Department that 2 people, we've been only able to confirm 2 people have been pulled alive, we're told, from the rubble today, and are now already on their way or have reached the hospital. We're trying to get more information about whether these are firefighters, police officers, whether they're people who were in the rubble originally. We don't have information about that. We do know that originally, just about 10-15 minutes ago, the word came out, people were on the band, the radio, the police communication system band, communicating about this, and we just spoke to a police officer who confirmed 2 people, we don't know who they are, taken to the hospital alive. So that is a great reason to hope, Katie.
Do you know where they were found exactly in the rubble, Ann? I'm sure it's so confusing down there.
It is very confusing, but I can tell you that a lot of the work is going on the south building, the building that I showed you in those pictures when we were closer to the scene. That was a view of the south building, a view that we've not gotten that close before. And in that area, they're using not only cranes and shovels, but they're also digging by hand. And some of them have been here since the day of the disaster, the original day of the disaster. They were exhausted. But I spoke to one rescuer a short time ago who said they are just driven on by this sense that there could still be somebody alive. They did find, as you know, a firefighter yesterday who was buried up to his chest in rubble, and they rushed him to the hospital. There is a sense a lot of the rescuers, though they have been here for so many hours working without sleep and without a lot of food, they don't want to leave until they've exhausted every possibility that they can still find someone alive, Katie.
And I'm just curious, has anyone spoke with you about their concerns about tonight's weather forecast? Al told us earlier in the program that rain is expected, sometimes heavy at times, after 8 o'clock tonight. Have you heard any discussion of that?
I have not, to be honest with you, but I can tell you that the dust issue is so great that if at least that rain comes with less wind, that would be extremely helpful. They're driving up and down this road and many others all around here with trucks that are spraying water basically to keep the dust down because it's flying in their eyes, it's getting in the way. I don't know what that will mean actually on the scene, and that'll certainly be a question now that I know this information that I will pose to the rescuers there. I do know this, just a short time ago, they were bringing in something I hadn't seen until today. They were bringing in scaffolding, the kind of scaffolding that many of us here in New York are used to seeing outside of big, tall buildings. They're used just basically as support as work is being done on the outside of the buildings. So they brought that right down this road, right straight toward the south building, which is also adjacent to the building number 5 and building number 6, where really a lot of the work is going on. And hopefully that is a good sign that it'll allow them to get to places they need to get to do this job down here, Katie.
All right. Well, hopefully, as you said, Ann, if maybe the rain will be a good thing because it will maybe alleviate some of the dust problem, which I know is extremely irritating to all those people who have been working for so many hours. Ann, thanks a lot. We'll see you later, I hope.
All right. Okay.
Now, with more, here's Matt.
Katie, thanks. Arthur Del Bianco, Marlene Cruz, and Hersley Lever all work with ABM Engineering. They were at the World Trade Center on Tuesday and were injured in the attack. They're at Bellevue Hospital. Thank you for being with us.
Hi.
Thanks, Matt.
How you doing?
Let me start. Arthur, if I can begin with you, can you tell me where you were working on Tuesday morning?
On Tuesday morning, I was assigned to work on the roof of Building 2 and was sidetracked for a couple of minutes, and that's probably what saved my life. I was heading up to the 106th or 7th floor in an elevator, and around the 70th floor, I heard, lights flickered in the elevator and a rumble, and then I heard people screaming on the radio, "I'm trapped, get me out, get us out, fire, fire." I told the elevator operator, open the door and get the people wherever we were on. And we took them down to the ground level, and then the fire department took the elevator car over. I went downstairs looking for my fellow workers because at that time I didn't know the extent of the explosion. I thought it was just an explosion, not that it was the two planes that ran into the building. So we were looking subgrade for fellow workers. And I got out of the building at one point and saw the two planes and a building burning and people jumping out of the building, and started to round up guys on the radio to see who's out, who's missing, you know, because we work below ground. There's 6 levels below ground, and it traverses throughout the complex, throughout the 5 buildings. I went looking for my friend Hershey Lever over here and couldn't find him. Myself and Mike Pecoraro were back in the building looking for him, and we couldn't find him. We helped the paramedics to work their way down, and the firemen to work their way down because Marlene was hurt on the 2nd level below ground. At that point, we got out because the smoke and the water was getting too heavy, and when I got up to the concourse level, it was just like, you know, like gunfire, and then just 3 big explosions, and the elevator banks came down, and the windows and the glass and the stainless steel and the marble just started pushing us. We started running to get out of there, and it pushed us through the rubble like 25 to 50 feet, and I wound up hanging by an elevator pit with my hand on a turnstile. When I awoke, when it stopped, I felt someone walk over me, and it was a firefighter. I heard his Scott pack or his tank, and I just reached up and grabbed, you know, for anything going by me, and I grabbed his belt, and he helped me to my feet. And as we went along trying to find our way out to Liberty Street, we just grabbed people along the way and just said, hold on, don't let go. Just, you know, caravan out. Everybody follow each other out. Hold on to each other. I got outside.
I just want to say, I want to ask.
When I got outside, the building come down.
So how far away from the building were you when it actually collapsed?
We just stepped across the street by the financial center. And the building started coming down, and people just started crawling, walking, pushing, yelling and screaming, heading for the water towards the Jersey side and running north, grabbing whoever couldn't walk, dragging them along the walkways.
Marlene, what are the extent of your injuries?
Well, thank God I'm not that bad anymore. My back is just very sore since all the debris fell on me. My leg is sprained. I have it in a cast now, but so far it's been good. Thank God. I walked in here, felt like a whole truck fell on me.
I can imagine. Can you just describe, you know, where you ended up when you finally came to a rest, I guess, after this incredible ordeal? Just describe your surroundings. What were you seeing?
Well, like I said, I got on the 50 car, which is the freight elevator. I was going to do a job on the 46th floor, and the elevator operator closed the door. It was just me and him in the elevator. All of a sudden, I heard that explosion, and the doors blew, and the elevator dropped, and there was smoke, fire, water all over the place, debris, concrete, you name it, just fell on top of us.
How far did the elevator drop?
I can't really tell you, but I was caught in between the floors, and I was lucky, and there were some other guys, co-workers, like Artie says, there's all workers down on the B levels, and they just pulled me out, and they laid me on the floor. I was laying there for about 40 minutes with one of my partners, Carl, and he stood by me, but my boss was hysterical because nobody was coming to get me or the other guy, so he says, "To hell with it, let's get her out of here." I just felt like they put me on some kind of camping. If it wasn't for my boss, I would have still been down there.
It's unbelievable. Hersley, can you, I mean, it just sounds like the 3 of you are so lucky to be out alive, although I can see you are all injured.
Yeah, we all got foot problems.
I was in the B4 level. I was assigned to the B3 level, but I had to do something in the B4 sheet metal shop. So I went in the sheet metal shop, do what I had to do, and on my way, I heard a bomb. So I says, probably the transformer again blew up. So I stepped back, finished what I had to finish, and I started towards the door again. My ankle was shattered. So a guy was with me in the shop, and he was down on the ground, and he started to cry. I says, listen, I says, you get hurt? He says, no. I says, well, if you're not hurt, stop the crying. We got to get our act together. We got to get out of here. He says, I says, I can't walk because I'm shot. So he says, where are we going to go? I said, we're going to get out of here. So I crawl on my left side up to a door into a plenum, and there was a door over there. So I hold on the door, I stand up, and I hold on his shoulder, and I limp to the door, hoping that that door will open. Well, luckily the door opened, and the Secret Service policeman them was right on B4 level, the parking lot. And they came over to my rescue. I says, listen, my ankle is broke. They says, okay, lay down. And they put me to lay down, and one Secret Service got something and wrapped my leg. And the next guy brought his van, put me in the van, and was bringing me out to get an ambulance. But unfortunately, no ambulance was available. So he says, what we going to do? So as he says that, that's when the other plane hit the second tower. And he and my co-worker, Robert Burke, they run and left me in the van. I said, look, I'm here all by myself again. But they came, about in 15 minutes they came back.
And
so
they got
on the
you.
way back, yeah, it says, where we going to go? I said, look, let us go to Bellevue.
Well, let me just say, I know that none of you knew that the others were okay until this morning when you were finally...
No, we didn't know.
Right.
You were finally reunited.
We met each other here.
We met each other here because our mother came up last night and looked for me. She says, Arthur is downstairs. I said, you're kidding? She says, yes. So I called him and I talked to him. But I didn't know Marlene was here either.
I found out Artie was here yesterday.
Then, we were having x-rays done, and I heard her voice.
When he came, he said that Marlene and Artie is here.
Can I
so
just
I crawl out?
Can I just ask you if you think, the three of you, and just in a few seconds left, that there are chances, based on where you were in the building, that there could be other people still alive down there, still trapped?
Sure. I guess so.
I would say so, yeah.
I would say yes.
That building's pretty strong, and the first time the bombing did not bring that building down. I'm hoping and praying that a lot of our co-workers are still out there.
I think people are still alive.
There's a lot of tunnels that go underneath the building that connect all the buildings. And if they were on the move, there's a good possibility there's a lot of people alive.
Exactly.
They just haven't gotten to them
yet. It's just a matter of time.
Definitely.
Cell phones
it's a different world down there.
Cell phones and any computers probably ran out of batteries, or they couldn't transmit because of the antennas being out. I know my cell phone wasn't usable, and but there's a good possibility a lot of these people are alive.
Well, we certainly hope so.
We pray for that.
We pray.
As do we, and we're so happy that you're all okay.
Oh yeah,
thank you.
I can say that I was very lucky, because if I'd made one more step, I would caught in that ball of fire.
Right, exactly. All right. Well, Arthur, Marlene. I'm sorry to cut you off. Arthur, Marlene, and Hersley, good luck to you all, and thanks for talking to us.
Thank
you.
All right.
Three quintessential
Amazing
New Yorkers,
stories, yeah.
so I think are going to be friends for life after this experience, don't you? Meanwhile, Maddie, we just wanted to make note of this. Buckingham Palace is suspending its traditional changing of the guard. Instead, the palace will play the U.S. national anthem in honor of those who have lost their lives here in the United States, which certainly is a nice, generous gesture on behalf of Buckingham Palace. Meanwhile, of course, President Bush spoke about an hour ago and talked about shoring up international support for some kind of military action against those responsible for these terrorist attacks. Our chief foreign affairs correspondent is Andrea Mitchell. She joins us now from the Washington newsroom. Andrea?
Katie, I've just gotten off the phone with a senior U.S. official who tells me that we should not assume that the all clear has sounded, that there are more known terrorists to the United States who are both inside and outside the country capable of hijacking an airplane, and that we should be very careful and not assume that this is over. This from a senior official in the U.S. government at a fairly high level. So with that warning, we have to be very, very cautious indeed. This official said that we could be sure that we're safe if the FAA could be sure that they can guarantee that a plane won't be hijacked. But despite the new provisions that have been put in and announced by Transportation Secretary Mineta, no one really believes that eliminating curbside baggage check and preventing people from getting on board with knives is really going to be the answer to that. That a lot more has to be done. We don't yet have in place the non-uniformed military or other officials that they're talking about putting on airplanes on selected flights. So this is just a fairly serious warning from a senior U.S. official that we do know that there are other people from this band who are out there. They are very far along in finding out names of people involved in this, as Pete Williams has been reporting throughout.
That is pretty darn unsettling. I mean, what is there some evidence that makes this senior official give that kind of warning? Because
yes, there is.
That's a very serious thing to say and to report.
I can't identify my source on this, but I can tell you that it is at a very high level, and that this is not someone who speaks freely. This is just to say that this is not necessarily all over. This is why these precautions are being taken. This is why the U.S. government is taking this so seriously and is not standing down. We are in a very tentative stage now in the crackdown on terrorism in this country, and it is a new kind of war, as the president himself said in the Oval Office in his briefing to reporters and in his comments to Rudy Giuliani and Governor Pataki. So while they believe that they have protected government facilities and have protected U.S. officials, they do not think that this is over, because they have not gotten their hands on all of the people they believe are involved in this cell.
Andrea, just stand by for a moment. We have the President and First Lady outside the Washington Hospital Center. Let's listen.
There's a wonderful spirit up on the floor that we went to. We told them that our country's praying for each and every one there. We're praying for their families. Some of the folks could talk, and they described the horror of the incident in the moment. They talked about escaping, going through fire, and crawling through debris. That it's clear that they were fighting for their survival then, and like every patient up there, they're still fighting for their survival. And it's just a sobering moment for Laura and me, but I want to again thank the hospital, the docs, the nurses, and of course, again tell the families that the nation prays for those who have been injured during this unbelievable act of terror. Thank you all.
Stunned President and Mrs. Bush just moments ago. That was videotape after a visit with some of the injured from the Pentagon who were taken to the Washington Hospital Center. We're back with Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchells, who is in our Washington Bureau. Andrea, I'm just curious, you know, Pete Williams told us earlier that they believe there were about 18 hijackers involved. And as you say, we know pretty much their names and are assuming from the manifest that they were, in fact, on board these 4 hijacked jetliners. But what about their associates? You mentioned their associates. How much progress are officials making in identifying and tracking them down?
Well, I suspect that they're making a lot of progress in identifying them, but I'm not so sure how much progress in tracking them down, because obviously they are not going to share this kind of intelligence information with us. But I think that given the fact that they believe that there's still some out there, they believe that there are people capable of hijacking a plane. That means that they know other people who have been trained in flight schools. One of the things that Pete Williams reported exclusively yesterday was that the Florida Flight Training Center was not the only flight training center that was involved in this case. So that means that our FBI experts are on the trail of other people trained who are not on these 4 jetliners. That's probably the basis for what the official who was just telling me in this warning when he said that this is not all over.
Right.
Another couple of points, Katie, if you have just a second.
Sure.
There have been some erroneous reports that Osama bin Laden is in custody in Afghanistan. The word that I'm getting from top officials is that that is nonsense, and I'm cleaning up the response. That this is disinformation being put out by Afghanistan, that the people who are in the position to know such things would know if Osama bin Laden were in custody, if the Afghans or the Pakistanis had in fact agreed to cooperate so completely that they actually had their hands on bin Laden and were either about to turn him over or were going to hold him. But that is not the case, according to the highest levels of the U.S. government.
Before we go, Andrew, on the diplomatic front, President Bush did speak, as I mentioned earlier, about shoring up international support. He's had conversations with several world leaders. He talked about meeting with King Abdullah of Saudi Arabia. How is that going in terms of finding out how much international support there may be for some kind of unilateral or multilateral military response.
Katie, I think they're making very good progress on that front, that the President and Colin Powell in particular have done quite a bit in terms of getting this unusual, extraordinary, in fact unprecedented NATO agreement that for the first time in its 52-year military history, NATO is willing to give military support to the United States, to one of its members, for an attack on this member state, on the United States. So as soon as they prove, as we can prove effectively, that this is an external attack, that will then lead to military support from NATO. That means intelligence sharing on a larger basis, and as you know, NATO is no longer the European countries that we're familiar with. It is the broader group that is involved in NATO now, and that is a very big advance.
What about some of the countries that heretofore have not necessarily been that supportive and cooperative to the United States? For example, Pakistan, that seems to be sort of the country that everybody is focusing on right now. What about Pakistan and other nations?
Pakistan in particular has promised today cooperation, but the jury is still out on that. Officials here in Washington are saying that they have played both sides of the fence before, trying to placate Afghanistan and the U.S. at the same time, so they are not yet persuaded until Pakistan delivers.
What about moderate Arab nations like Jordan, for example? I mean, it's fairly risky, isn't it, for some of those countries?
Jordan has been heroic. Yes, Jordan has been absolutely heroic. The Millennium bombing plot against U.S. targets in Jordan would never have been prevented and foiled if not for Jordanian intelligence. In fact, the first break in the case on the Millennium bombing plots of the people crossing over from Canada that were targeting LAX, that came from Jordanian intelligence. So there is no question that the new king who succeeded King Hussein, King Abdullah, and the intelligence apparatus in Jordan have been cooperating extensively with the United States. Egypt is also saying that it is cooperating, but clearly Egypt would be less pleased with a strike against Osama bin Laden, a unilateral strike at this stage. They are a little more queasy about it. They have a lot more at stake.
What about Syria?
Has a lot of support in Egypt. Syria, not at all. They have not, to my knowledge at least, gotten cooperation from Syria. The Gulf states, which of course we bled and fought for Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, you're seeing signs now of Saudi Arabian support. I have not heard of a great deal of support from Kuwait, but people like Colin Powell have a unique relationship with many of those Gulf leaders because of the partnership during the Gulf War, and he's working very hard on those accounts.
And Andrew, one last question. Is your impression that the U.S., if there is a military action or a military strike, would act on its own militarily and share primarily intelligence or staging areas with other countries, or have you been led to believe by State Department officials that this might be a concerted efforts with our allies also participating?
I think the NATO announcement yesterday tells us that it would be not unilateral, that it would be more of a multilateral operation, at least with us using their airspace and maybe some other assets.
All right. Andrea Mitchell reporting about the State Department from the Washington newsroom. Andrea, thank you very much for that update.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
We're going to be hearing from Attorney General John Ashcroft in just a few minutes. A couple of pieces of business just to kind of tidy up for you, if you will. Some things, and these might seem superficial at the moment, but we should tell you, while airports are opening across the country and travel in and out of New York City is resuming and becoming more normal, things like baseball, football, all canceled until further notice. Go to Washington right now and Attorney General John Ashcroft.
September the 11th, 2001 was a day of unspeakable violence and outrage, but also a day of heroism and sacrifice. As endangered men and women struggled to make their way out of burning, collapsing buildings, firemen and policemen, emergency rescue personnel struggled to make their way in to those structures. Many, and we don't know how many yet, never made it out of the buildings. Even as we continue to hold out hope that more of these brave Americans will be found alive, it is my duty as Attorney General to begin to process the provision of relief to the families of public safety officers who sacrificed so that others might survive the attacks of September the 11th. The Public Safety Officers Benefits Act of 1976 provides for approximately $150,000 in benefits to the families of law enforcement officers, firemen, emergency response squad members, ambulance crew members who are killed in the line of duty. This morning, the President of the United States, President George W. Bush, directed me immediately to implement procedures to streamline application processes and approval processes of claims for benefits under this act. Pursuant to the President's directive, the Department of Justice this morning has taken the following actions to expedite the delivery of benefits to public safety officers' families. First, the existing regulations under the Public Safety Officers Benefits Act requires that officers' families and employing agencies fill out individual forms certifying that the officer was killed in the line of duty and that no disqualifying circumstances were present, and that the officer was in fact related to the family members seeking the benefits. These regulations direct the Bureau of Justice Assistance in the Justice Department to give substantial weight to evidence presented by federal, state, and local agencies and to resolve in favor of payment any reasonable doubt concerning the circumstances of the officer's permanent disability or death. In view of the unprecedented loss of life and the debilitating injuries to public safety officers, I have directed, pursuant to the President's request, that this process be streamlined in this case. I am directing the Office of Justice Programs to exercise the full scope of its direction and its discretion under the statute and regulations to accept applications, consider evidence justifying claims, and to process prompt payment of benefits. In cases in which benefits are sought by survivors of officers killed in the line of duty on September 11, I am directing that blanket certifications from executives of public safety agencies be considered as evidence of eligibility without requiring further individualized documentation. In addition, the family claim form will be abbreviated and streamlined. Secondly, the Department of Justice's Office of Justice Programs is immediately making available additional resources to see that the claims of fallen officers' families are processed as quickly as possible. Staff are being brought to New York from a variety of other settings to assist in case processing. Second, a separate computer database is being established to expedite and monitor the case processing. Third, lawyers from the Office of Justice Programs are immediately reviewing all cases from New York to make sure that those cases move as quickly as possible. Office of Justice Programs, fourth, staff members are being sent to New York to assist with family contacts and the assembly of claim packages, including the gathering of pertinent records. The Office of Justice Program representatives will be available on site, if requested, to pre-certify claim packages in terms of the completeness of those packages. These representatives will also work with the Treasury Department to expedite the payments to families once claims are approved. The provision of benefits is an insufficient but a necessary response on behalf of the American people to the unknown number of individuals who fought fires, law enforcement officers, and medical rescue personnel who died answering the call of their fellow citizens on September the 11th. It is President Bush's and my hope that the actions that we have taken today will provide a measure of relief to the husbands and wives and children that have been left behind. I know that it is the nation's hope that this assistance will stand as a gesture of the inexpressible gratitude that so many Americans feel, as well as a small tribute to the honor of the sacrifice of those who were willing to lose their lives so that others might be saved. Additionally, today I announced with the Treasury Department a step that has been taken to provide additional security at airports across the country. As airports reopen and as travel is resumed, there will be substantially increased security presence, on the ground at designated security checkpoints throughout the country. The Departments of Justice and Treasury have deployed hundreds of U.S. Marshals, individuals from the U.S. Marshal Service, U.S. Border Patrol, and U.S. Customs officials as part of a broad effort by federal law enforcement authorities to provide a larger police presence at airports in addition to the heightened security procedures already put into effect. We will take all precautions necessary to protect American travelers. Finally, our nation calls on us in times like this to be at our best. If we are to prevail in difficult times like this, we must be at our best. Since Tuesday, the Justice Department has received reports of violence and threats of violence against Arab Americans and other Americans of Middle Eastern and South Asian descent. We must not descend to the level of those who perpetrated Tuesday's violence by targeting individuals based on race, religion, or national origin. Such reports of violence and threats are in direct opposition to the very principles and laws for which the United States of America stands, and such reports of violence and threats of violence will not be tolerated. I now have a few updates with regard to the ongoing investigation. Legal attaches of the FBI around the world are receiving enormous cooperation from law enforcement authorities in the host countries that are cooperating with us to assist us in following up on leads. We have also received numerous offers of help from other countries if we need those elements of assistance, and we are grateful for the assistance that has been offered and the assistance that has been rendered. With regard to federal law enforcement personnel casualties, there is an FBI agent assigned to the New York field office who remains missing. 3 U.S. Marshals who are assigned to the Southern District of New York sustained minor injuries. We are also in the process of collecting information nationwide regarding the loss of life and casualties among law enforcement personnel. As of this morning, the FBI's Leads hotline has received 2,055 phone calls. Some of these leads have been helpful to the investigation. The website, which was opened virtually immediately after the crisis, has received more than 22,700 suggested tips. The FBI is working thousands and thousands of leads. As of this moment, none of the black boxes has been recovered yet. However, we believe retrieval of the black box at the Somerset County location is the most feasible in the short term. Last but not least, the total number of hijackers, to our best estimate and our best knowledge given the information at this time, on the 4 planes that crashed was at least 18, unless contradicted by evidence which we wouldn't anticipate. 2 planes had 5 hijackers and 2 other planes had 4 hijackers each. The director of the FBI, Mr. Mueller, is here with me, and we would be pleased to respond to your questions.
All the hijackers, were they ticketed passengers? And if not, do you know how they got on the planes?
Yes, they were ticketed passengers.
Are you convinced, based on the evidence in Florida and Boston and elsewhere, that the Lobby was or may have been behind this?
I'm not prepared to identify or to comment on persons ultimately responsible at this time.
How many people at this point are detained around the country, and why are these potential accomplices, Mr. Director, of such concern to the Bureau?
Well, I can't give you a specific number. What has happened, as I indicated yesterday, that we're, as a result of following up leads, we're interviewing a number of people. And in the course of doing those interviews, we find that a number of the individuals, when asked for identification and the like, are out of status. And when we find somebody out of status, we quite obviously bring in the INS and they are detained. And that is the policy and procedures we're following.
And they're concerned to you regarding the investigation?
Some may be concerned to us and some may not after we interview them.
What sort of indication do you have of other operations being aborted, other plane hijackings, or perhaps other terrorist operations?
I'm not prepared to make comments about any other items at this time.
Has there been any determination about where the plane crash in Somerset County might have been?
I missed.
Has the FBI made any determination about where the plane crashed in Somerset County, what its target might have been, and what happened to cause that plane to crash where it did?
I think it's fair to say that we're unable to comment on that.
How many associates are you looking at? How many hijackers and associates do you have?
Well, obviously, I've just announced that there are 18 hijackers. The number of associates is significant, but I don't think it'd be appropriate for me to try and attach a specific number. We are continuing to develop an understanding of all the associates that these individuals had. Sir?
Do you believe the associates are in the country, or do you have evidence that
First of all, if we knew exactly where associates were, it would make our work easier. But we are interested in finding associates and making inquiry of them.
What can you tell us about the flight training that any of the hijackers have received? Did they receive any training here in the United States?
It is our belief and that the evidence indicates that flight training was received in the United States, and that their capacity to operate the aircraft was substantial. It's very clear that on our country were well conducted and conducted in a technically proficient way. It is not easy to land these kinds of aircraft.
Any other issues related to this attack that we might want the Security Council to take up?
Briefing reporters at the Justice Department. You're hearing the voice of Secretary of State Colin Powell, who is also holding a news conference. Let's go to Secretary of State Powell.
Come forward and responded in one way or another. The President has been on the phone constantly, as have I, talking to leaders around the world, and we are getting a solid expression not only of condolences and support, but of action. They want to work with us, not only in this specific case of what happened on the 11th of September, but in response to the general recognition that terrorism is a crime against all civilization. Terrorism is a crime against all humanity. It knows no ethnic, religious, or other national or geographic boundaries, and we must see it in that context, and that's why we are calling it a war. I have also been on the phone within the last 2 hours with Prime Minister Sharon and Chairman Arafat, and with Foreign Minister Shimon Peres of Israel, trying to move forward the process of a ceasefire in the region, trying to begin those meetings that we have been talking about, which would lead to implementation of the Mitchell Plan. I'm still hopeful that something can be done in the next several days to have that first meeting, and we will be in close touch with the leaders as the next days unfold. In addition to the United Nations Security Council resolution, I mentioned the General Assembly has passed its resolution 56-1. We will be having a meeting with the Russians in the near future when Mr. Armitage, Deputy Secretary Armitage, travels to Moscow next week, and Mr. Bouster will give you an announcement on that a little later for the U.S.-Russian Working Group meeting on Afghanistan. We have been in very close touch with the Pakistani government. Deputy Secretary Armitage met with Pakistani representatives again this morning, and I expect to speak with President Musharraf in the very near future, in the next several hours, if I'm able to reach him, to discuss the situation and exchange views on the situation in the region. Our embassies are all hard at work. There have been some closures, and they go down and come back up in response to threat conditions. But our plan is to be actively engaged around the world and not let this heightened sense of tension affect our ability to do our job. And so we are encouraging all of our ambassadors to do smart things, to take all necessary safety precautions, and to make sure their security is intact, but at the same time to continue doing America's business throughout the world. I think I'll stop at that point and take your questions.
Could I pursue Pakistan with you a bit? The president there has made some general statement about cooperation. What does the United States want from Pakistan? And frankly, I'm confused whether the U.S. sees Pakistan as an ally or, as the patterns of global terrorism pointed out, a place where terrorist groups get training. Or is it a mixture?
We have provided to the Pakistani government a specific list of things that we think would be useful for them to work on with us. And I will be discussing that list with the President of Pakistan later this afternoon.
Mr. Secretary, can I, as you said, since the attacks, you've been receiving lots of messages of condolence, lots of statements of condemnation about the attacks, some that appear to be solicited, like this morning from the Pakistanis, who seem to be falling all over themselves to condemn terrorism in all its forms, but also some unsolicited ones, like I assume from the Cubans, from the Libyans, from the North Koreans. But of all of the 7 countries on the State Department's state sponsors list, only one of them, I believe, has not condemned this, has not said anything. Does it raise any red flags with you that Saddam Hussein and Iraq have been silent about this?
I'm not surprised. He is one of the leading terrorists in the face of the earth, and I would not expect the slightest drop of the milk of human kindness to be flowing in his veins.
Between Iraq and Osama bin Laden?
No, I would not. I would rather, if I were able to talk about such a matter, I don't think I would do it here.
You keep talking about this specific list provided to Pakistan. When you talk to them later, when Secretary Armitage talks to them later, or you talk to them, will it be you have to do everything on this list, or you're against us? The United States keeps putting out this with us or against us?
Pakistan is a friendly country. We've had friendly relations with Pakistan for many, many years. Those relations have had ups and downs as a result of various things that have happened over the years. But right now, we have friendly relations with Pakistan. I have spoken to President of Pakistan over the months, and we had a very good conversation just a month or so ago. And so I will approach this.
You're listening to Secretary of State Colin Powell at the State Department in Washington talking about the response from countries all around the world. Just before that, we heard from Attorney General John Ashcroft and FBI Director Robert Mueller talking about where the investigation into the terror attacks this past Tuesday now stands.
That's right. Many, many developments already today. More to come on the investigation itself, Matt, on the rescue and recovery efforts that are happening here in downtown Manhattan and also at the Pentagon. And, of course, the stories of horror continue and some stories of hope.
Yeah, on the good side.
And survivors.
Forced the plane into the ground before it could hit any critical targets in Washington, D.C. 45 accounted for dead at this time. Earlier today, here is the latest on what is going on overall in this story. President Bush is calling the attacks the first war of the 21st century. War is the operative phrase now. Secretary of State Colin Powell also using that phrase. A Deputy Defense Secretary saying we can expect a sustained military operation. The President will visit New York City on Friday. Tomorrow has been declared a national day of prayer and remembrance, and airlines will be resuming flights today, but only on a limited basis, and you can expect that security will be very tight indeed. Attorney General John Ashcroft said today that they're dispatching employees of the U.S. Marshal Service as well as U.S. Marshals to airports across the country So if you're planning to fly in the next day or 2 or 3 days and for the foreseeable future, get there early and be patient because you're going to be put through a very rigorous test. Let's hear now what the President had to say earlier today in the Oval Office.
I think about the families, the children. I'm a loving guy. And I'm also someone, however, who's got a job to do. And I intend to do it. And this is a terrible moment. But this country will not relent until we have saved ourselves and others from the terrible tragedy that came upon America.
Thank you. And understandably emotional, President George W. Bush talking first about the children and the families, but also someone who is resolute and determined, and that determination grows with every hour. We heard from Colin Powell just a moment ago as they continue to try to mobilize an international political alliance before they begin military operations against an enemy that they so far are not sharing with us exactly who that may be, if they know at this hour, or where that terrorist cell may be operating out of. Pakistan, which is tucked right up against Afghanistan and widely has been reported to be a training ground for these terrorist cells, was effusive today in its declaration of support for the United States and its condemnation of these attacks. And Pakistan, no doubt, will have a role in any discussions with Afghanistan, where it is also widely believed that Osama bin Laden, the #1 suspect here, is being harbored. Let's go to our Washington Bureau Chief, Tim Russert. Tim, this afternoon, Congress is expected to pass by, I would think, acclamation, the President's request for $20 billion in emergency funding.
Absolutely, Tom. No debate, no discussion of the so-called Social Security Trust Fund. We are in war, and Congress, both parties, are responding.
Tim, what else can we expect from Congress in the next several days? Do you think that there will be some kind of an attempt to have an official declaration of war to go with all this?
Tom, the President can respond militarily to this act of terrorism pretty much any way he wants. But politically, and perhaps even legally, both the White House and the Congress think it better because of the War Powers Act to seek some kind of official approval from the Congress, and that will happen. They're working on the language as we speak. You showed that footage of President Bush in the Oval Office earlier, and it was very, very powerful. One saying this is the first war of the 21st century, but he also said something else. The focus of this administration is now terrorism. It's almost as if on September 11th we saw the second Bush administration, the first dealing with taxes and budget and the economy, and now suddenly, a little bit more quickly than he ever thought of, he has embarked on a worldwide crusade against terrorism, and he's looking to lead it. Those who've worked with him over the last few days have said that he does recognize that this is history being played out, that he has now been put into the center of something so much bigger than he had ever imagined or anyone had ever talked about during the campaign of 2000. And thirdly, Colin Powell, who was giving a news conference a little bit earlier, said some very interesting things about Pakistan, which you pointed out a couple seconds ago, Tom. He was asked, what about the sanctions we have against Pakistan because of their nuclear testing? And we have cut back on the aid dramatically. He said, well, those are interesting things to talk about, aren't they? A strong suggestion from the Secretary of State. There are very deep and intense negotiations and discussions going on with Pakistan. Why is that critical? If we wanted to launch a ground campaign, it would be a perfect base. Secondly, we cannot do anything in Afghanistan that in any way would destabilize Pakistan because Pakistan is a nuclear power, and we could not afford letting nuclear weapons fall in the hands of Islamic fundamentalists.
Tim, it is an international chess match with the stakes could not be higher, obviously, and there are so many pieces on the board at this time, and it's very hard to see where all of this is going to play out. But certainly, this President of the United States, as every president has been in one way or another, is being tested as no one expected that he would be in his first several months in office.
I think about campaigns, presidential campaigns, which we cover ever so closely. And yet what happens when a man takes the oath of office and sits in the Oval Office, takes the Oval Office and sits in the Oval Office, what happens to them and how they are, in fact, tested. You remarked the other day, Tom, about Pearl Harbor, about the Cuban Missile Crisis, about the assassination of John Kennedy, a handful of events that can in any way be compared to this. This is George W. Bush's moment in history. He realizes that. The old Bob Dylan song, today's the first day of the rest of your life. He will be measured by his ability as commander-in-chief in this first war of the 21st century as he has defined it. Colin Powell, Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld, Vice President Cheney have been by his side on the phone around the clock. They understand the consequences. We have now drawn the line. They must follow through. If it's Osama bin Laden, then he must be gone after. And in the words of Senator John Kerry, Democrat of Massachusetts, who is in all likelihood running for president, Osama bin Laden must be killed. This is very, very high stakes. This is history before our very eyes.
Thank you very much, NBC's Washington Bureau Chief Tim Russert. Of course, these circumstances take the measure not just of the president and his team, but all the Democrats and other Republicans on Capitol Hill as well. It also takes the measure of all of us because they are a reflection of who we are at this particular time in history. Let's go back down to Lower Manhattan now, and NBC's David Bloom, who does have some additional information on those rescued firefighters. It turns out, I gather, David, that they were not trapped in the original collapse of the building, but during the rescue effort itself.
That's right, Tom. We've seen these buildings collapsing throughout the last 3 days. In fact, some more have come down today, sides of buildings. I'm with Michael Colon, who's one of the volunteer rescue workers here, who was inside working with this debris when this happened. Michael, tell us what you saw.
Well, we've been digging out debris all morning and piece by piece, and within a matter of hours, people were just cheering, clapping, and there were 2 firefighters pulled out from the earlier landslide, and they were they were disorientated, but yet they were walking on their own, and they were filled with emotion, and they were very happy to be alive.
And Michael, these were, just to clarify this, these were not firefighters who were trapped in the original collapse of the World Trade Center.
No, these were the 2 New York City firefighters that were trapped from the earlier landslide, but they may have been under there for over 2 hours.
Now, Michael, I just walked back from that location, and it looked to me like the southeast side of Twin Tower number 2 had come down, and the southwest corner of the Customs building had also come down. How dangerous is the situation right there as far as this ongoing recovery effort? It seemed to me that the recovery operations were a lot less than they had been just a few hours before.
Well, it really hasn't affected the area we were in, and everyone's still digging the whole area, the whole vicinity. Everyone's still digging everything out. I mean, there's tons and tons of people on top of the World Trade Center, and we're still, piece by piece, everything's coming out.
Now, I saw 3 surveyors, structural engineers, who were watching the surrounding buildings to try to sound the alarm if indeed there were more buildings crumbling. But how concerned are you guys doing this rescue work that you might become victims too?
Well, I've been inside certain structural buildings, and I mean, I can only leave it in God's hands, man. If God forbid, there's hundreds of lives right now. Everyone's working, and the thought has occurred to me, but I'm just there doing my job. That's it, you know, and everyone else, man, doing a tremendous job. So,
Michael Colon, volunteer rescue worker, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Tom, I can also tell you from talking with some of the relief workers and emergency workers in there that they have also just recovered 2 other bodies from the original Tuesday attack. These were bodies killed. That has also slowed the rescue work there because they want to make sure that they're properly removed before they go in and start digging again. Tom, back to you.
Thanks very much, David Bloom. His name was Bobby Colon, your volunteer rescue worker.
Michael Colon. Michael Colon.
Michael Colon, a New Yorker's New Yorker, and we have been hearing exactly that phrase from all of those heroic men who are down there. I'm just down here doing my job. And it's God's will if something happens to me as they go back into what is continuing to be a very dangerous situation. One of the leading Republican spokesmen on Capitol Hill is the Nebraska Senator Chuck Hagel, who was on President Bush's short list as a prospective vice presidential candidate. He now joins us. He is a decorated Vietnam veteran, I may also point out. We're hearing today, Senator Hagel, that there could be a sustained military operation once it begins in this war on terrorism. It's clear from the briefings that we're hearing from Secretary Powell and also Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld that they're going to get their political coalition in place. So the American people should be prepared for a long haul here, I gather.
Well, Tom, that's exactly right. We are at war against terrorism, the scourge of our time. This is a long-term effort. This is going to require a coalition of not just the free world, but the civilized world to deal with this. We can't do it alone. We found that out on Tuesday. So we must prepare the right way and bring it together. This is not a business of developing any kind of policy or documentation or effort or objective in a vacuum. It's going to require all the things that the President and the Secretary and the Congress are doing working together right now.
Senator, we have been living for the past several years now in a very happy time in America. We had a booming economy. There was peace abroad in terms of where the United States was, although our flyers were at risk during Kosovo, certainly. And we were living kind of in a time of happy excess. Is all that going to change?
Well, there's no question America is forever changed as a result of what happened in New York and Washington on Tuesday. Now, that doesn't mean we will be forever held captive to terrorism, terrorist threats. We must not be. We're a great free people. But it does mean that consequences that will come from this, security, travel, lifestyle, national security, all the dynamics of our life will have to be adjusted to some extent. And of course, the real question is the balance, the perspective of not giving up individual liberty versus the safety of our institutions and our people.
And Senator, at the same time, although we want to focus on the rescue and recovery efforts in the short term and what we may do militarily in terms of striking back, this country is going to have to think hard about what's going to happen to its economy as well.
Well, Tom, that's right. That's one of the short-term but really long-term consequences of this. For example, we're just finding out today some of the short-term consequences of not having our airline traffic in place over the last 48 hours. Parts coming in from all over, the Federal Express, UPS, all the pieces that we don't think much about that affect the daily lives of everybody are just one tiny piece of this, not even including markets. So, Tom, you're exactly right. This has immense consequences for not just the American economy, but the world economy.
And the climate, I am told by everybody on Capitol Hill, the political climate changed in a heartbeat once those attacks took place, that there was common ground instantly.
Tom, as you know, we're all Americans first. We will always and have always rallied around our president as the symbol of this great country, regardless of what you think of George W. Bush. He is the president. He's the leader of this country. We'll work with him. The Congress has not only a constitutional responsibility to deal with this as well, but also a moral obligation to work with the president on behalf of this country.
Thank you very much. Republican Senator Chuck Hagel of Nebraska, a decorated Vietnam veteran. Let's go to Islamabad now and hear from NBC News correspondent Ron Allen. Ron, the Secretary of State Colin Powell made it very clear that he expects to have a meeting later today with the Pakistani president, and it's pretty plain at this point that the United States is counting on lots of cooperation from Pakistan. What has been the reaction in Pakistan among the people that you're seeing and the television coverage of this terrorist attack?
Well, first, Tom, I can tell you that the Pakistani government is very concerned. They've been going out of their way to say that they have been doing everything they can to combat terrorism over the years, and that they are doing everything they can now to cooperate with the United States. Today at a press conference, a spokesperson for the government said that the government here had not yet received a specific list of requests. So it was very interesting that Secretary of State Powell said that he would be speaking to the government here later today to give them specific things that are requested. Intelligence information, I guess, was certainly one thing. Over across the border in Afghanistan, the reports we're hearing, we can't get to Afghanistan. We have been making requests to get there, but the Taliban government has basically denied Western journalists access to the country. But we're hearing from people who are leaving that there is a growing sense of fear that an attack could be imminent. one clear sign is that the UN has evacuated all of its foreign nationals who have been working in the country, about 80 people or so over the past 48 hours in a very quick evacuation. A number of American families were also in Afghanistan monitoring a trial. You may remember that there are at least 8 foreign aid workers who are on trial in Afghanistan for allegedly preaching Christianity there. And there were some American families who were there trying to monitor the trial. They have left, leaving those 8 workers still in jail. So throughout this region, there is a sense that something could happen very soon. The Taliban officials who we've been able to speak to here in Pakistan have also been saying that they do not believe that Osama bin Laden is behind this attack. Now, of course, that's for the United States government to decide whether they're telling the truth or not. But the Taliban officials, who have a history of not being very public relations conscious, if you will, have been holding briefings, have been making remarks, have been talking to Western journalists, saying, for example, that they claim that they have cut off bin Laden's means of communicating to the outside world, satellite telephones, his access to the internet. They say that they control his movements and that he has not been allowed to see anyone. Now, again, whether the United States believes it or not, we'll soon find out. But the bottom line here is that there's a sense in Pakistan and in Afghanistan across the border that everyone fears that they know that they are in the spotlight. They know that they are perhaps even in the crosshairs. And they are going out of their way to say that they're doing everything. But there's a sense that it's not very convincing, if you will. There was a meeting today between the president of Pakistan and the new U.S. ambassador here. She was at a ceremony, at an event, to present her credentials. Afterwards, she said that the statements that the president is making sound good, that his promises of cooperation sound good, but again, it may not be enough. I think there's a sense here from people that you talk to in the streets that Pakistan has a very serious problem. And I believe over in Afghanistan, mainly again based on those evacuations and what those people who are leaving are saying, there's a sense that something could be imminent across the border. Tom?
All right, thank you very much, NBC's Ron Allen. It's also worth pointing out, of course, that Pakistan officially recognizes the Taliban government. It's one of only 3 countries in the world that does that. And there was a report yesterday that at the request of the United States, some military officers from Pakistan had gone to Kabul to begin conversations with the Taliban officials there, telling them that unless they give up Osama bin Laden or quit harboring him, they're in for a world of trouble. So there are so many parts to all of this that are now in play. Let's go to NBC's Andrea Mitchell, who has been covering the State Department and other national security matters for us during the course of all of this. We do expect Colin Powell, the Secretary of State, to meet with the Pakistan president later today, or at least have a conversation with him, I guess would be the
General Musharraf, exactly. Yeah. Colin Powell has just said that they will be talking. They have given the Pakistanis a list of requests, quote, requests. They're more than requests, they are really demands, and there is some incentive. There's a carrot and a stick here because there have been economic sanctions against Pakistan since its nuclear testing program. But this is getting really serious, as you can imagine. Colin Powell and people here in the national security field do not believe the Pakistani promises until Pakistan delivers. They've heard it before. They say that Pakistan has been playing both sides of the street, and they certainly do not believe what they're hearing out of Kabul. Different perspective. Ron Allen pointed out that there's no way of telling whether what the Taliban are saying is true. I can tell you that at the highest level of this government, they do not believe that, first of all, there have been reports today that Osama bin Laden was in custody there. Not true. Also reports that he's in some way under house arrest and no longer in communication. They say here that he has ways of communicating, not just on the internet, very sophisticated ways of communicating. He does not use his satellite phone anymore, but he is still operational. A couple of more points, Tom. A top U.S. official tells me that they have the names, the identities of more hijackers who are still at loose here in the United States and also overseas. According to this official, this is not over. The all clear has not been sounded. This is not the time to stand down. He said until the FAA can assure us that they can prevent all hijackings, we should not be certain that this is a safe situation for people here and abroad, U.S. targets. So they are very seriously pursuing others. Pete Williams has been reporting exclusively on some of the details of this. Pete reported yesterday, Tom, that there were other flight training operations going on, that some of these people had been trained elsewhere, not just in Florida. They have names of people other than the 18 people already identified who went down with those planes.
Andrea, you're a source in the intelligence community. Is that source suggesting, however, that the United States is not imposing enough security safeguards right now?
It's not a source in the intelligence community, I have to tell you that. Specifically not in the intelligence community, but at the top levels of this government. And that they are not satisfied, not with what is being proposed, but with what has been achieved. They believe that it is a porous system, and that what happened this week proves that all of the previous safeguards are not adequate. I think everyone will feel a lot better when those U.S. Marshals are on selected flights, but nobody is suggesting they're going to be on all flights. So they believe these guys are at large, and the FBI is responsible for finding them. Pete has been reporting on how well the FBI is doing in pursuing these leads. They have come remarkably far in just a few days, but it's not over.
All right, thank you very much, NBC's Andrea Mitchell at the State Department. Let's go to NBC's Robert Hager, who is keeping track of the commercial aviation situation for us. There will be a lot more security. I gather that there will be some air marshals on some flights, and there will be a limited number of flights that will be taken to the air today, Robert.
Yeah, the skies have been open for a little more than 2 hours at this point, but there's not much flying yet. The airlines are taking their time getting this organized and getting up. Most of them say that they may begin some limited flights this evening, and there are few flights this afternoon, mostly just for the purpose of picking up passengers that were stranded at various places. Now, you were talking about that security. There will be increased security, and we've heard a lot about that, increased screening of passengers. Only ticketed passengers will be allowed in boarding areas, and I've wondered about that. Does that mean that if you have an e-ticket reservation, I mean, one of the big attractions of that is you've been able to go right to the boarding area. If you take officials at their word this morning, this would mean they want a piece of paper before you can go through security and get up to the boarding area, so you may have to go to the ticket counter first. Andrea was talking about the U.S. Marshals. There's an attempt to get a uniformed presence into airports, and so you heard the Attorney General a little bit ago saying that they'd use U.S. Marshals and customs agents and Border Patrol in uniform. Idea of putting more people on patrol, that's in the airports. Now, this business of on flights, the idea there, we've had a few U.S. Sky Marshals in the air on international flights only up till now. But the FAA will borrow from the U.S. Army some members of the elite Delta forces, those are special operations people, arm them, they'll be disguised, as the Sky Marshals are, disguised as passengers, and they'll be put on a few domestic flights, mostly as a deterrent value.
All right, thank you very much, NBC's Robert Hager. Now we want to go to Chicago. The busiest airport in America is O'Hare, right up there with the field in Atlanta. But in Chicago, where they're just now getting operations underway again, is NBC's Kelly O'Donnell. Kelly?
Good afternoon, Tom. Very slow going here. United Airlines, which is headquartered here in Chicago and also the nation's largest carrier, says it will begin flying only diverted flights late this afternoon. That's their intention now. Resuming scheduled service won't happen until tomorrow morning. So the nation's busiest airport is very slow going right now. Just a short time ago, we tried to get into the terminal area, and we took some pictures there to show you of how it is still very much blocked off. Chicago has used some of its snow front-end loaders that are often deployed when bad weather shuts down O'Hare to block access to the departure gates. We also saw a large Pepsi truck that was here to make deliveries, of course, to the airport, and it was stopped, and a bomb-sniffing dog was used to check out that vehicle. Also, we saw some people who work here at the airport who said they were told to report for duty and then told to turn around, and they were left stranded in the middle of the street. So getting into O'Hare, which is often a place that will have 200,000 people in a single day pass through, has been like getting into an armed camp. Very difficult to do. And of course, passengers who are eager to get out of Chicago, who've been staying at the hotels nearby, are not getting anywhere quickly. Most of the people I've talked to today at various airlines say tomorrow morning is when they think things at the earliest can begin to resume normalcy. We haven't seen any takeoffs here, but airport officials are saying that perhaps by late afternoon, this airport, a major hub for most of America, will perhaps begin to see some planes getting back to where they need to be. But so far, slow going here at O'Hare. Tom?
And Kelly, as you know from traveling in and out of O'Hare a lot, a big part of the problem is the vehicular traffic jam that always occurs on the ramps leading up to the departure part of the terminal. I wonder if they're not going to have a lot more public transportation out there as well.
Well, it's been difficult because many people arrive to O'Hare via train system here, and they've been restricted. Only employees who have been able to show their identification have been able to get in. There's talk of not having anyone bring a car up to the departure gates when things really do open up. So there are a lot of questions still to be sorted out, and some of that is based on whether it's the airport's restrictions that they need to follow under the FAA, and then some different things that the individual airlines are doing. So they're asking everyone when flights do resume to allow for much more time, but it has been a time of anticipation and more delays as many passengers are eager to get on, to get home, and to resume this flight schedule. But so far, we have no indications based on what I've been watching the runway since early this morning, and no indications that things are ready to move just yet.
All right, thanks very much. NBC's Kelly O'Donnell at O'Hare, which is very, very slowly opening up its flight operations today. It is the home field of United Airlines, America's largest commercial air carrier. NBC's David Bloom in Lower Manhattan, where they have had some successful rescues today, but these are firefighters that were trapped in the last several hours when those destabilized buildings began to come down around them, David.
That's right, Tom. As we were saying just a few minutes ago, we personally saw 2 buildings. We went in a couple hours ago, shot the buildings, came in within the last half an hour ago, and portions of those buildings were gone. So what we've done is we've spoken to the individual we had on the air a few minutes ago who was talking about the 2 firefighters being rescued. We also just a minute or two ago, and I don't know, Tom, that we've got this tape ready to turn around yet, but what he told us was that he was one of the men actually meticulously picking through the rubble, reached out and touched the firefighter's hand. They found him, he grabbed his hand, they started to pull him out, and that's how one of these 2 firefighters was able to get out of the rubble. Essentially, Tom, a very precarious situation here in Lower Manhattan. Still, we've been saying, of course, all along that their biggest concern was these buildings coming down, and even today, these buildings are still in pieces coming down. Tom?
Thank you very much, NBC's David Bloom. Just to give you an idea of what we're all in for, Mayor Giuliani has said it may take from 30 to 60 days to remove the rubble that has been collected at the base of what was once the World Trade Center, the Twin Towers, each 110 stories high. That's the situation in Lower Manhattan today. We want to catch up on the investigation now. We're going to go to NBC's Pete Williams, who has been in constant contact with his federal law enforcement sources. Pete?
Tom, the Attorney General and the FBI Director today confirming what NBC News reported this morning, that the number of hijackers is believed to be 18. And the FBI Director giving us now a breakdown of who they think at this point, although these numbers could change. But this is the way they think it happened. 5 hijackers on each of the 2 planes that left Boston that were bound from Los Angeles, and 4 hijackers on the other 2 planes, the one that left Newark and the other that left Dulles Airport in Washington, D.C. So a total of 18. They know those hijackers' names. They believe, of course, that they were all bought tickets to get onto the airplanes. Now, that is an important piece of information because it would suggest that all of them passed through airport security to get onto the planes. In other words, that they didn't somehow sneak onto the airplanes from the ground, from the ramp or the tarmac area. All of those names, of course, show up also on the passenger manifest, so that's another reason to believe that they boarded in normal ways, buying their tickets, we're told, with a combination of cash and credit cards, which, of course, also has given the FBI another source of documentary evidence, another trail of evidence that they can follow. The FBI and other law enforcement agencies investigating this case, there seems to be a consensus building that the planning for this attack has probably been going on for about 2 years. Now, as to the key question of who else is out there, this is what a senior government official tells NBC News today, that there is no way to know whether there was, in fact, another attack plan that wasn't carried off. Now, there have been all sorts of reports and speculation that there was a 5th plane because of reports of some kind of altercation between ticket agents at JFK Airport in New York and some stubborn people who were giving them difficulty, and then the Port Authority police had to be called in. That was being looked at as a possible abortive fifth attack because it was a problem that happened about the same time as the other planes took off. Senior officials say they don't believe that incident had anything to do with the terror attacks. However, they can't prove that they have everybody. They can't prove that they got all the hijackers. They cannot prove the negative at this point, that there's nothing else. So the top priority is identifying what they call their associates. They won't give us a number. There have been all sorts of numbers, maybe 40, maybe 50. They're not saying. The Attorney General today simply said the number of associates is significant, Tom.
All right, Pete, let's just see if we can get that into some proper perspective or context. Understandably, they're saying we don't know how many associates there were or at what level they operated. But to be absolutely clear for the American public, they don't have any evidence right now that there are other plans underway somewhere that they know about. Correct. That could be put into effect in the next 12 hours or so.
They know, that's right. I would say two things. Number one, exactly what you said. They know of no other plans that are underway or potential possible other attacks. And also, they don't know of any other attacks that were planned that were somehow foiled or that somehow fell through. But they caution, they don't know what they don't know, and they're trying to round up as many of these associates as possible. But you know, that's a complicated process. You take these 18 names of the hijackers, and then for each hijacker you run a kind of little tree. Who were they ever seen with? Where did they live? Who was on the list of people they ever talked to on the telephone? Was there anybody ever with them on a credit card transaction? Did they ever write a check to somebody? Did they ever send someone an email? Well, for each hijacker, you generate this long list of names. Then you'll multiply that by 18 hijackers, and you start to get an enormous number of names that the FBI has to try to run down, questioning each one of those associates. That's what's going on right now, and that's why it's such a huge investigation. Probably 8,000 or 9,000 federal agents and support staff right now working in the United States and overseas.
All right, thanks very much, NBC's Pete Williams. You've heard the phrase dragnet in the past. This is one of the largest dragnets in American law enforcement history. It is also reminiscent of the hours immediately after the assassination of John F. Kennedy, when no one believed it could be just a lone gunman by the name of Lee Harvey Oswald. And so there was an enormous dragnet out at that time. That was the death of the President of the United States. Here we're dealing with the deaths of thousands of people in Washington, D.C., and in New York City, and in that hijacked airliner that crashed into a field in Pennsylvania. In New York, one of the most poignant stories, of course, is multiplied thousands of times over. The families who had someone working in the World Trade Center, in the Twin Towers, when they came down, either a family relative or a friend. And there are people wandering the streets now with photographs of their loved ones or their friends, asking if anyone has seen them. Many of them have gone to the Bellevue Hospital Center, and Virginia Shaw is there for us now. Virginia?
Tom, that's absolutely right. There have been so many family members here today, more than yesterday, seeking missing loved ones. I am joined by one of those family members now. This is Carlos Albert, and you are desperately seeking your sister, Aileen?
Yes.
Tell us what you know about what happened on that day.
We spoke to a co-worker of hers who sat directly in front of her that day, and she said she didn't see my sister on the 30th floor at all that day. When they evacuated, they checked 2-3 times. Everybody got out safe. I still haven't found out anything about her. I spoke to another co-worker who says she was in the lobby at the time of the explosion. She says she couldn't really give me any information because when that happened, she just went frantic and everyone just ran out of the building. There was glass all over, and we're just still looking.
So you know that some of her co-workers on the same floor where she worked got out safely?
Yes, yes, and I'm hoping, she was also with them at one point or another.
And what have you been doing to try to get information on what's happened to her?
We've checked, her husband's checked all the hospitals. We've checked some in New Jersey. We've checked the websites. We've called the emergency rooms, and we still haven't found out anything. We also called the New York City Missing Persons Hotline, and they still haven't gotten back to us, and we're still trying to get in touch with someone. I also have a cousin who was working at Police Plaza, and he's also trying to get as much information as he can from us to try to find her also.
Can you tell us a little bit about Aileen? Because these are not just numbers of missing people. These are real people with stories and families.
Well, she has 2 children. She's married. She's also my son's godmother.
I'm sorry, Carlos. Good luck to you. God bless you. Our prayers are with you, and I hope you get some information soon. Thank you. Carlos Albert is just one of thousands of people who are out there desperately trying to get some word on what has happened to someone in their family, brothers, sisters, husbands, wives, fathers. The activity here at Bellevue Hospital has increased today over yesterday, but again, mostly because of families here trying to find missing loved ones. Also, volunteers coming in to donate blood, donate their services. The numbers here are not great in terms of the patients. They've only treated 250 people so far, most of them released already. And I say only because doctors here thought initially that they would see maybe 1,000 or more people, hoping that they would have that many people to treat and try to save who would be injured. And instead, it has been eerily calm here. The last person that came in here who was pulled from the rubble, a survivor, was yesterday at noon, a 32-year-old woman who was working on the 30th floor. She suffered kidney damage. They say she is doing well, but that she is in no condition to speak. This hospital has had a couple of days to organize. They are holding a prayer service tonight at 6 o'clock. They've set up a crisis center for rescue workers, family members, survivors who are suffering now what they're seeing, and this is not uncommon when there has been a horrible disaster like this, emotional and psychological trauma. And Bellevue is very well known for its psychiatric care, so they are asking people if they need help to come in. They can talk with grief counselors and try to talk about this trauma. A lot of the firefighters who have come in to be treated for minor injuries are going straight back out there, and that seems to be the story today, still waiting and hoping that more survivors will be brought into Bellevue. Tom?
Thank you very much, Virginia Shaw. In fact, there was an emergency call that went out in 2 waves. First, they were asking for physicians who could help out in New York and trained medical personnel. And then as these families, this population of families began to grow, this kind of grieving army wandering the streets of New York looking for their friends or their relatives, then they sent out a word that they needed all the counselors that they could get at Bellevue, at St. Vincent's, and the other hospitals where these family members were showing up. Dateline's Bob McEwen found one of those families, and fair warning, this is a heartbreaking story that you're about to see.
Even for the city that never sleeps, it was an eerie night. As rescue workers sifted through the rubble, this 62-year-old mother wandered the streets, hoping against all hope she could find her son.
Who are you looking for? My son, Thomas Swift.
Frances Swift crossed the Hudson River from New Jersey, looking for her son, Tom. He was in his office at Dean Witter on the 70th floor of Tower 2 when the first plane hit the other tower. Tom picked up the phone to call his mom.
I talked to him at 5 to 9. He was in 2 World Trade Center. He said they were evacuating then. He was leaving then.
Tom had trouble getting through to his wife and asked his mom to let her know he was all right. The news came as a big relief to his sister Kathy. But then, 20 minutes later, the second impact. Kathy, stuck in traffic across the river from the Trade Center, was horrified by what she saw next.
On my way home, I was looking in the side view mirror of the car, and I seen the building fall. And we were just home all day yesterday, just calling any number that anything was on the TV. And just trying to figure out the time frame of when he called and when the plane hit and when the building fell, and that he should have been out of there.
But then all day yesterday, no word from Tom, the youngest of 5 and the family's pride and joy, according to his brother Patrick.
I'm his older brother, but I looked up to him because, he made something of himself.
Tom Swift was the first in his family to graduate from college, and at age 30 was climbing the corporate ladder. Just 2 weeks ago, the Swifts took their annual vacation together and shot this home video.
Now, how do you plan to go about defending the title next year?
So we'll just take it day by day. We'll play it as it comes.
By last evening, his worried mother and brother-in-law had decided to come to Manhattan and check the hospitals one by one.
But this real, the latest they had was 3 o'clock and he wasn't on their list.
Throughout the night, they struggled to make their way around the deserted city, hoping for the best, but fearing the worst.
Earlier, we felt confident because people said they saw him in front of them on the stairs or with this group getting out of the building. But now we still haven't heard him, and he wouldn't call.
Hospital after hospital checked the latest patient lists for Tom's name.
Is that an updated list?
It wasn't there. Early this morning, Frances Swift headed home, exhausted, but still hopeful, she says. The new day would bring better news.
Do you have a name of someone you're looking for?
Thomas Swift.
Today, Tom's brother and sister continued the search.
I can't imagine other people walking around feeling the way I feel. Lost.
Just keep going back to saying we'll find him.
That's why we're here.
That's why we're here. We're going to find him.
Use anything to sitting at home and just watching it on TV feel so helpless.
We're going to find him.
And this afternoon, for a moment, they thought they had.
Yeah, they might have found him. I don't know. Mommy said that Peter called the number and that the number, whoever he spoke to said that they heard from him and that he's okay.
There was information from his company hotline. It seemed he might have somehow called in after the blast. But when the family tried to learn more, there were no solid answers. Details were murky and few. They still don't know how long it might be before they'll find out what happened to Tom.
And we cannot report any good news about Thomas Swift. We have checked as well everywhere, and there is no sign of him anywhere at this time as his family continues the search. That is a story, as I say, that is being multiplied 1,000 times over in this city, throughout lower Manhattan, and on the internet, and on cell phone and landline calls as well. We want to go to Florida now, and NBC's Kerry Sanders, who's keeping track of the investigation down there. 2 of the hijackers received pilot training, and Kerry has some additional information for us today on one of them. Kerry?
Well, Tom, it's really people trying to put a picture to who these people are, and photographs now becoming available. And we have a picture of one of the suspected pilots who took over one of the airplanes. You're taking a look at a picture here. Marwan al-Shahid, 23 years old. This picture was secured by WTVJ, the NBC station in Miami. The picture really showing that Marwan al-Shahid, who attended the Venice Flying School in Venice, along with his older cousin, or somebody who he described as his older cousin, Mohammed Atta, who is 33 years old. Now, the folks who got to know them, and they were not very warm people, apparently, by those who are at that flying school, those who did get to know them say that they said that they were from different countries. Marwan al-Shahid saying that he was from the United Arab Emirates, Mohammed Atta saying that he was from Egypt. They attended the Venice Flying School, as we've told you, for about 7 months, getting their commercial flight rating. There's a lot of attention today now on after they left that school, where did they go? Because they learned to fly propeller planes, sort of a multi-engine plane, and it's a really big step to go from that to getting behind the controls of a 757, 767. So the authorities are looking here, the FBI paying close attention to the flight simulators, several of them in South Florida, talking to the folks there. They received a phone call from one man who says that he does remember both of these people coming to his office, asking them to be trained on a flight simulator for a 727, a different plane, but nonetheless a jet that people fly in, a commercial jet. He spent time with them, each about 3 times, 2 hours each, in the flight simulator for the 727. When he realized the names and saw the faces, he immediately called the FBI. The FBI has spoken to him about what he remembers. The authorities are today in Hollywood, Florida, back at a location where they were yesterday, and they're continuing to take evidence out of an apartment there, a room that was rented in a house and they've been dusting for fingerprints and other things. They've spent more time at this location, really, than just about any other place. I'm not sure what it is they think they're finding there, but clearly they have more technicians there than anywhere else so far.
Thanks very much, NBC's Kerry Sanders. Kerry, a suggestion. The senior pilot that we had on from Delta Airlines yesterday, retired Neil Soderman, said that if you go to the internet, you can find an awful lot about the 757 and the 767 cockpit. Why don't you take a look at the internet and see what they may have been able to find out from that as well?
You know, what we're also looking at is you can go to the store. In fact, we're talking to a pilot right now, setting it up. You can go to the store, buy a software program, which is a flight simulator, and it has a 757 cockpit on it. You can get it. You can purchase the little steering wheel, the foot pedals, sit down, and you can actually experience what it is, to some extent, what it is to fly a 757. So we've got a commercial airline pilot who's looking at that right now, and we're going to talk to him in a little bit to tell us, if you sat down at this and all you had ever flown was a twin-engine plane, could you learn enough by spending time on this to then take over the controls of a 757.
Thanks very much. Once again, Kerry Sanders, you're well ahead of me. Thanks very much for that fine piece of reporting from Florida. Let's go to NBC's Ann Curry now in Lower Manhattan, get an update on the rescue and recovery operations. And they're now intertwined because some of the rescue workers were in fact trapped and then recovered today. Ann?
That's right. Just today, there was a landslide. Actually, I want to tell you, Tom, there's been a lot of activity, a lot of sirens going, cars rushing. We still haven't pinpointed as to what's causing all of that. But let me tell you that earlier today, well, just a few moments ago, we heard on your program this horrendous story about Tom Swift, and as you pointed out, there are thousands of stories of people not knowing where their loved ones are. Well, the firefighters, that is exactly what is causing these firefighters to put their own lives at risk, to go into these very unstable areas to try to save people. Well, today there was a landslide on one of the areas around the South Tower, and 2 firefighters, we understand, were trapped. Well, earlier today, actually within the last hour and a half, we spoke to a firefighter named Glenn Ray, and he had been digging, and he reached down and felt a hand of someone alive. Let's take a look at the tape I just shot a short time ago.
He scratched my top of my knuckle.
Okay.
So.
And what kind of a feeling was there when this word went out that you felt that?
When I felt it, when I went down the hill, it was more or less like a sense of I was so proud, you know. I lost my father to New York City fire in the 23rd Street fire, and can't even think of the year, but I gave something back. I gave something back today.
Because you found somebody, and you found somebody alive.
I just want to help people.
Thinks it was. I don't know. Okay, well, listen, you know, it is just unbelievable what these people are going through. Let me tell you that the person he pulled out was rushed to the hospital. We don't know if it was a firefighter. We believe it was a firefighter. He didn't know it was a firefighter, but we believe it was one of the firefighters who was trapped in the landslide earlier today. Tom, there's a lot of misinformation and a lot of confusion down here about whether there have been some people who've been rescued or not. We're going to go to try to track down that information. There's also a lot of misinformation and confusion and rumor about whether there have been some more reports of instability further down. So I tell you what, I'm going to go down in there and find out firsthand and report back to you as soon as I can, Tom. Back to you.
Thanks very much, NBC's Ann Curry, who is in Lower Manhattan for us. And there are conflicting reports coming out every few moments or so about what the situation is down there. The National Football League has decided to cancel its entire schedule on Sunday. They're still to determine whether they're going to have makeup games later on. That goes with the cancellations or the suspension of league play in Major League Baseball, also in the National Basketball Association, the National Hockey League, and NASCAR's Winston Cup, which was scheduled for this Sunday. A major race has been canceled as well. The New York Stock Exchange is in the midst of all of that carnage down there. We're joined now by CNBC's Ron Insana, who is the co-host of CNBC's Business Center. When do they think realistically they'll be able to get back to full business, Ron?
Tom, I believe the thinking is right now that Monday is the most likely date on which the stock market can reopen. They still hope, and I spoke to Dick Grasso at the New York Stock Exchange this morning, they still hope to try to get the market open tomorrow, but it is unlikely given the extent of the damage to telecommunications lines, to the physical infrastructure in the surrounding areas, and most importantly, as Dick described to me early this morning, they simply don't want to impede the rescue and recovery efforts. To give you an idea of the number of people who would normally descend upon Wall Street in a typical business day, the New York Stock Exchange floor itself is home to 3,000 people. On top of that, there are 150,000 people who work in the financial district. Getting those people to those locations could cause just insurmountable chaos as the workers try to bring back those survivors who remain and to unearth those who have passed. So the exchange does not want to get in the way of that. Additionally, there have been a lot of efforts taken now to ensure a very solid opening, believe it or not, in the stock market. I think many regulators and exchange officials, Tom, want there to be a statement on the day that the stock market opens that America is economically defiant, as well as in a number of other ways.
Okay, thanks very much, CNBC's Ron Insana. We've got some additional diplomatic and national security matters that we want to deal with now. We'll be going to Andrea Mitchell shortly. We're told that the United States has not talked to the Taliban about the bombings. However, a U.S. consular official who was in Kabul, Afghanistan, that's the capital, at the time of the bombings, met with some Taliban officials, including the foreign minister, about 2 American women who were there. He had no instructions to talk about the bombings, and he did not. Most of our contact with the Taliban, of course, is through Pakistan, and later today, perhaps even as we speak, Secretary of State Colin Powell is scheduled to have a conversation with the Pakistani president. Pakistan is going to be a key player in all of this to one degree or another. NBC's Andrea Mitchell is a member of what we're calling our NBC News Terrorism Task Force. We're assigning key investigative reporters to try to assemble all the information that we can. Here's what's going on at this moment. Top U.S. officials have warned the threat of terrorism is not over. There are still associates out there. However, they have no knowledge of a specific plan. A significant number of hijackers are still at large. That is, not the hijackers themselves, but their associates, because plainly they did have some help. One of the cars at Logan Airport had a ramp pass in it, which meant that it had access to some highly secured areas, or what were thought to be highly secured areas at Logan Airport. President Bush is calling on world leaders to solidify the coalition of support against terrorism, and Secretary of State Colin Powell, as I just said, he'll be talking to Pakistan to see what role it may be able to play. If you want to know more about donation and relief efforts and what you can do personally, this is an address for you on the internet. It's help.msnbc.com, and any other number of course, internet sites will be available to you too, including the American Red Cross. Now let's go to NBC's Andrea Mitchell. Andrea, what do we know about Colin Powell in this meeting with the Pakistani president via telephone?
They are going to be making specific demands of Pakistan. They've made them pretty explicit in the field. The ambassador in Islamabad, our U.S. ambassador, talking to Pakistani officials. But Colin Powell is going to talk to General Musharraf, the prime minister there, and demand that we get cooperation from them, intelligence cooperation in tracking down Osama bin Laden and in pressuring the Taliban to turn him over. They would certainly, if they're going to launch any kind of military strike, want additional intelligence to try to pinpoint the location of bin Laden. There have been reports that bin Laden actually moved right after the attack. This is typical of his method of operation, moved from where he had been within Afghanistan to another Afghan location. He moves frequently 3 to 5 times a week, very hard to pin him down. And as you know, the U.S. in August of 1998, after the embassy bomb attack, tried to get him with missiles and just missed him. So this isn't the first time that they've tried to take him out.
Andrea,
this time, yes, sir.
I was just going to ask you about the role of China in all of this, which does have an association with Pakistan. Is there some triangulation going on here?
There's triangulation with
generations of favor by coming together and whipping terrorism, hunting it down, finding it, and holding them accountable. The nation must understand this is now the focus of my administration. We will be very much engaged in domestic policy, of course. I look forward to working with Congress on a variety of issues. But now that war has been declared on us, we will lead the world to victory, to victory.
The president at another point, of course, tearing up as he talked about thinking about the parents and the children, the victims of this tragedy. White House officials close to the president saying that even as the president has presided, in effect, over this tragedy over the last couple of days, today the gravity of this situation is really beginning to sink in, not just to him, but to everyone in the inner circle. Tom?
I think the President of the United States probably reflects the kind of emotional fragility that a lot of us are feeling as we work our way through these events. He said, "It is the focus of my administration, this war on terrorism." This president knows that he is facing, for himself personally and for his country and for our place and his place in history, a defining moment of his administration. He also talked we can do a favor for this generation, which has often been referred to as the MTV or VH1 generation, happy with its music, having just lived through one of the greatest economic booms in history, not having been inducted into the military to go off and fight a war. The world has changed for that generation. We thought we would reflect on that a bit with two people who join us now, Doris Kearns Goodwin, the historian, and Andy Young, the president of the National Council of Churches, former UN ambassador, and also a former member of Congress who is with us from Atlanta today. Let me take you both back to a year that we all remember with a sense of horror and discomfort, and that was 1968. The Vietnam War was raging. Andy Young, you lost your very close friend, one of the great American heroes, Dr. Martin Luther King. Bobby Kennedy was assassinated as well. We had the Chicago riots during the Atlanta Convention. People may not remember, but Czechoslovakia was also invaded by Russia during that time. That was a great trial and a test for our generation. What are the lessons from that for this generation as a result of all of this? Andy, let's begin with you.
The lesson is that we shall overcome. That this is a different kind of challenge, though. All of those were as tragic and horrible as they were. They were traditional challenges. I grew up, as you did, on World War II. I was, I think, about 7 or 8 when at the time of Pearl Harbor. So I guess I'd lived through a life of crisis, and Martin Luther King prepared us to deal with crisis and to deal with crisis without hate and without violence, and to think and pray our way through this. This is different. I see this as an attempted rape of civilization. It's not just America. It's all that we stand for. And there seems to be a resentment of the delicate balance that makes up our society of religion, education, democracy, and free enterprise. And we've got those things integrated in ways that few parts of the world have. And there's a resentment of that. There's a tremendous resentment of our success at bringing together peoples from all over the world and developing not a melting pot, but more like a mosaic, or I say it's a stew rather than a soup, where we do incredible things together and tolerate enormous differences. And nobody else in the world has learned how to do that. And the rage of the rest of the world at our success and the success that we're attempting to share in all of these places, because almost everywhere we're talking about, there are pockets of this kind of Western civilization, though we're not really a Western civilization, because we have strong influences from India and Mahatma Gandhi, and from China, Japan, Buddhism. Islam itself has a home here in America. And I don't know why, but some reason people are threatened by that success. And this was an attack to destroy all that we've achieved and all that we stand for. And we've got to see it as a sustained, long-term struggle that we will overcome.
Andy, that's a very eloquent description of the situation that we find ourselves in. Let's go to Doris Kearns Goodwin now. And as young people try to come to grips with this new reality, as a historian, Doris, what would you say to them? No, I'm sorry, we've just lost Doris Kearns Goodwin. We'll come back to her in just a moment. Andrew Young, this is not a time for partisan politics in Washington. Have you been encouraged by the way the political leadership of this country has come together?
You know, I have, and when you talk about Doris Kearns Goodwin, I'm reminded that it's our history and our struggles that have taken people who seemingly were weak and made giants of them. Abraham Lincoln was thought to be a very weak, kind of compromising president when he emerged in office. Even looking back at the recent book of John Adams, nobody, I mean, they understood that George Washington was a giant of a man, but Thomas Jefferson and John Adams were seen as ordinary mortals. Now we look back on them and realize how important they were in helping us to build a nation. Doris' book on the Roosevelt era is a magnificent history of how he dealt with struggle. And I see the team that I'm watching emerging, growing, developing strength, strength from the situation, strength from the confidence of the American people, and I think in a real sense, a strength from God. And I see that in our president. I certainly have seen that in Colin Powell over and over again. And I feel like we're in good hands.
Well, let me make a personal observation, Andy. I remember when you were just a young minister at the beginning of the Civil Rights Movement, and in the cauldron of that tumultuous time, did you ever think that at this stage in your life, you would be so highly regarded as one of America's elder statesmen, father figures? So,
well, that's two of us. I mean, you know, you look around and you wonder what happened to Huntley and Brinkley and the giants who led us through, you know, the other periods of crisis. And you have to say, you know, us is them, and we've got to perform.
Well, they were the mentors for all of us, actually, and the role of this medium, of course, continues. Let's go now to NBC's David Bloom in Lower Manhattan. We're going to try to get Doris Kearns Goodwin back from her because we're eager to hear her voice as well. David, Ann Curry was telling us a few moments ago that there was a fair amount of confusion down there. Has it all been sorted out?
No, I think that the fact of the matter is that there's still a lot of confusion, Tom. What we know is that the fire officials are telling us that some of their rescue workers were running away from the intersection of Liberty and West here in Lower Manhattan. Now, whether that's because of debris that was falling or yet another building collapse, we don't know yet. We have a camera crew inside there. They're checking it out. They're going to come back and tell us what they see. We told you earlier that there have been that's the Liberty Plaza area, Tom, and what specifically buildings we're talking about, I don't know. I can tell you that area was a fairly stable area in that it's where the hospital, such as it was, and makeshift morgue was set up early on by paramedics responding to this. So again, we don't have any indication that there's been a collapse there. We do know, Tom, of other collapses for sure. We told you earlier that the southeast side of the Twin Tower, the North Twin Tower, the #2 Twin Tower, which still had 6 floors standing, we personally saw that had collapsed within the last couple hours. And there was another building, the southwest corner of the Customs building. Now, we know that it was in one of those 2 collapses that the 2 firefighters, and we've heard other reports, but we know for sure that there were 2 firefighters who were buried under some level of rubble, and that those 2 firefighters were rescued, and they are apparently doing fine. I just saw a videotape of one of them, Tom, which again, we're going to get to you shortly, which has one of the firefighters walking on his own accord into an ambulance. Beforehand, he hugs his fellow firefighters. Great big cheers go up. So at least 2 of those firefighters we know were rescued safely. We don't know for sure that any more were caught in that debris. We also reported earlier, Tom, that 2 more bodies were found at those locales, which also slowed down the rescue effort. 2 bodies from earlier, not from this rescue effort, from the earlier original collapse. That's about as much as we know at this juncture, Tom. Obviously, we're endeavoring to gather as much information as we can.
All right, thanks very much, NBC's David Bloom. We have a number of developments that we want to bring you up to date on. In Washington, D.C., Massachusetts Avenue has been closed because of bomb threats a very prominent Islamic mosque there. The Associated Press is also reporting that top floors are buckling at One Liberty Plaza. That's a high-rise office building in the vicinity of the World Trade Center. That's what David has been talking about. A number of those buildings in the area suffered structural damage as a result of the shock waves, not from the initial planes going in, but when those two 110-story buildings came down, there was an astonishing amount of energy that was released at that time. Also fires in the area that weakened the building. Bob Windrum, who is one of our producers and works in the area of terrorism and national security matters, says that a senior U.S. counterterrorism official described as rare the number of times that the United States has successfully tracked bin Laden in time for U.S. Special Forces to have a crack at him. We have never put anybody on an airplane to go after him, according to this U.S. official. The exercises have never gone beyond the tabletop, that is, planning back here or somewhere else to try to go after him. They've never had an opportunity to find him. This is the scene at the Pentagon today, where they continue to try to recover the bodies that have been trapped in the rubble from the airliner that crashed into that building shortly after the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center were attacked. The estimates now are about 190 dead at the Pentagon, and I am told that our friend Doris Kearns Goodwin has now been reconnected to us. Doris, the question that I posed to you, what are the lessons of a historian for the younger generation now as they know that their lives have been changed by these events, and as you look back on World War II, and especially, as I said at the outset, 1968 and what we all went through?
Well, I think one of the biggest challenges of this being a very different kind of war that may last for a long period of time is how to mobilize the energies of that younger generation, indeed of the American people as a whole. It's not as simple in some ways as World War II. We don't have huge factories that need to be manned 24 hours a day to produce the weaponry. We don't have armed forces that are being drafted. We don't have rubber drives, aluminum scrap drives, and yet there have got to be ways that the administration, I think, can figure out what to do. Maybe we need a war bond drive. Maybe we do need a new recruitment so that the people who fill our armed forces come from all the segments of our society. Maybe those air marshals need to be trained and put on every single plane, and whatever it takes to do that can be done. Maybe just resuming building America again in the city of New York, and rebuilding that again will show that same kind of spirit that they showed in the Blitz in England, when all those stores that got undone, their windows were out, they would say more open than usual and be right back to business as soon as they can. But I think what President Bush needs to do, since it's such a complicated war, is to give a speech like Roosevelt gave. He gave a very famous speech called the MAP speech, in which he explained this is a different kind of war than we Americans have ever been in before because the oceans have been breached. And he asked every American to place a map in front of them before he gave that speech that weekend, so he could explain why it was happening in Japan and Germany and what was going on with totalitarian countries. There was a run on maps all over the country. C.S. Hammond said they sold more maps that 1 week than they had sold in an entire year. He needs to explain to us what kind of a war this is. A lot of people don't fully understand what it means to have these cells in these various countries who are dedicated, as Andy Young said, to somehow undoing our whole way of life. We need that education, and we also need him to somehow make sure to channel that energy positively so it doesn't go, sadly, as it did in World War II against the Japanese Americans. You know, there was a moment when Eleanor Roosevelt went out right after Pearl Harbor and had her picture taken with a group of Japanese Americans and called for tolerance on the part of the American public. The LA Times had an editorial calling for her to resign from office for this ridiculous tolerance she was showing to those snakes called Japanese Americans. We've seen some kinds of threats and violence against Arab Americans. Maybe Bush needs to go to a mosque sometime in the next few days, put his arms around these people and let them know they are our people as well as anybody's.
All right, thanks so much. The wisdom of Doris Kearns Goodwin, one of America's most celebrated historians, and with very good reason. We want to go back to the Pentagon now, and NBC's Jim Miklaszewski. You're operating in dual tracks down there, Jim. The rescue and recovery operations are underway, but military planners are trying to draw up some plans as well for when it is time to strike back.
That's right, Tom. And just a short time ago, the Deputy Secretary of Defense, Paul Wolfowitz, was in the briefing room to announce that the administration is sending a $20 billion with a B, dollar supplemental up to Capitol Hill to pay not only for reparations and rescue efforts underway in New York and here at the Pentagon, but for any immediate future military operations against any
potential targets who may have been responsible for these terrorist attacks earlier in the week. In fact, Wolfowitz called it a $20 billion down payment in the war on terrorism, and he said, make no mistake about it, it's a war we will win. But everybody who is involved in this planning said that so far no final decisions have been made, no options have been yet taken off the table, but everybody realizes just how difficult a task it will be if it is indeed the well-known terrorist Osama bin Laden, how difficult it will be to track him down and hold him responsible. But in terms of fighting the overall global war on terrorism, this is a task that they know will be very costly in terms of treasure and human blood. Tom?
All right, thanks very much, NBC Jim Miklashevsky at the Pentagon. First, we do have to have irrefutable evidence that it was Osama bin Laden. That's a key part of building that international political coalition that the President and Colin Powell have been working so hard to construct. And a senior official in this area of counterterrorism has shared with our producer Bob Windrum the information that Osama bin Laden, in the past, has liked to have not just one attack but multiple attacks. He tried to have, after the bombings in Kenya and Tanzania, he had planned an attack in Albania, but that one was thwarted. So that's one of the reasons that the Justice Department and other people are saying there are still associates out there. We cannot be absolutely certain that this is all over, although they also say that they know of no specific plans to conduct more attacks against the United States. We'll have continuing coverage, we want to remind you, with John Siegenthaler throughout the afternoon. I'll be back later today with you, and then I'll be on Nightly News Tonight. MSNBC will have continuing coverage all day long. We want to go back to the photograph that we used to open this particular part of our coverage. Firemen in Lower Manhattan, reminiscent of what happened on Iwo Jima. And those firemen are, in their own way, the Marines of today, in a battle, at a battleground, in a war on terrorism. And the death toll from all of this will be greater than it was on Iwo Jima, as hard as that is to believe. But these are civilians.
The building just exploded. And I said, I'm here, I love you, and then I couldn't get through to him, and the phone it went dead.
So he was there for a meeting that was scheduled, but he was not a regular.
He does not work in that building. He works in the Woolworth building.
And at 106 floors, he was well above where that first airplane went in, American Airlines Flight 111.
That's correct.
And
but, you know, he actually said to me, I don't know what's going on. They're not telling us anything. We don't know where to go. The stairwells are full of smoke. We don't know what to do.
And what about the room in which he was in? Was that also filled with smoke at the time?
All I heard from him was the stairwells are full of smoke. We cannot go into the stairwells. And what I did hear was also reports that they were being told to make their way up. This is from someone else's husband.
Onto the ceiling?
I guess so, up to another floor because of the smoke.
Did you continue to watch television?
I did.
And I know this is very difficult. Let's try to get through this together. What did you think when you saw that building come down?
I thought, I hope that if he is at peace and it happened to him and he's gone, I hope the smoke got to him first before he felt any pain of anything falling. And that's the first thing that came to mind. Just please, God, you know, let him be at peace if this is what happened. But now I really just don't know. You hear these stories of people miraculously making it out, and at this point now I am not losing hope. I've done everything I possibly can. I've contacted missing persons, filled out the case numbers. His case number is P0327. Peter Mardikian's is P0328. And everyone out there, I feel, has just all the information I can possibly do, especially being on the air right now. And I'm so thankful to be here. And I'm just thankful to the city of New York.
Stephanie, just tell us briefly, if you can, a little something about your husband and how long you've been married and how you met each other.
4 years. My best friend is his sister, and that's how we met.
Well, we wish you all the best. We know that this is a very difficult time, and of course, not just your co-workers and this city are behind you, but all across the country, everyone is hoping that there will be a happy conclusion to all of these stories. So we do wish you the best. Andrew Fisher, missing, and Stephanie joined us here today. Stephanie, thanks for coming by.
Thank you so much for having me.
Okay. Let's go to NBC's Rahima Ellis now. Rahima has been dealing with any number of these kinds of stories today as well. Rahima?
Tom, there are literally thousands of stories like that, and many of them are standing here on the corner. We're at 26 and Lexington on the east side of Manhattan. Across the street is what's called an armory. It's called now a grief center, and in fact, it might better be put a hope center. People are coming here with lots of hope. They're being told to give information about their loved ones. I have a few people I just want to talk to. Shirley, let me ask you. You're looking for Eric, and who is Eric to you?
Eric is my brother-in-law.
And tell me something about Eric.
Oh, Eric is a wonderful person. He worked for Cantor Fitzgerald on the 105th floor of the WTC building. He has 2 small children, Jacob and Allison, a beautiful wife, Blanca. Just the best guy that you could ever know.
When did you talk to him last?
She spoke to him Tuesday morning at 8:15. He called every day to make sure the kids were off to school, wish them a good day. That's the type of person Eric is.
And you filled out information about him in the armory, in the grief center.
Yes, we did. And we have called hospitals. I have been on the websites for Cantor Fitzgerald. I have been talking to different people just trying to get information as to, what's going on. But I know Eric is going to make it because our faith is going to help us, and Eric is a very, very strong individual.
I called it a hope center. You are still hopeful?
Oh, yes, absolutely, absolutely. This guy is going to be home.
Let me ask this gentleman here. Who is this that you're holding a picture of?
This is my brother, Ty Moore. Works on the 92nd floor, Car Futures in Tower 1. There's about 85 people up there working in and around his desk, and none of them have been heard from. At 10:14, there was an email sent via his colleague's Palm Pilot to his wife saying that everything was okay, but that there was smoke and they couldn't get out of the building. Sweetest kid in the world. He doesn't really, follow politics and things like that. He avoids confrontation at all costs. He's the best big brother. He's a great son. He's just very loving. If you've heard anything about him or anyone at Carr.
You filled out information on your brother already, and your mom did, right?
Yes.
What do you do from this point on?
We just keep hoping, we just keep going around, put his picture up, and, we have to eventually start hearing something. People have to just keep the faith and hope. And
that's exactly what everybody here is doing, Tom. One last woman I want to talk with. Tell me who you are.
Well, unfortunately, we lost our signal from down there, but as I say, that story is being multiplied thousands of times over here in the city of New York. Officially, more than 4,700 people are listed as missing in the rubble of the World Trade Center, the collapse of the 2 towers. There were, and the numbers are very hard to reconcile here, there could have been as many as 20,000 people at work at that hour. On any given day, as many as 50,000 people are working in the Trade Tower, or what was once the World Trade Center. And on a lot of busy days, as many as 90,000 people pass through there. But because it was 8:45 in the morning, it was not likely filled to capacity. They have recovered very few bodies at this point, and there could be thousands more trapped. We hope that some of them are alive, but with every passing hour, of course, that is a diminishing hope. And all across Lower Manhattan, families, just like the ones you saw now, are going from hospital to hospital. They're going to the Red Cross. There has been set up now a place where they can register officially the name of their loved one or their friend. And that is a process that is draining the city emotionally, as you might expect. But at the same time, people are lining up in solidarity with those families, and they're adding their own hopes to those who have people who could be trapped in the rubble, or who certainly were in the World Trade Center when they came down. We have organized here at NBC News what we're calling the NBC News Terrorism Task Force, putting our very best reporters on it to keep you up to date on the investigation and what is going on. NBC's Andrea Mitchell is a member of that task force. She's been tracking for us the diplomatic efforts and the part of the investigation as well at the highest levels. Andrea, do you have anything new at this hour?
Well, we do know that Colin Powell did talk for 10 minutes on the phone with the Prime Minister of Pakistan, and State Department officials claim that they did get a promise of support from Pakistan, although those promises have not been fulfilled in the past. So they're waiting to see whether Pakistan, neighboring Afghanistan, of course, delivers on this promise of support. There is a worldwide effort to build a coalition. They're talking to Russia, to China, to all of the major players around the world. They have NATO support, which is unprecedented. We are also told by a top U.S. official that there are other terrorists at large in the United States and outside the United States from this same cell trying to reorganize potentially against American targets, and that these others who are still at large do include trained pilots, potentially more hijackers at large. So this is not an all clear, they say. That's a direct quote. The all clear sign has, the all clear signal has not been called yet. This is not over. So pretty ominous warnings. The president virtually declaring a war against terror today. The problem, of course, Tom, is that the U.S. is fighting a war against what is virtually a holy jihad. Osama bin Laden, who Colin Powell, for the first time publicly on camera, acknowledged today is the leading suspect. Osama bin Laden has been an enemy, a sworn enemy of the United States since 1991, when he took deep offense at the fact that Americans were, in his view, culturally invading the holy sites of Saudi Arabia, Mecca and Medina, in the run-up to the Gulf War. And ever since, even though he was trained partially with U.S. support in Afghanistan in the 80s, in the fight of Afghanistan and the U.S. Against Russia, since then he has been an avowed enemy, an enemy number one of the United States, first striking against Americans in Somalia, and later in various other locations around the Middle East. He's indicted and being sought for the embassy bombings, and has a pattern of behavior that includes disappearing after an attack, threatening before attack, but not taking credit afterwards. There seems to be a relationship between Afghanistan and bin Laden, an arrangement, if you will, where he will not take credit so that they can have plausible deniability and claim that he's not a terrorist, just a guest in their state. He is providing money and manpower so that the Taliban regime could win control over most of that country against their enemies in a civil war. And it is an implicit relationship that is hardly plausible, because there is no question that the Taliban are sponsoring him. Tom?
All right, thank you very much, NBC's Andrea Mitchell in Washington. We're going to go to Jerusalem now, and Bibi Netanyahu is the former Prime Minister of Israel, and he joins us from there, where it is already nightfall, obviously. Mr. Netanyahu, Secretary of State Colin Powell has also been in touch with the Israeli government, Shimon Peres, the Foreign Minister, and Prime Minister Ariel Sharon. He said he also talked today with Yasser Arafat, trying to achieve some kind of a stand down, if not a complete ceasefire, because there have been more episodes of violence in your country, exchanges between the PLO and the Israeli military. What are the chances of that happening in the context of this terrorist attack in America?
Well, I think that it's not exchanges, it's attacks, terror attacks in which innocent civilians, innocent Israelis are killed by Palestinian terrorists, including suicide bombers. It's important to understand that Yasser Arafat's PLO land, if you will, the PLO authority and its territory, is simply a branch of this larger terrorist tree. There is a terrorist empire, a network of terrorists that includes, as Andrea Mitchell said, the Afghanistan and the Taliban part of it. It includes Iran, it includes Iraq, a few other Middle Eastern regimes, Arafat's own Palestinian Authority, which harbors groups that have cooperated and cooperate today with bin Laden, Fatah, Arafat's own movement, the Islamic Jihad, the Hamas terrorist movement, and Hezbollah in Lebanon. This is what I may call the terror network. And therefore, while it is vital that bin Laden, as it appears that he is the one who perpetrated this, should be attacked and eliminated, without a doubt, it is important to understand that he's only the squadron leader who dispatched the kamikaze pilots. You have to get at the aircraft carriers. You won Midway, you won the Pacific War when you sunk the carriers. You didn't go after the individual kamikazes alone. You went after the facilities that enabled their operation. And in this case, I think President Bush is absolutely right in saying that it is not only the terrorist organizations that have to be wiped out. You have to dismantle the whole terror regimes that make this possible.
You're not suggesting, are you, Bibi Netanyahu, that the United States in its war on terrorism goes directly after the PLO as well? Can you hear me, Bibi? Oh, I'm sorry that we've lost the audio at that time. Some very provocative statements from Bibi Netanyahu, who is the former prime minister in Israel and is still aligned with the current government. Let's go to NBC's David Bloom now in Lower Manhattan. David?
Tom, I want to clarify what's been a very confusing couple of minutes here. The situation is this. The south side of the South Tower of the World Trade Center is, authorities tell us, in imminent danger of collapsing. That is why the horn sounded. It is not, to the best of our knowledge, any other building than that. Here's what makes this so chilling, Tom, is this. The rescue workers who surround the south side of the South Tower have all evacuated. They literally ran for their lives, fearing that the building was about to collapse. But, Tom, there are other rescue workers, we're told, by police officers who literally just came running to our location. Other rescue workers are on top of that pile of rubble where they are hearing the tapping of a woman trapped inside. They say that those rescue workers have been there for some time, trying to get through the rubble, hearing this woman tapping. Now, we've got some pictures of an earlier rescue of a firefighter who was trapped in the rubble there from an earlier collapse. We know of at least 3 firefighters rescued today. The reason why I'm showing you these pictures now is because this is the same location where the tapping is going on from someone trapped inside, and the area which has just been cleared out, save for the rescue workers who are on top of the rubble. This structure, we're told, both by people who've just come out from inside and from our own producers who've been in there, is about to collapse, or they're certainly fearing that it's about to collapse. That's why they've sounded the alarm, ordered the massive evacuation, except these workers on top of the rubble are staying put, trying to save this one life of this one woman trapped inside.
David, how do they know it's a woman?
Tom, I got to tell you, I don't know. I asked the gentleman the same question. I think they're in some kind of contact with her, either the sound of her voice, or they hear the tapping, or she's reaching out to them with her voice. I honestly don't know the answer to that question, Tom.
And we don't know whether she was one of the original rescue workers who may have been trapped in the rubble when the building came down, or may have been someone working in the building when it came down.
That's absolutely right. The indications that we're getting, Tom, is that this might be someone from earlier, but again, it's only that. And keep in mind, this same spot, keep in mind that they don't really know, because remember, the third firefighter that was pulled from that rubble literally reached up his fingers and touched another firefighter when they realized that there was someone down. So there are actually people trapped inside that they simply don't know are there, except for this tapping that they're now hearing.
All right. Thank you very much, NBC's David Bloom in Lower Manhattan. We're going to go to General Norman Schwarzkopf. As everyone knows, he was the commander of the Allied forces in Operation Desert Storm. General, we just had on Bibi Netanyahu as the former prime minister of Israel. As you know, he is a man who takes a very strong position against the PLO and terrorism. He said it's not enough for the United States to get Osama bin Laden. He described him as a squadron leader. He said you've got to sink the aircraft carriers. He used the metaphors from World War II. You won in the Pacific because in the Battle of Midway, you sunk the big carriers of the Japanese fleet. And he was suggesting that we'll have to go after wider organizations, and even suggesting that we'll have to go after the PLO. That changes the equation considerably.
Well, you know, obviously, he's correct that the bin Laden organization is just one of many terrorist organizations. I'm not too sure that any of us know that there is a central direction of all terrorist activities. An awful lot of those organizations operate independently. We get bin Laden, you've got one of them, and probably one of the most prominent. But as he said, quite correctly, there are several others out there.
Were you encouraged today by the statement of the Pakistani government?
Yes, yeah. But don't forget, the Pakistanis, some of them participated in Desert Storm. They were friends, good friends, I would say, when I was the commander of Central Command. Obviously, since then, there have been a lot of changes, and they're not as good a friend, but I was very encouraged by their comments, and I sincerely hope that they follow through.
Let's talk in the broadest strokes about military operations. If we do have to go into that part of the world and we need a land base, which country makes the most sense?
That's a tough question. The country that makes the most sense is the one that lets us come in there and operate freely out of it.
Do you think that Pakistan conceivably could do that?
I think it'd be very tough for the Pakistanis to do it. I'm not too sure that they have the facilities, the extensive facilities that we need to do the job.
What about?
You know, it could.
Go ahead.
You started to say, what about?
Well, what about north of there? What about going into a place like Uzbekistan?
Could work well. You know, it's one of those things. Don't forget, in Desert Storm, we operated primarily out of the Gulf states, but at the same time we were operating out of Turkey and the states north of Iraq. So, you know, the more the merrier as far as that is concerned. You know, as many bases you can get, you want to use, because you want to build up your logistics supplies. You want to be able to hit them from all sides, and so, you know, I wouldn't discount anybody. I'd like to have as many. You know, we would obviously like to have as many bases as we could possibly get.
And as Andrea Mitchell was just reminding us, it was the U.S. presence in Saudi Arabia during Operation Desert Storm, in which we were trying to save that country from being overrun by Iraq and liberate Kuwait, but it was the U.S. presence in there that so enraged Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, but you also got to remember that Osama bin Laden was a recipient of U.S. aid in his battles in Afghanistan, so he's being rather selective in deciding when he likes us and when he doesn't like us.
All right, thank you very much, General Norman Schwarzkopf. We're back now with Bibi Netanyahu, the former Israeli Prime Minister and the former ambassador to the United Nations here in the United States, a very familiar figure, of course, to American television audiences. Mr. Netanyahu, I just want to pick up on what you were saying when you were talking metaphorically about aircraft carriers and the United States having to get them if they're going to win in this war against terrorism. You began that statement by talking about the connection between the PLO and terrorism. You're not suggesting that the United States is going to have to go after the PLO as well.
No, I think we can handle that. I mean, but President Bush said correctly that you have to root out not only the terrorist organizations, but also the regimes that harbor them and give them safe haven. As a point of fact, Arafat's part of this terrorist empire is one of the big factories of suicide bombers. I mean, he's got kindergarten camps, summer camps, that teach little Palestinian children to become suicide bombers. So he's preparing not only the suicide killers of today, but the suicide pilots of tomorrow. But that is an issue I think that we can handle. The main point that I want to stress is that we don't approach this as a small problem of Israel or a small problem of America vis-a-vis bin Laden, because what we have here is something far worse. You know, in 1995, I wrote a book called Fighting Terrorism, and I said that if we don't arrest the tide of Islamic militant Islamic terrorism, then the next thing that will be is not a car bomb in the World Trade Center, but a nuclear bomb. Now, it wasn't a nuclear bomb. It was a 350-ton conventional bomb. But I'm sure you don't doubt, and nobody who listens to us now doubts, that if these maniacal movements and the regimes that support them develop nuclear weapons, they will use them. And then you're talking about not the horrendous casualties. And by the way, it breaks the heart just to listen to the stories that you gave earlier. Now imagine that the horrific toll, as horrific as it is today, would pale in comparison to hundreds of thousands or millions of casualties. What is important to understand is that you have to dismantle the entire terror empire, and especially before its main practitioners, the terror states of Iran and Iraq, acquire nuclear weapons. And this, I think, has been a wake-up call from hell. It is telling us, you have the power now to act, summon the will, because the terrorists have the will to destroy America, to destroy freedom, to destroy all of America's allies and all the democracies, Israel being simply on the front line. They have the will, but they don't have the power.
But simultaneously, to get back to my original question, should the United States become more deeply involved in trying to arrange a temporary truce, at least in your part of the world, between the PLO and your government?
Well, it's not a question of a truce. Arafat's true colors were revealed for those who want to see, and it's caused a massive shift of opinion in Israel. I would say unprecedented unanimity, even from the most conciliatory Israelis, because they realize now that he doesn't want a state next to Israel. He wants to eradicate Israel and uses terror to sap our will and hit us. In many ways, what you have here are two parallels. Osama bin Laden represents an Islamic militancy that wants to reverse history. They never accepted the rise of the West and its primacy in the world and the retreat of Islam. They want to reverse that, and therefore they have to destroy America in their fantasy. And to do that, they will attack America again and again. They have a constant intention. They may not be able to destroy America today, but they think they can bring it to its knees, and once they acquire nuclear weapons, they'll destroy America. Make no mistake about it. Yasser Arafat is more modest in his goals as part of this family. He wants to merely destroy Israel. But we have to get the entire terror network when there is still time. And nothing that you will do with Arafat, giving him the hills above Tel Aviv, is not going to make him stop. And he's quite irrelevant in this respect.
Bibi Netanyahu, thanks very much for being with us. Back in this country now, in the skies over America, there are flights again for the first time since Tuesday, when they were suspended. Those flights that were in operation at the time of the hijacking were allowed to go on to their destinations or diverted, but this is the Explorer tracker. You can see the number of flights. This is just the northeastern part of the United States now, the west and the southwest, which gives you some small sense of how crowded America's skies are, because this is a relatively light day. Operations are just still ramping up, as they might say. NBC's Robert Hager. Things going pretty well so far, Bob?
Well, yes and no, but I was going to say on that tracker, to really appreciate that, yeah, you have to remember what it's like on a normal day when there are 4,000 or 5,000 planes in the air, and that whole map would be virtually solid green. So even though that looks like an awful lot of planes, by comparison with a normal day, it's virtually nothing. So it's picking up, but picking up very slowly. A couple of other things going on. Some confusion about just what has been heard at the Pentagon. The Arlington Fire Department said first that it had heard what sounded like a pinger noise from one of the black boxes, presumably, at the Pentagon, in the wreckage somewhere, just heard the pinger noise. Aviation sources dispute that. They say that, first of all, the pinger is designed to be heard underwater only, although possibly the water put on a fire might set it off. At this point, anyway, they sound very skeptical, and they have not heard from the scene, from their own people, the NTSB, that they have a black box, or even, I shouldn't say have the black box, but are picking up the noise from the black box. A couple other points about black boxes. The flight data recorder really wouldn't be very helpful in an investigation like this. It just tells how the plane turned and so forth. What you need is the cockpit voice recorder. So if you find a black box, it's the cockpit voice recorder that investigators would want, and then they'd have to hope that it hadn't been disabled. Let's see, what else? The Transportation Secretary, Norman Mineta, had said this morning that he was hoping to get military people from the Army, Delta Force people, to put on planes as disguised passengers, but they would be armed, in other words, to supplement the Sky Marshal program. Well, now the Department of Transportation says that the Secretary spoke in error, that it had been discussed, but then they ran up against legal problems about using the military for civilian enforcement purposes, and that idea was abandoned. Both Mineta and the Attorney General Ashcroft have said they do want to expand the Sky Marshal program, but they'll have to get the bodies, that is the people, from someplace else, not from the Army. Otherwise, a lot of people in this country taking alternate transportation. We heard that rent car companies spoke to Alamo, said they were getting 10 times as many requests for bookings as normal. So all the rent car companies having trouble keeping up with demand. Amtrak is reporting double the normal number of passengers, and they had some problems today when they had an accident out in Utah, 6 injured, not serious, but an Amtrak passenger train did hit a freight. Otherwise, as I say, there have been various little bobbles. There was an Alitalia flight coming into land at San Francisco. 40 minutes out. Really, foreign carriers are not really allowed to land at U.S. airports yet. It was coming in from Canada. They turned it around. It went back to the Canadian border. Then they changed their mind and said, okay, you can land in San Francisco, and it came back. So normal little bobbles on this first day, but things will get back to normal maybe by tomorrow.
All right, thanks very much, NBC's Robert Hager. We want to go to Atlanta's Hartsfield Airport now. Anyone who travels by air knows that that's one of the busiest airports anywhere in the world, and NBC's Frederica Whitfield is there. Where do they stand in Atlanta, Frederica?
Oh, hi there, Tom. Well, travelers and flight crews have been trickling into this airport all day for the couple of dozen scheduled, confirmed outgoing flights here. When the passengers and the flight crews get here, here's some of the very obvious changes in place. They'll find that there is no curbside baggage check-in, just as many of the airports that have opened up for business across the country. They'll find that as soon as they pull up, while the curb stands are still here, they are not open for business. People will have to make their drop-offs very quickly and under the watchful eyes of the Atlanta police as well as airport authority officers who are standing here waiting to make sure that the traffic keeps moving. And then once you step inside, passengers will notice that there's a very large cordoned off area in front of the ticket counters for what are expected to be very long lines. All of the airlines are encouraging people, don't just come out here and think that you can get on a flight standby, or perhaps your flight has been diverted. You need to call the airlines or check the websites, make sure that those flights are confirmed. Then when you get out here, you've got to stand in line, and it's likely it could take a 2-hour process. Then, as you proceed toward your concourse here at Atlanta, you're going to find that the security checkpoints are going to take a lot longer. They are checking individuals one by one, checking every bag. No person is being taken for granted. And what we noticed earlier today, we saw a number of Atlanta patrolmen on foot, on their bikes, patrolling the airport here. They've got canines here. Everyone is being checked very thoroughly. And there are very obvious signs, billboards almost, that are up for the passengers, letting them know that the obvious things such as firearms will not be allowed through, the electronic surveillance belts. But in addition to that, even retractable razors, blades are being confiscated, as well as any kind of construction type knives. And even things just like this, as small as a pocket knife. I watched one man come in with a knife just like this, a pocket knife, on his keychain. That was confiscated right away, and all of his bags were checked very thoroughly. So the process is going to take a lot longer for folks. They can't just come to the airport and think that they can make it in time for within 30 minutes to their flight. At least at this airport, it's expected that it's going to be pretty harried like this for at least another 3 days, or at least until the FAA suspends any of these regulations. Back to you, Tom.
All right, thanks very much, NBC's Frederica Whitfield, who is at Hartsfield Airport in Atlanta. You're looking at the southeastern air corridors of the United States as traffic begins slowly in the skies over this country. It begins to get back to some degree of normalcy. In Washington, D.C., they have expanded now the security perimeter around the White House. You'll recall that there was some discussion about removing the blockades that at either end of Pennsylvania Avenue as it runs in front of the White House. Those were put in place after an airplane flew into the White House and after there was a shooting incident on the Pennsylvania Avenue side. Well, now they've decided, obviously, not to remove those blockades, but to expand that safety corridor from 17th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue, between 17th and Pennsylvania Avenue, between 15th and Pennsylvania Avenue, between Pennsylvania Avenue, 15th and 17th Street West, and E Street between 15th and 17th. That's a considerable chunk of the heart of the nation's capital that will be shut off to vehicular traffic. Only pedestrian traffic will be allowed in there as we continue to have an escalation of the security requirements for everyday life in this country. This after, of course, the most grievous attack on America within the continental United States since the War of 1812. Now let's show you one of the most frenetic places normally in New York, and that is the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. It has been closed since Tuesday as well. It will remain closed until Monday. The financial markets have taken an enormous hit, obviously, to say nothing of other sectors of the economy. CNBC's Maria Bartiromo joins me now. Are they going to be able to get back to full speed by Monday, Maria?
Well, you know, Tom, I think that most people would like to see the markets open at full capacity, but it really is unlikely. I mean, when you think about just the logistics of getting down to Wall Street and the relief workers there doing their thing and trying to get people out of that rubble, it really does seem quite difficult. Having said that, I think there's a real effort to get business back on track. Today I spoke with a number of brokerage firms that had full houses as far as their people, and they were trying to man the phones, trying to hold clients' hands, and really try to get business back. So I think there will be a big effort, and that obviously will happen Monday.
All right, Maria Bartiromo, thank you very much. By the way, let me just ask you about the New York Stock Exchange. We talked about this yesterday. Any further reading on all of the electronic circuitry? Is it intact?
The electronic circuitry is really not as impacted as just the logistics and getting around the exchange. Dick Grasso today had a meeting at the offices of Credit Suisse First Boston with all of the other CEOs of the major brokerage firms. He really played down that aspect of it and really instead focused on the people and the need to really rescue the people from the rubble.
All right, thank you very much, Maria Bartiromo, who joins us from our studios here in New York because she cannot work from her normal job position, which is on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, but we hope to see her back there by Monday. There are so many poignant personal stories. Obviously, we want to share another one with you right now. We want to introduce you to Becky Marchand and Joshua Marchand, mother and son. We're going to talk about Al Marchand, 44 years old, a flight attendant on Flight 175 from Boston to Los Angeles. He would have been 45 years old in November. He was on the plane that hit the second Twin Tower. Becky had left Boston on a flight earlier that same morning. This must be the worst nightmare come true for both of you.
It is. It is. God has given us both the strength to get through this. It's just unbelievable, but it's reality, and it is the worst thing you could ever imagine.
You were married to Al for 4.5 years. He flew almost every day as a flight attendant. Did you ever talk about the dangers in that job, the possibility of a hijacking of some kind? Did he ever go through anything in the past that was discomforting to him?
No, you know, he had only been flying for United about 8 months. He had retired just before that as a policeman here in Alamogordo after 21 years. So, but I had actually more concern about him flying than I had with him being a policeman.
Why is that?
You know, I don't know. The community we live in is very safe, and it's a small community, and I just never really worried about him out on the streets here, but I guess, you know, out there flying, he's not close to home, and when there is an accident, it just seems so horrendous.
Josh, tell me a little something about your dad, who had been a policeman and then became a flight attendant.
My dad's probably one of the most respected persons in this town and in this entire state. Like I said earlier, he had the strongest faith in the Lord that I've seen in a lot of people. And I know God had His will with my dad, and I think he's in a better place now. I know he's in a better place now.
Yeah.
Josh, I know this is so difficult for you, but why did your dad want to be a flight attendant?
You know, my dad is a very adventurous person. He loved people. He loved making people laugh. He can turn any frown upside down in any situation, and he felt God wanted him to be there. He wanted to see the world. He got to travel, and
no, I know it's hard, Josh.
Yeah.
Becky, when did you first have the realization that your husband may have been on one of those flights that flew into the Twin Towers?
Actually, when I had flown from Boston that morning and had landed in Denver, we were just landing, and a young man next to me had a small handheld email, some kind of little email card, and he just looked at me and said, "Oh my God," and I said, "What?" And he told me that about the plane that had hit the first tower, and my first reaction was, oh my God, my husband's a flight attendant and he flew this morning. And he said, I'm sure it was just a commuter plane. It probably wasn't a jumbo jet. And so then he handed me his little handheld device and let me read, and it said the flights had originated in Boston. And so I was afraid then, but still wasn't sure. So when we landed and they, removed everyone from the plane and told him to take everyone with him, that everyone had been grounded, I went to the phone and I called his cell phone, and his message that said, hi, I can't come to the phone right now, was still on. So I had hope that it wasn't his flight. And there was no one there to give any information. I don't think at that time they even knew exactly which flight. I mean, I didn't know exactly which flight he was on. So it was later at a hotel there in Denver, where I had gone, that some people there had told me that that the flight that had left was flight 175, and I had a feeling at that time that he was, but I didn't want to believe it. So it wasn't until a little after afternoon that day that United had called and confirmed it.
Well, we wish you both the very best. I know how proud you were of Al Marchand, who was a flight
Very
attendant
proud.
on United Airlines Flight 175. It is inescapable for you. This is a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week coverage on television. Are you able to watch those images? That must be more painful than you can bear, Josh.
Actually, to be honest with you, I'm more at peace now than I was, because I know my dad's faith is too strong. I know that he's in a better place now, and I feel very good about his situation. I think God wanted him on that plane for a reason, whether it was to save a soul or everyone on that plane, for everyone to follow him to heaven. Whatever his purpose was, he served it, and it adds a lot of comfort, makes things a lot easier.
Well, I want to tell you, Becky and Josh, that I think that you've comforted a lot of people as well who have been grieving with you, and we so admire your strength, and we wish you the very best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us. Harold Koplowitz is a noted child psychiatrist and deals with stress and trauma in situations just like this. That was quite a remarkable young man, Dr. Koplowitz, Josh, who has found his own way of dealing with it.
Tom, these stories are so real and also so close to us. I don't think this country has ever had a time where we're exposed to this kind of raw emotion. Josh and his stepmom's religious faith is really holding them together. But the thing that we should think about is that it's not only going to be the tragic families that have lost someone in either one of these air crashes or at the Pentagon or at the World Trade Center. It's children, it's people who knew them. It is the whole community of the United States that keeps watching this that starts to feel the trauma of this horrific event.
And how do we deal with it, individually or within our families or within our communities?
Well, one of the most important things is to talk about it, to find a safe place to speak. So if you're a family, it's really quite important that you talk to your children about this event, no matter how small they are, even if they're under the age of 5, to tell them what has occurred and to let them know that they can talk to you about it. Most kids, by the way, will be most interested in how it'll affect them. Is my school safe? Will we be able to fly to grandma's on Christmas? Those kinds of things. But also for older children, for teenagers or college-age kids, they could be very nonchalant about it and pretend that there really isn't a problem. And you should make sure that you're willing to have an open ear to listen to them. But for most of us, we should start watching the symptoms that are coming over most of us, particularly here in New York, this numbing sensation, the feeling like we're in a dream, that this can't be really happening, the ability to concentrate that seems so difficult, and also your sleep, that it's harder to fall asleep or harder to stay asleep. And we expect these very acute stress reactions in most of America. We have a new benchmark. We've never had something like this occur. You know, Pearl Harbor might be something that we heard about in history, but it happened so far away from mainland the United States, and we had a different kind of media system, so we didn't experience it the way we're feeling this. And so it's going to take quite a long time for America to heal from this. In fact, if those of you who saw the president today speaking from the White House, he started to tear, and I think it was exactly the way most Americans feel, that no matter how loving and no matter how tough we feel, we're hurting also.
Some people were saying, gee, I don't know whether I want my president to cry. Is that a good thing or a bad thing for America?
No, I think it's a wonderful thing. I think that, you know, the president is, in any which way you want to say it, is like a father figure to us. And I think it's important that children see that their parents can be in pain, but they're still in control. They're still calm. They can assure us. They can tell us that something good is going to happen out of this. And the fact is that, you know, our airplanes, as you've reported, are going to be much safer. It's going to be a pain. It's going to be a nuisance. But we are going to be safer in the skies, and we are going to get the bad guys. I mean, for little children, we tell them that all the time. There are bad guys and good guys, and there's no ambiguity about this. We're going to find them, and that makes people feel better. When you see Colin Powell and you see Ashcroft, you see these people telling you what the plan of action is. And I think that is the same thing we should do in our families, is reassure our children that their schools are safe, that they may have trouble falling asleep, so they can stay in our room or we'll stay in their room for a few nights to reassure them. And we're going to get back to normal. We're going to get back to a routine that's going to feel like every day, even though we know it's never going to be exactly the same.
Dr. Harold Koplowitz from NYU, an expert in child behavior. He's a psychiatrist, obviously, sharing some very valuable information. Thank you very much for being with us, Doctor. Okay, thank you. We want to tell you that if you're interested in helping or if you need some guidance and help for yourself, there is a place that you can turn to. It's help.msnbc.com. The Red Cross and other agencies, we have phone numbers and addresses for you on there so that you can get some assistance. There has been an alarming development in Lower Manhattan at the World Trade Center, or what was once the World Trade Center. One of the remaining parts of the South Tower is beginning to collapse. It was a kind of steel skeleton that existed down there. Let's get an update on that now from NBC's Ann Curry. Ann?
That's right, Tom. The south edge of the South Tower. I'm going to let the cameraman zoom behind me. Just about an hour ago, the spikes that you're seeing in your screen, those spikes are that skeleton you're talking about, Tom, and about an hour ago, they suddenly moved. We have eyewitness accounts of a sudden movement. We also have accounts of the hearing of metal moving, that kind of, you know, that screeching kind of sound that moving metal makes. People started running, screaming, leaving the scene. However, there were some rescuers who did not leave the top of the rubble. And they didn't leave the rubble because they heard tapping sounds underneath. This is in the same area, about the same area as the landslide earlier today, from which 3 firefighters have been pulled out alive. We have an interview that was done just a little while ago with NYPD officer James Rogers. It was done by David Blue, my colleague. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
Even though the south side of the South Tower might be about to collapse.
Right, someone's tapping from below. Survivor.
And you guys are staying?
A lot of guys stay, yes.
Yeah, people
I don't limit guys how to get the hell out, but the guys on the rope will stay there.
Because?
They have the saws, the lights, the power source. Stay.
Right, but the reason why they stayed is
someone's tapping from below.
And you can hear from the tremble in Officer Rogers' voice, the feeling really that a lot of people, a lot of rescuers have been coming out from the scene with. Having gone all the way inside, I can tell you that it's a scene of utter devastation. As we've been reporting for days, but it's hard to describe really except until you really are right there. It is remarkable, the physical and the emotional challenge these rescuers are facing, not only dealing with recovering remains, but and the search for survivors, trying so desperately to find anyone still alive, but also in addition, given the danger of the circumstances there, realizing that at any moment the bullhorn could sound and their lives could be in danger. We have seen many more than I can describe rescuers come from that area in tears. Big men who've seen it all, in tears, weeping. And I think you talked to psychiatrists a short time ago, Tom. Well, I tell you, there's a lot of trauma counseling that is due these men and women who are here on the scene because they, as one put it, he'll never be the same because of what he's seen, Tom.
All right, thank you very much, NBC's Ann Curry, and we'll have Ann there throughout the evening covering these events for NBC News. We want to go now to the White House and NBC's David Gregory. Tomorrow is a national day of mourning, David, and there will be a national memorial service as well.
That's right, Tom, and the president will take part in that. Before going to New York City, he held a conference call today with Governor Pataki and Mayor Giuliani of New York to formally accept their invitation to come visit the site. I spoke to senior officials this afternoon. They're still trying to work out with authorities there just how much the president can actually see. Is it something that he can only tour from the air, or will it be something he can actually see right there at the scene at Ground Zero? There are safety issues there. The White House has always said they don't want the president to be a hindrance, but officials I spoke to this afternoon say the president feels it's very important to be there to show New Yorkers, to show those rescue workers how much compassion he has representing the nation for what they're going through, and to express his appreciation. We've seen a lot from the president today, particularly emotionally, and you were just talking about that, Tom. I spoke to one of his closest advisors who said, for all of them, today seemed to be a day when the gravity of this situation was really bearing down on them. Let's listen to what the president had to say.
I think about the families, the children. I'm a loving guy, and I'm also someone, however, who's got a job to do, and I intend to do it. And this is a terrible moment, but this country will not relent until we have saved ourselves and others from the terrible tragedy that came upon America. Thank you.
I've spoken to a close friend of the president today, Tom, who said that the entire administration, those close to this president, understand what a test this is for a leader. They believe, of course, that George W. Bush was built for this and that he's best under these circumstances. Other officials describing him as alternately as tough and stern, but you saw a picture of a president, of a leader there who's clearly touched by the totality of all of this today at the same time, on the same day that he's working with his national security team for military options and to gather more intelligence. Tom?
Well, I suspect that his behavior reflects the behavior of so many people across the country. It does come in waves and unexpectedly when you think about all the families that have been affected in such a devastating fashion. And the worst of the stories may be yet to come because we don't know how many bodies are buried in the World Trade Center, nor do we know exactly how many servicemen and women were lost at the Pentagon. And when those bodies begin to come out and go into body bags, that too is going to be another test for everyone. The President of the United States tomorrow has declared a day of national mourning. There will be, of course, a national memorial service beginning at noon before he comes here. The story will go on for a long, long time. As the President said today, this war against terrorism is now the focus of his administration. We'll have continuing coverage with NBC's Brian Williams, my colleague. I'll be back here at 6:30 for NBC Nightly News and then throughout the evening on this NBC station.